Chapter 1120, Double Phenomenon. Chapter 1120, Double Phenomenon. Tracing Lin Ming's many lucky chances, when he was still in the pulse condensation realm, he had entered Divine Phoenix Island, and then the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. There, he obtained a drop of ancient phoenix blood, top-grade medicines, as well as solar origin spring water, finally reaching the Hotian realm during this trial. After that, he had entered the demon god Imperial Palace during the Hotian realm and had obtained the Nirvana Dragon Root that was highly beneficial to Life Destruction Realm martial artists. Using that, he had reached the Xiantian realm and had also completed Tempering Marrow. Then, Lin Ming had entered the Eternal Demon Abyss and accidentally stumbled into the grave of the ancient goddess. He obtained a heaven-step demon godbone and had broken into the revolving core realm. There was no need to even mention the Life Destruction realm. During this period, he had obtained the 12 Tao fruits, the divine thunder of an Empyrean, the supreme dragon bone, 10 severing Tao fruit tree, and all other sorts of various treasures. All of the treasures used by Lin Ming were things that even a divine lord powerhouse would find incomparably luxurious. The reason for needing so many treasures was undoubtedly because Lin Ming dual cultivated in body and energy. Because of this, he had to expend so many resources, but this had also formed an extremely solid foundation for him. It had to be known that, for most martial artists, even if they had many resources, they still might not be able to use them. This was because there was a limit that their bodies could take, and their potential was limited. For instance, it was impossible for most of them to use something like the Supreme Dragon Bone or 10 severing Tao Fruit Tree during the Life Destruction realm. Even the Azura King had to take an extremely long period of time to absorb half the dragon marrow from the Supreme Dragon Bone. As for the 10 severing Tao Fruit Tree, after eating it, one's mortal body would be severed 10 times. It wasn't something that the average human was able to withstand. There were very few people that could be like Lin Ming and essentially nearly become something similar to the fusion of a human and god beast. The toughness of his body had reached an unbelievable degree, one that allowed him to shoulder the medicinal efficacy of any treasures. Howling gales tore through the skies. In the seas all around Carefree Island, raging currents appeared. The sea waves angrily splashed against the shores, splashing up hundreds of feet. The tide surged more and more, finally forming waves upon endless waves of devastating tsunamis. In the skies, the power of stars, the glory of the moon, the light of the sun, all of it gathered into that origin energy cloud, completely becoming a part of the heavenly Tao laws. Lin Ming's mortal body had streamed out from Carefree Palace and completely merged into one with the origin energy cloud, fully undergoing a baptism of the heavenly Tao laws. At this time, his body was nothing but a river of blood. He hadn't yet formed a physical body. But if one were to wander about in this origin energy cloud, they would find that river of blood pulsating. Bang, bang. Every pulsation was like a heartbeat, and each heartbeat was similar to a divine drum that was formed from the skin of an ancient vicious beast, deafening and ringing. Bang, bang. The sound became increasingly thunderous. This isn't the sound of a heartbeat. His heart hasn't yet taken shape. This is the sound of his flesh and blood being tempered by the heavenly Tao laws. The advantages this gives him are unimaginable. M.O. Riverbliss whispered, as she looked at the surging river of blood. The origin energy cloud could contain all the laws of the universe. Of course, the richness and degree of depth differed from person to person. The greater the origin energy cloud, the more laws were contained within. Oh! The origin energy cloud suddenly expanded once more. 54 miles wide, 18 layered heavens. 18 layered, heavens ninefall. Above the absolute 3 levels was the colored 3 heavens. The word color held the meaning of matter. The so-called colored layered heavens in truth meant the 18 material layered heavens. The 18-layered heavens were derived from the 9-layered heavens. Here, layered heavens gave birth to different types of energy, each forming 2-layered heavens. Thus, with 2 lives from one, the 18-layered heavens were born. The 18-layered heavens were the blind nihility heavens, absolute shade heavens, crimson clear yang heavens, profound moon reverence heavens, glorious wave heavens, falling family sovereign heavens, illusory court heavens, extreme arbitrator heavens, mystic happiness heavens, transcendent pearl shine heavens, essence ascending heavens, consummate imperial protection heavens, manifest extreme wind heavens, origin emperor light heavens, infinite ancestor heavens, thoughtless river heavens, superior prophet heavens, limitless dismal vow heavens. These so-called heavens didn't necessarily exist, but were rather a conceptual manifestation of humanity's martial arts civilization inheritances and condensation of laws. 18-layered heavens was also an entirely new watershed. An ocean-like amount of heaven and earth origin energy flushed into Lin Ming's flesh and blood. That stream of blood became even more radiant and crystalline, sending out a dark golden brilliance. This scene was like a god being born into the world. At this time, Xiao Haogan's complexion couldn't get any uglier. The 18-layered heavens, colored 3 levels, were already a domain that he was completely unable to think of. This brat, how could his achievements be so high? Moreover, it's continuing to grow. 18-layered heavens. Is the 18-layered heavens not his limit? What is above the 18-layered heavens? How many layered heavens can possibly appear in 9-fall? As Xiao Haogan was lost in thought, he suddenly felt the array formation tremble. The light barrier of the array formation appeared, and faint cracks began to reveal themselves. This change shocked Xiao Haogan. There were problems developing in the concealing array formation. Before this, Xiao Haogan had thought that Mo River Bliss was making a fuss over nothing. He thought that he alone would be able to control the concealing array formation, but Mo River Bliss actually ordered 12 of them to help activate it. Xiao Haogan had scoffed at this order, but now it seemed that this array formation was truly having difficulties withstanding the impact of the heavenly Tao laws. Elder Xiao, what are you doing? Hurry up and revolve your true essence and pour it into the array formation. Xiao Haogan was stirred up from his stupor as the true essence sound transmissions of the other elders resounded in his ears. He turned to see that the other elders were all pouring their true essence into the array formation in order to resist the energy shockwaves from the world laws. If Lin Ming's origin energy cloud continued to grow, it was unknown whether or not the 12 of them could still handle this. This caused Xiao Haogan to turn angry from shame. However, he had no choice but to pour his own true essence into the array formation. With Mo River Bliss here, even if he was extremely dissatisfied, there was no way he could possibly publicly disobey her orders. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 12 elders poured forth their complete effort, fully driving the concealing array formation to its greatest heights, caging in the energy fluctuations from Lin Ming's 9-fall. Then 19-layered heavens, 20-layered heavens, 21-layered heavens, 21-layered heavens, the nirvanic 3 levels. At this time, the origin energy cloud had already become incomparably heavy, as if it was chaos itself. This origin energy cloud contained limitless killing intent. It continued to expand, as if it didn't know what the meaning of limits was. Not too far away from Xiao Haogan, highest elder Whitebrook's lips turned blue. Fear and dread blossomed in his mind as his fingers began to tremble. 21-layered heavens. Can there even be 21-layered heavens in 9-fall? Whitebrook felt dizzy and his limbs turned cold. He had read over many ancient texts in the past that recorded instances of 9-fall. Within them, 18-layered heavens was already the derivation of the highest heavens. As for what lay above the 18-layered heavens, he had no idea. It was like a beggar imagining what secrets an imperial kitchen used to produce their delicacies. No matter what it was, the knowledge of those mysterious techniques and complex processing methods was completely useless to that beggar. This was because he couldn't understand it. Look, what is that? A young martial artist suddenly raised his hand and pointed out to the distance. Everyone followed his finger as far as their eyes could see. In that origin energy cloud that seethed with chaos, a brilliant red light began to shine out. That blazing red light grew like a tenacious weed. It became bigger and bigger, brighter and brighter. Then people were able to clearly see that it was a red lotus. In that chaotic origin energy cloud, an incandescent red lotus was fully blooming. This was a red lotus born within chaos. This belonged to the prime emperor lotus flower. Once it bloomed, an endless pressure would surge outwards. And this was pressure from the heavenly Tao laws themselves. This pressure blotted out the skies, overwhelming, unstoppable. As everyone looked at this red lotus, crimson light completely flooded their vision. The power of blood in their bodies tumbled and surged as if it wanted to break out from their mortal shells. It's a phenomenon, a nine-fall phenomenon. Someone cried out in fear and alarm. Within the ancient texts, it was written that when someone achieved an extremely high-level layered heavens during nine-fall, world phenomena would occur. Every extreme genius would experience different world phenomena during their nine-fall. These phenomena corresponded to that martial artist cultivation methods, martial intents, battle spirit, and all sorts of other aspects. As everyone was speaking, all around this red lotus, the heaven and earth origin energy naturally formed an azure dragon and a fire phoenix. This dragon and phoenix danced in the air, swirling around the red lotus. The dragon roared, and the phoenix cried, their dual sounds echoing through the world. Finally, the dragon and phoenix turned into countless runes that fell onto the petals of the red lotus. Almost no one understood what this meant, but M.O. Eversnow was well aware what this was in her heart. The red lotus phenomenon was naturally a manifestation from the primordious martial intent that Lin Ming cultivated. It was the inheritance of Empyrean Primordius. As for that dragon and phoenix, they came from the rich dragon marrow and phoenix essence within his body. Even two divine beings like a dragon and phoenix had to revolve around the prime emperor lotus flower, dancing around it gently. It was obvious from this alone that in front of Empyrean Primordius, even god-beasts had to bow and submit, as M.O. Eversnow was lost in thought, seemingly because Lin Ming's origin energy cloud had produced the prime emperor lotus flower. It rapidly grew, once again. 24 layered heavens. At this step, the elders of Carefree Palace seemed as if they would choke on themselves. 24 layered heavens, what concept was that? It was difficult to imagine just how formidable the heavenly Tao laws contained within this origin energy cloud would be. And at this time, above the origin energy cloud, another phenomenon was born. Beside the dragon and phoenix red lotus, a deep azure divine light began to bloom. It was like a crystal and also like a seed. After several breaths of time, a lush green sprout emitted from that dazzling azure light. Tender and verdant leaves slowly extended outwards. This sprout had a total of 6 leaves, 3 representing fire and 3 representing thunder. All the leaves came in various shapes. The first leaf was like a crimson heart. The second leaf was like a thin and fierce sword. The third was a purple tripod. The fourth was a golden red heavy sword. The fifth was like a square imperial jade seal. And the sixth was like a blue lotus. This was the heretical god sprout. Like the primordious martial intent, the heretical god force was similarly a transcendent divine might. As for which was weaker between the prime emperor lotus flower and the heretical god sprout, M.O. Eversnow was unable to say. But the prime emperor lotus flower was incomplete. There was only a third of it. So, in that sense, the heretical god Sprout was superior. Of course, all of the disciples and elders of Carefree Island, including White Brook and Island Master Shao Skywhite, were unable to recognize just what the phenomena of the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower and the heretical god Sprout meant. Even M.O. Riverbliss wouldn't have understood if M.O. Eversnow hadn't explained this to her. After the heretical god Sprout appeared, surging waves of fire and sheets of raining thunder formed in that heaven and earth origin energy, both of them revolving around the heretical god Sprout. A moment later, they condensed into 2 thunder and fire runes that fell onto the heretical god Sprout. Chapter 1121. The Riddle of the Magic Cube. Chapter 1121. The Riddle of the Magic Cube. In the origin energy cloud above Carefree Island skies, the dragon and phoenix engraved Prime Emperor Red Lotus bloomed alongside the fire and thunder rune-covered heretical god Sprout. Not only did a phenomenon appear during Lin Ming's ninefall, but there were even 2 of them. 2 different, transcendent, divine mites each produced their own phenomenon. At this time, Xiao Haogan felt as if his heart had withered away. As for the other 11 elders responsible for managing the concealing array formation, all of them were pale. They were struggling to resist the heavenly Tao laws. But even the aftermath shockwaves of the heavenly Tao laws weren't something that divine lord powerhouses could withstand. Originally, it was already difficult for them to withstand the Red Lotus phenomenon. But now, this unknown Sprout that appeared out of nowhere left them miserable beyond compare. They were rapidly reaching their breaking point. M.O. Eversnow noticed this and said, "Ani, those 12 elders might not be able to last much longer. You'll need to send several more people." In the past, when the Conch World King crossed his ninefall, a supreme conch phenomenon appeared, and its sound spread out for 800,000 miles, and there was no barrier that could obstruct it. This no longer has anything to do with cultivation. These phenomena that are appearing around Lin Ming cannot be understood by any disciple of Carefree Island, but if we're unlucky and some old monster with an extremely rich experience sees it, then that will mean trouble. Although M.O. Eversnow knew the chances were low, they still had to prepare for any unexpected variables. "Okay," M.O. Riverbliss nodded, her face full of smiles. Lin Ming's current achievements had already surpassed all of her expectations. Her heart was filled with anticipation for his future. M.O. Riverbliss sent out another sound transmission and had Island Master Shao Skywhite personally help to conceal the energy fluctuations of the world laws. "Little Snow, you were right. Lin Ming can really become a great world king in the future." Only become a great world king, M.O. Eversnow thought to herself, not responding. In truth, her ambitions for Lin Ming were much greater. A great world king was formidable, but M.O. Eversnow had already experienced a great world king, and that was her grandfather. As for M.O. Eversnow herself, if she hadn't experienced such tragedy in the past, then she too would have become a great world king. There was also Tian Mingzi. With his martial talent and cunning, he also had similar hopes of becoming a great world king. What M.O. Eversnow desired was to surpass a great world king. She thought that Lin Ming could break through the world king boundary in the future and become an Empyrean. The fabled Empyreans were the true gods of the divine realm. Countless years would pass before a single one was born, and the most outstanding among them could produce their own transcendent divine might. Even god-beasts had to submit before the might of an Empyrean. What sort of boundary was an Empyrean? In front of an Empyrean, even holy lords that controlled their own domain were nothing more than a gathering of ants. When speaking of an Empyrean, all martial artists in the divine realm and even the glorious world kings would also feel a deep reverence from their hearts. This was the same as a mortal being awed by a god. These aspirations were truly too great. Even Mo Eversnow didn't have full confidence that she could help Lin Ming become an Empyrean. She only had an idea of this, but she didn't say it out loud. This was because she knew such words would attract the ridicule of others. When talking to her auntie Mo Riverbliss, Mo Eversnow knew that she wouldn't be laughed at by her. At most, her auntie would urge her not to think of such unrealistic matters. Thus, Mo Eversnow had chosen to stay silent about this and keep this idea snugly suppressed at the bottom of her mind. Lin Ming, I have no idea what boundary you will arrive at in the future, but my destiny has already been tied to yours, and there is no way we can be divided any longer. Your future will also be my future. Mo Eversnow whispered in her heart. At this time, the origin energy cloud above Carefree Island had expanded to 81 miles. An 81-mile origin energy cloud that was a 27-layered Heaven's Ninefall. All of Carefree Island's elders were daunted by this sight. The origin energy cloud was simply expanding too quickly. None of them knew just how to react to this. Normally, when a genius crossed Ninefall, it was already extraordinary for them to produce more than one layered heavens. Every single higher layered heavens up meant far more unfathomable advantages. It meant greater potential, and it also meant that one's cultivation would reach a far higher boundary in the future. And for Lin Ming crossing Ninefall, the origin energy cloud was rapidly inflating. This wasn't rising by one layered heaven at a time, but rather by 3 layered heavens at a time. That meant that this origin energy cloud was expanding by 9 miles each time. Now, it had already reached a 27-layered heavens, an 81-mile origin energy cloud. The number 81 came from 9 times 9, 2 nines together. This itself contained the principles of the Great Tao. But this still wasn't the limit. At this time, Xiao Haogan's face was ashen. Although Xiao Haogan was aware that Lin Ming's combat strength far surpassed all other martial artists at his level, he subconsciously believed that the only reason Lin Ming was able to do so was because of all the heavenly materials used on his body. If these heavenly materials were given to him instead, and he could form a solid foundation in his youth like Lin Ming did, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach an absolute 3 levels Ninefall and show disdain for all other rivals of his generation. But now, as Xiao Haogan looked at that 81-mile origin energy cloud in the sky, his mind had gone utterly blank. Even calling Lin Ming a monstrous genius didn't do him justice. Not too far away from Xiao Haogan, Whitebrook's face was also fading like a dying fire. He couldn't imagine that Lin Ming would achieve such a scene underneath the Divine Sea. Once he stepped into the Divine Sea, just how dramatically would his combat strength rise? And when Lin Ming reached the middle divine transformation realm, Xiao Haogan feared that he would no longer be a match for him. With Lin Ming's cultivation speed, it might only take a dozen or so years for him to reach the middle divine transformation realm. In just a dozen some years, Lin Ming would have the ability to contend with him in frontal combat. In 20 years, Lin Ming would be able to kill him. In 30 years, Lin Ming would be able to instantly kill him like a tiny ant. Whitebrook found such a gap hard to accept. After all, Lin Ming was only a junior. 30 years from now, he would only be 60 years old. To martial artists that lived for an incomparably long time, 60 years was only the beginning of their lives. They still had their excellent golden years awaiting them. As for Whitebrook himself, he was already in his fading years. Towards Lin Ming, he felt nothing but absolute envy. The origin energy cloud expanded yet again. 28 layered heavens, 29 layered heavens, 30 layered heavens. At 30 layered heavens, a completely unexpected change occurred. A massive phantom appeared in the origin energy cloud in the sky, covering the entire land. Phenomenon? Is this another phenomenon? Heavens! This is the 3rd phenomenon. In just crossing Ninefall, there will be 3 phenomena. The elders and direct disciples of Carefree Island were speechless, no longer knowing what was happening. The reason that a phenomenon was called a phenomenon was that they were ridiculously rare. But with Lin Ming, these phenomena began to appear one after the other. The phantoms of the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower and the heretical God Sprout were completely covered inside this newly appeared phenomenon. The borders of this phenomenon gradually solidified until it seemed to become reality, forming a mysterious cube. This cube didn't emit the least bit of light. It looked simple and common, but it exuded a mystical and boundless aura. All sorts of lines appeared on this phantom. Some lines were dim and hazy, and some lines were clear. However, no matter how much one stared at these lines, it was impossible to grasp their path. They were baffling and incredible. As M.O. Eversnow and M.O. Riverbliss saw this cube phantom, both of them paled. This was a projection of the magic cube. They suddenly felt their hearts tighten and skip a beat. The magic cube contained endless amounts of secrets that none of them were able to explore now. Besides Tianmingzi, it was possible that none of the other great world kings or Empyreans knew of the existence of the magic cube. But if they were to find out and also lock onto the position of the magic cube, then the consequences would be inconceivably dire. The only silver lining was that none of the elders or disciples of Carefree Island knew what the magic cube was. As they looked at this strange phenomenon that presented itself in the world, they seemed at a loss. I will be responsible for resolving this matter. M.O. Riverbliss took a deep breath, her voice solemn. She was overjoyed that she had decided to cover all of Carefree Island with a massive concealing array formation. Otherwise, if these images were to spread out, then that would be dangerous. Although the chances were extremely slim that images of the magic cube would reach Tianmingzi, M.O. Riverbliss would take all precautions. She had already decided to use another spirit artifact scroll and ensure that no one would leak out any secrets or pictures of Lin Ming crossing Ninefall today. However, just as she spoke, she was stupefied. Her eyes widened like full moons. She gazed helplessly on as the magic cube phantom began to shrink a little. But beside the magic cube, a mysterious bead phantom appeared, existing side by side with the magic cube. And this still wasn't over. Just as that round bead appeared, another phantom appeared that was in the shape of a card, yet again standing side by side with the magic cube. There was a total of 3 objects. All 3 of these objects emitted a similar aura, shrouded in a dim haze. After appearing for just a fleeting moment, these phantoms disappeared into the nether. The many elders and disciples of Carefree Palace were flabbergasted. They only thought that this was one of the strange phenomena that appeared during Lin Ming's Ninefall and didn't care too much for it. After all, every extreme genius would produce different phenomena when crossing Ninefall. And it was also the first time that these people had seen a phenomenon appear during the crossing of Ninefall. It was normal if they couldn't understand what was happening. But M.O. Eversnow and M.O. Riverbliss were actually panic-stricken. They had never been as stunned as they were today. The Prime Emperor Lotus Flower and the heretical God Seed, 2 sets of transcendent divine mites, were covered up by the magic cube. But those 2 strange objects were able to stand side by side with the magic cube. Could it be that from the very start, the magic cube wasn't unique, but part of a set of 3? What were those other 2 things, and where would they be? Could they be in the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds, or perhaps some different universe? Or perhaps even in one of the countless divergent mystic realms scattered everywhere? Just how were these 3 things created? And how were they related? M.O. Eversnow stared unblinkingly at the space in the origin energy cloud where those 3 objects had appeared. They had happened for far too short of a time. She had only been able to see a single glimpse with nothing left behind. Although those 3 objects had different shapes, they emitted a similar aura that allowed M.O. Eversnow to ascertain that they came from the same source. She pursed her lips together and tightly gripped her hands. To her, the magic cube held far too profound a significance. In a way, the magic cube had caused the eventual annihilation of the verdant feather Holy Lands. But afterwards, the only reason that M.O. Eversnow had survived through certain death was that the magic cube had saved her. The reason that Lin Ming could also rise to his current level was the magic cube. Originally, she thought that the magic cube was a soul crystal left behind from the death of an existence that surpassed an extreme empyrean, a being that could be called a true divinity. But now, it seemed as if her speculations had been wrong. It was impossible for a soul crystal to simultaneously appear in these three strange shapes. Just what was this? M.O. Eversnow asked, lost in her thoughts. But at this time, a miserable scream dragged her back to reality. She looked over and saw that great Elder Xiao Haogan had spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. The array formation array disc underneath his feet suddenly shattered. Xiao Haogan was the main driving character, who managed the concealing array formation. At this time, he could no longer withstand the shock waves of energy coming from the world laws of Lin Ming's Ninefall and was hurtled backwards. Chapter 1122, Perfect Spirit Body. Chapter 1122, Perfect Spirit Body. M.O. Riverbliss's complexion changed. If there was some accident with the array formation and the phenomena from Lin Ming's Ninefall were revealed to the world, that would not be good for Carefree Island, which needed to be inconspicuous in this period of time. This was particularly true since there were projections of 2 sets of transcendent divine mites involved. M.O. Riverbliss's figure flashed, and she appeared at Xiao Haogan's original position. She formed runes in her hand, sending them out into the air again and again. The other elders had also reached their limit. Their true essence was in a miserable state. They had originally thought that it was overdoing it to have 12 elders work together to stabilize the array formation, but now they knew that the 12 of them actually weren't enough. Nobody thought that a mere junior crossing Ninefall would actually produce world laws that were strong to such an extent. In that vast origin energy cloud, it was unimaginable how much energy and how many world laws existed. None of them were able to resist it, and Xiao Haogan had been acting as the eye of this array formation. Thus he naturally bore the greatest brunt of the impact. Once the array formation had a problem, he would be the first one to be pushed out. M.O. Riverbliss was still at a half-step world king after all. Underneath her careful management, Lin Ming's Ninefall world phenomena were finally suppressed by the array formation. And at this time, Lin Ming's Ninefall had reached 32 layered heavens. At this stage, the speed at which the origin energy cloud was expanding had slowed. Even so, it still slowly spread out. 97 miles, 98 miles, all the way to 99 miles. At this time, the origin energy cloud finally stopped growing. 33 layered heavens. The 33 layered heavens were the 33 Akashic heavens. From the 18 heavens that diverged from the 9 firmaments, in addition to the 4 immaculate heavens, the 6 heavens of desire, the 4 Buddhist heavens, as well as the highest immortal heavens, that was a total of 33 heavens. 33 layered heavens. At this time, M.O. Eversnow's entire being shook. Even she didn't understand just where the limits of Ninefall lay. Stories and legends of the 33 layered heavens had existed for a long time, but M.O. Eversnow had never noticed that the 33 layered heavens corresponded to a 99-mile origin energy cloud. 9 through 9 returned to 1. After 99, the first Numa was 1, just like a cycle of samsara. The number 99 in itself contained the highest truths of the heavenly Tao. 9 was the extreme of all numbers, and 3 was the beginning of all numbers. It was said that the divine law gave birth to 1, 1 gave life to 2, 2 formed 3, and after 3 came all of life. Life carried yin and held yang, filled with energy and thoughts. The divine law gave birth to one meant that the heavenly Tao was the one true existence. The heavenly Tao was the source of all existence. One gave birth to two meant that the heavenly Tao evolved into yin and yang energies. Yin and yang energies were the source of all matter. Two forming three meant the contradictions that existed between yin and yang energies. This was the so-called charge. This charge could be understood as the interaction of yin and yang particles. This was also the ubiquitous power that existed in the universe. The three from after three came all of life wasn't just a random number. Rather, it was yin energy, yang energy, and charge. All three evolved together, forming the boundless universe. The divine realm had 3,000 great worlds. The lower realms contained triple thousand worlds. 1,000 times 1,000 times 1,000 worlds. There were 33 layered heavens, and the origin energy cloud could grow to 99 miles. In that moment, M.O. Eversnow seemed to become aware of something in her heart. She could deeply feel the perfection that was the heavenly Tao. Every tiny facet of the heavenly Tao was filled with reasoning and truth. Ninefall was the path a martial artist had to take to become divine. They had to accept the baptism of the heavenly Tao, which contained the greatest truths in the universe. By being able to withstand the baptism of all laws from the 33 layered heavens, the advantages Lin Ming would obtain could be imagined. Even M.O. Eversnow, who was simply watching, still obtained a certain awareness from witnessing the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Although she couldn't use this awareness to directly increase her strength and cultivation, in the future, if she was able to reform her body, then she could use this experience to enhance her training. In that instant, all of the power of blood within that sea-like origin energy cloud suddenly gathered together. In that massive vortex, all of the world law fragments in the origin energy cloud tumbled together, rolling up into the flesh and blood. The highest truths of the heavenly Tao formed lines that engraved themselves into the marrow. The law fragments evolved into runes that buried themselves deep in the flesh and blood. The laws are being swallowed too quickly, too easily. As the elders of Carefree Island saw, the massive amount of law fragments being swallowed up by Lin Ming like a whale drinking water. All of their eyes turned red with jealousy. These were law fragments from the 33 layered heavens, a perfect ninefall. There were countless truths and comprehensions contained within them. They were something that innumerable divine Lord powerhouses would never be able to perceive in their entire lives. But these laws were rapidly absorbed into Lin Ming's body in just a short several breaths of time. Even if he couldn't comprehend them now, they would help him break into the divine sea in the future. Afterwards, his comprehension of the laws would come at an astronomical speed. This was a great lucky chance that others would die for. This was the most important role of ninefall. The better a ninefall, the better foundation a martial artist would have for breaking into higher boundaries in the future. And Lin Ming's foundation was already as solid as the endless earth, not to mention a 100,000-foot tall building. Even a rolling green mountain 1,000 miles wide could easily lay upon it. At this time, Lin Ming was in a completely trance-like state, detached from the world around him. He constantly fused with the laws and energy, withstanding this once-in-a-lifetime lucky chance. This process continued for an unknown period of time. In that chaotic origin energy cloud that contained infinite law fragments, time seemed to lose all meaning. Lin Ming felt as if thousands of years passed through his mind, but all of that happened in just the blink of an eye. He had fully absorbed the world law fragments. Then his flesh and blood finally began to slowly condense. From a stream of blood, he slowly reformed his body. First was the spiritual sea. Lin Ming's consciousness gradually became clear, and his senses began to return to him. At this time, He felt as if he could discern every minute change in the world around him. He could feel everything outside of the origin energy cloud, grasping it all with utter clarity. He could sense the body of each disciple and elder of Carefree Island, making out their metabolism, blood flow, heartbeat, breathing. Everything fell into his senses. Ants coming and going, flowers blooming, the breeze blowing, the rain falling. As long as Lin Ming wished, all of this would be clearly reflected in his mind. Awareness of sense. This boundary suddenly appeared in Lin Ming's mind. He knew that his senses had undergone a heaven-shaking transformation. This naturally came from his soul reaching perfection after crossing 9 fall. The 7th, 8th, and 9th stages of life destruction were to temper the soul. After 9 fall, he would leave behind his common body, his soul force would reach the peak, and his senses would also become extremely perceptive. After this, if one reached yet a higher boundary, one would be able to clearly see the composition of a human's cells. And beyond that, for those Holy Lord and World King level powerhouses, they could even see the tiny particles that formed all matter. And deeper, beyond even that, there was the boundary of legends, where one could clearly see the internal structure of these tiny particles and even gaze upon the changes of yin and yang energies themselves. In the past, when Lin Ming mediated on the Chaos Stones in Totem Tower, he had relied upon the primordial martial intent to see the evolution of yin and yang energies, thus obtaining a tremendous advantage. If his senses became sharp enough, he could directly see the movements of yin and yang energy in matter itself. The benefits from this could be imagined. As Lin Ming's consciousness was alive and freed, he began to watch his own Dantian form. First was the black, whole revolving core. Before a martial artist reached the divine sea, they would have a revolving core. In front of Lin Ming, energy began to collapse as a massive amount of law fragments was sucked into the black hole revolving core, becoming a part of that glossy black crystal core. With this black hole revolving core as a foundation, Lin Ming's flesh and blood slowly condensed from organs, meridians, skeleton, fascia, muscles, limbs, skins, facial features to hair. Lin Ming's mortal body had completed its 9th reorganization, and also its last reorganization. The origin energy cloud swirled, the power of the stars, moon, and sun all gathered up, swelling through Lin Ming and washing every inch of his flesh and blood. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body shined with a brilliant glassy radiance. There wasn't the slightest impurity within his body. His aura was like that of a divine immortal fallen down from the highest heavens, proud and aloof, living apart from all of the world. The origin energy cloud naturally formed clothes that covered Lin Ming's body. By now, Lin Ming's body had reached perfection. It's over. This is Lin Ming's 9 fall, 33 layered heavens, a 99-mile origin energy cloud, Emma Riverbliss muttered to herself. She found this hard to believe, even after seeing it with her own eyes. The 33 layered heavens should be the peak of 9 fall. I never thought that Lin Ming dual-cultivated body and energy, although he was hindered a bit in his 9 fall because of the conflicts between the body transformation system and the essence gathering system, he actually obtained a tremendous advantage instead. The more accumulations he has, the greater the eruption will be. All around Carefree Island, many elders and direct disciples were still dazed. Everything that happened had simply been too shocking for them. In the opinion of Carefree Island's elders, the absolute 3 levels was already the limit of 9 fall, and everything beyond that was a legend of a legend. Even so, that was only 15 to 16 layered heavens. To them, being able to form a foundation of just a single layered heavens above that was an extraordinary accomplishment. But now Lin Ming had flipped over everything they had known. 33 layered heavens, the Akashic heavens. Lin Ming can truly become a great world king. To think I was able to witness the 9 fall of a great world king. Moreover, I even experienced life or death dangers with him in the red, desolate mystic realm. This is truly unbelievable, Ye Rosewater whispered. She found all of this hard to believe. In truth, although the mission into the red, desolate mystic realm had been filled with dangers, she and her subordinates had escaped safe and unscathed because of Lin Ming. Nothing that happened had gone beyond Lin Ming's control. Even White Mirror Jade's betrayal didn't faze him. At this time, the feelings in Ye Rosewater's heart were far too complex. It's finished. Lin Ming gripped his fists together, feeling his body filled with strength. His true essence had risen, his soul had become complete, and the laws had been engraved within him. This experience had deeply carved into him an appreciation for 9 fall, but now he felt as if something was wrong, as if something was missing. That's right. What about the world seed? After 9 fall, when a martial artist left their common mortal physique and began to develop a divine form, the symbol of this was that their dantian would open up into a world seed. In the future, when this martial artist became a divine sea master, this world seed would sprout and become a minor dimension. But now, Lin Ming didn't feel a world seed within his body. And at this time, Mo Eversnow looked up at that origin energy cloud. Her face was solemn and grim. How is this? The 9 fall is over. So how come there is still so much energy left in those origin energy clouds? And how come they haven't dispersed yet? Chapter 11:23, 5-element Grand Tribulation. Chapter 11:23, 5-element Grand Tribulation. Here, in the skies, the origin energy cloud was still tumbling, but no matter how much it condensed, it still wouldn't surpass 99 miles. And within it, changes were constantly occurring, as if the clouds were evolving. Lin Ming absorbed a massive amount of the power of laws within the origin energy cloud, but there was still a part of it that wasn't absorbed by Lin Ming and had remained within the origin energy cloud. Lin Ming's body was still soaking within the origin energy cloud, floating within it. Lin Ming finished his 9 fall. Why hasn't he come down yet? Carefree Island's elders were unsure of what was happening. As for Mo Eversnow, her delicate eyebrows were pressed together. She too had no idea what would happen after a perfect 33-layered heaven's life destruction. 5-colored lightning sparked in the skies. Then, a melodic sound like a grand morning bell burst out into the sky, echoing without end. This sort of sound was vast and ghostly, like a massive bronze bell ringing to the ends of the earth. As the disciples of Carefree Island heard this sound, they felt all of the blood within their bodies swell up. Their heartbeats drummed in rhythm to this divine sound, and a trace of enlightenment even occurred between every heartbeat. This sound it's the sound of the great Tao. There are far too many heavenly Tao laws gathered in the origin energy clouds. Thus they naturally formed the sound of the great Tao. What we've heard is just a tiny bit, and yet we can feel a portion of that enlightenment. As for Lin Ming himself, he directly withstood the baptism of the heavenly Tao laws. The advantages he obtained from this could be imagined. Several elders marveled out loud, their hearts filled with envy. Then, at this time, the sound of the great Tao suddenly changed. It was like a god was sitting atop a cloud playing a zither. Waves after waves of mysterious sounds surged outwards. Sometimes it was pitched and daring, like soldiers in the battlefield, trudging through war and mud. Sometimes it was light and sprightly, like rivers and mountains, beads dripping down from a jade plate. At times it was soft and mild, like the thick autumn rain, flowers falling and fading. Nobody was able to understand the meaning behind this mysterious sound, but as everyone was immersed in it, the origin energy cloud began to rise again and again, and the energy inherent within it became increasingly intense. Not just that, but the killing intent within that origin energy cloud became increasingly thick and heavy. Normally, when a martial artist crossed ninefall, the origin energy cloud they formed would come in bright, auspicious colors, reflecting the cultivation method or other aspects of that martial artist. This made it so that crossing ninefall was a vibrantly colorful time. But Lin Ming was just the opposite. The origin energy cloud he summoned was extremely gray and solemn, like chaos itself. Moreover, the origin energy cloud he formed was far heavier than one formed by a normal martial artist. This origin energy cloud seemed as if it were condensed from elementary grand mist energy, and it itself contained an eminent killing intent. And now this killing intent became so thick that it was substantializing, making everyone under it feel a great pressure. After Lin Ming crossed ninefall, not only did his origin energy clouds not scatter, but the energy within them only grew stronger. That is, the elders of Carefree Island widened their eyes. They were only able to stare helplessly on as a bolt of dazzling gold lightning lit up that origin energy cloud. This blazing light looked like a sun that was hidden in dark clouds. Mo Riverbliss's complexion immediately changed. She cried out in alarm. That isn't an origin energy cloud any longer. That is a catastrophic tribulation cloud. Ooh, what do you mean tribulation cloud? Xiao Skywhite asked from beside Mo Riverbliss. At this time, he was working together with her to conceal the energy fluctuations from the world laws. The origin energy cloud has evolved into a tribulation cloud. 33 layered heavens, 99-mile origin energy cloud. 9 through 9 returns to 1. Lin Ming's ninefall has reached the peak of perfection. The heavenly Tao will not abide his continued existence. Thus, a tribulation cloud was formed. Before Mo Riverbliss finished speaking, the golden light hidden with the clouds turned into a sharp gold sword that suddenly shot towards Lin Ming. Thunder tribulation, Xiao Skywhite yelled out, his eyes widened like moons. No, metal tribulation. From the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, metal was placed first. It was the firmest element, and also the most severe. This sword appeared hundreds of thousands of feet long. It was like the divine weapon of an Empyrean, chopping straight down at Lin Ming. Kacha! The golden sword cut down onto Lin Ming's body. His body suddenly shook, but the unforeseen sound of metal striking metal sounded out. Lin Ming's body burst out with heated and dazzling sparks, and underneath him, a fissure thousands of feet long was cut into the earth, forming an unfathomable abyss. As the elders and direct disciples of Carefree Island saw the terrifying abyss that this gold sword had formed in the earth, and then saw Lin Ming still floating in the skies, completely fine, all of them gulped, their throats twitching. In resisting the metal tribulation, a 1,000-foot fissure had appeared in the earth, but Lin Ming himself was all right. Was he even human? Even a block of divine metal wasn't so hard. After the first golden sword cut down from the skies, more and more blazing gold blades fell down from the tribulation cloud, completely enveloping Lin Ming in a rain of gold. Gold light shined everywhere, horrifying to the extreme. Looking from afar, Lin Ming was extremely small compared to the infinite vastness of the world. He was swallowed up by that tide of golden energy, crossing ninefall and meeting a grand tribulation of the 5 elements. I've never heard of this before. Mo Riverbliss was panic-stricken. Whether it was thunder tribulation or 5-element tribulation, all of it was the power of heavenly tribulation. In this world, when something was born that surpassed the highest truths of the heavenly Tao, that existence would draw heavenly tribulation upon itself. For instance, when a monster reached a point in its martial path where it would obtain enlightenment, or when a top divine weapon spirit artifact was forged, or when a transcendent divine pill was born, or even when a transcendent divine might was created, all of that could summon the wrath of heavenly tribulation to the world. And now, Lin Ming had studied 2 transcendent divine mights. In addition to that, he dual-cultivated body and energy, a process that already violated the current heavenly Tao laws of the universe. And there was the magic cube, an existence that defied the will of the heavens. Moreover, Lin Ming's ninefall had crossed a 33-layered heavens and produced a 99-mile origin energy cloud. In this situation, it was normal for him to stir up heavenly tribulation, 5-element tribulation. Lin Ming, he Shao Skywhite paled. This would be fine if it were ordinary thunder tribulation, but 5-element tribulation represented the 5 source energies that formed all life in the universe. How could heavenly tribulation using this sort of power possibly be crossed easily? If Lin Ming can pass this, it will also be another great lucky chance for him. Lin Ming is too monstrous a genius. There are 4 or 5 aspects of him that are able to spur heavenly tribulation. All of that added up means that Lin Ming's heavenly tribulation will be beyond terrifying. No one could help someone resist heavenly tribulation. That person could only withstand the wrath of the heavenly Tao themselves. The powerful had the ability to resist a strong heavenly tribulation, but at the same time, their great strength would lead to an even more violent heavenly tribulation. As M.O. Riverbliss spoke, the blades of golden light that filled the world had already created a blindingly incandescent golden sea. Each blade of light had the strength to shear off a mountaintop and sunder the earth. Bang! Lin Ming's body had to bear thousands of metal tribulations at the same time. His protective true essence directly exploded, and the metal tribulation cut into his flesh and blood. Pung! 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 After absorbing the dragon bone relics, Lin Ming's body had become as hard as divine iron. Even so, the gold tribulation of this heavenly tribulation was far too strong, and there was far too much. The blades chopped through Lin Ming's flesh, causing blood to spill out. Soon after, Lin Ming was completely swallowed up by that golden light. Looking at just that terrifying power and momentum, one could imagine that massive calamity Lin Ming had to resist. The 5-element heavenly tribulation represented the will of the heavenly Tao. The power of heavenly tribulation was specifically designed to kill geniuses, to kill those that dared defy the will of the heavens. In this case, how could it be easy for anyone to contend with it? Massive gashes thousands of feet long covered the ground. The earth was torn full of holes. Yi Rosewater watched with her own eyes as a palace of Carefree Island was struck by one of those golden blades and immediately fell apart. Yi Rosewater acknowledged that she could resist at most 2 or 3 of those metal tribulations. But to resist hundreds or thousands of these golden swords, how could a mere life-destruction martial artist still live amongst them? Everyone held their breath. At this time, Lin Ming's prestige in the hearts of Carefree Island's elders had completely turned around. Beside characters like Xiao Haogan and White Brook, who had dark intentions in their minds, all of the other elders hoped that Lin Ming could truly complete his ninefall, becoming a great world king in the future and bringing glory back to their Carefree Island. Before the appearance of the 33-layered heavens, a great world king was a legend. But for Lin Ming to reach 33-layered heavens in his ninefall, that was a legend among legends. It was extremely likely he would become a great world king, determining which was more valuable between such a genius and a heaven-step treasure like the 10-severing Tao fruit tree. The elders could clearly differentiate between them. Just as Yi Rosewater was thinking, she actually saw that within that sea of golden light formed by countless golden blades, a deep red lotus began to sprout, recklessly blooming. This red lotus was red to the point of being eye-catching, red to the point of being blindingly dazzling. The The glorious aura that came out from this red lotus belonged to that of a great emperor, the prime emperor lotus flower. Facing this terrifying metal tribulation, Lin Ming had decisively opened the grand mist space. In that instant, the world seemed to return to its most primordial time with a hazy grand mist energy floating about. As the red lotus bloomed, the surging golden sea seemed to be split apart. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Ming reappeared in everyone's sight. His entire body was covered with blood. Even with the grand mist space, the metal tribulation still rampantly cut down on his body, lacerating his skin and tearing his flesh. His protective true essence wasn't able to block it at all. And this was Lin Ming, someone who had fused with the supreme dragon bone. Any other martial artist would have long since been sliced to shreds and suffered a miserable death. My bones are all right, but too much of my skin and too many muscles have been torn. Lin Ming examined his body. Although an alarming amount of blood was flowing out, there weren't any injuries to his bones or organs. Lin Ming's strongest defense lay in his bones. As long as his bones were safe, then Lin Ming could rely on the power of blood vitality he obtained after absorbing the Azure Dragon bone marrow to restore his wounds in several quarter hours. However, the heavenly Tao laws would never give Lin Ming such a long time to recover. After the gold tribulation passed, a deep green light began to seethe within the tribulation clouds. The vast energy of the wilderness and nature surged outwards, condensing into light green rain that poured all over Carefree Island, like a summertime deluge. Even the spirit plants in the medicinal fields began to rapidly grow as all plant life glowed with infinite vitality. Lingji, snow lotuses, ginseng, every precious herb began to grow like weeds, as if thousands of years were passing with every single breath. If any of these common herbs were placed in the mortal world, they would be priceless treasures. But here they grew like grass everywhere. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't relax because of such a beautiful and vibrant spring scene. He was very clear in his heart that this was with tribulation. Bang! The ground below Lin Ming suddenly exploded. Dozens, hundreds of giant roots rose into the sky, wrapping around him. Lin Ming stayed vigilant, unmoving like a mountain. Grand mist space crazily radiated out from his body. After these roots flew into the grand mist space, they were rapidly melted away by the laws. Even so, a massive number of roots fell onto Lin Ming, tying him up in countless layers. With tribulation, roots of the world. Chapter 1124, Brutal. Chapter 1124, Brutal. In the five elements, would origin energy had the attribute of growing endlessly. As Lin Ming was wrapped in these world roots, he suddenly drew out the Phoenix blood spear. Although his entire body was bathed in blood at this time, his combat strength was still in its peak state. Not only did his blood vitality not show the slightest hint of diminishing, it actually billowed forth like a rocket, hurtling through the endless skies. Ca. With a wave of the Phoenix blood spear, a massive amount of sharp wood attribute world roots were cut off. However, more and more world roots shot up from the ground, coiling around Lin Ming's body like countless threads of twine. Ka, ka, ka. All of Lin Ming's joints emitted explosive crackling sounds. These world roots held unimaginable power within them. Even a saint artifact would have been instantly twisted to scrap. Phoenix blood essence, burn for me! Lin Ming roared. From inside his body, the Phoenix blood essence lit up. A blazing golden light burst out from between his eyebrows, and a dark gold phoenix phantom appeared behind Lin Ming, spreading out its wings wide. The first three level concepts of fire had been fused together into one. After Lin Ming absorbed a massive amount of heavenly Tao law fragments from his ninefall, even though he hadn't had time to thoroughly digest them, he had still unknowingly fused together the fourth-level concept of fire. The raging fire burnt through these world roots, scorching away their tenacity. At this time, Lin Ming opened all 6 gates, and with a sudden eruption of strength, all of these world roots were broken apart by Lin Ming. This is too terrifying. He is simply an ancient beast in human skin. He's lost so much blood and is wounded all over, yet he doesn't seem affected at all. His blood vitality is still soaring to the heavens, and his combat strength is still at its peak. His endurance and recovery ability would leave anyone breathless with disbelief. There were hundreds of those metal tribulation swords, and now there are over 1,000 of these world roots, each metal tribulation blade, and world root has the strength to massacre an early Divine Sea powerhouse, or even a middle Divine Sea genius. With 1,000 to 2,000 of these terrifying calamities headed his way, the strength of them added together is incredible. Yet, all of it was forcefully shouldered by Lin Ming. He must have consumed so much energy, and yet his true essence doesn't seem to have reduced at all. As everyone was speaking, the heavenly tribulation changed once again. It no longer came one at a time, but now 2 of them arrived together. This was dual water and fire tribulation. If it was just fire tribulation, then Lin Ming wouldn't care. But now, water tribulation was added on. Water and fire dual tribulation. Flames flew out from the clouds, forming a massive flame dragon that wildly soared through the air. It flowed from side to side, its body thicker than a water tank. And on the other side was a blue water frost dragon. This water frost dragon had a terrifying impact force and corrosiveness, able to drown out all true essence. The fire and water dragons issued deafening roars as they hurtled towards Lin Ming. This was a completely overwhelming and bewildering attack. By now, Lin Ming had experienced 2 great battles, and he hadn't even had a moment to catch his breath. Suddenly, he was engulfed by the flames. His entire body became a man-shaped pillar of fire that was surrounded by the blue water frost dragon. 2 cold and hot energies simultaneously invaded Lin Ming's body. With Lin Ming's body as a battlefield, they began a brutal battle. The metal tribulation and wood tribulation had attacked the exterior of Lin Ming's reformed body, but this fire tribulation and water tribulation had entered through his meridians, wanting to crush his dantian. Heretical god Sprout. Lin Ming's mind moved. The heretical god Sprout began to emit layers upon layers of brilliant divine light. Compressed true essence howled out, and those 3 flame leaves burst into radiance, magnifying each other and suppressing the raging flames within him. The heretical god Sprout was truly worthy of being called a transcendent divine might. It was even able to suppress the power of heavenly retribution to a certain degree. But that water tribulation was somewhat difficult for Lin Ming to withstand. The intense corrosive strength flooded through him, causing Lin Ming's flesh to wither. The pain from having his organs washed through with such acidic water could be imagined. If it were a normal martial artist in his place, then their bones would have long since melted from the acidic water, and they would have turned into a puddle of bloody goo. Even if it were Lin Ming, his entire body was still racked with pain. Not only did this water tribulation contain a deeply corrosive power, but it represented the most extreme polar cold, a cold that was colder than Arctic ice. Lin Ming's blood began to freeze over, and his wounds were frozen solid with layers of ice. With slicing sounds, thorns of ice formed from within his body, piercing through his skin and organs, making blood spill out. Lin Ming once again burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix. The blazing and roiling phoenix blood forcefully expelled the water tribulation. However, before the water tribulation left, the ground below Lin Ming once again began to tremble. From the ground that was riddled with fissures, even larger cracks began to appear with alarming speed. Massive stone golems began to crawl out from these cracks. These stone golems were each the size of a hill, although they didn't have any true essence. Their physical strength had a force of tens of millions of genes. A single punch from them could collapse a mountain before one wave ended. Another wave had arrived. This was Earth tribulation. As the elders of Carefree Island saw this scene, all of them gasped, who could still live through this? Mo River Bliss clenched her hands together. Seeing this scene, even she felt her palms turn wet with nervous sweat. The existence of heavenly tribulation was not to temper and give lucky chances to those monstrous geniuses that had dared to violate the edicts of the heavenly Tao. Rather, it was the ultimate command to destroy them. Heavenly tribulation was not easy to overcome. Although it could be said to be an injustice to perish beneath heavenly tribulation, it wasn't uncommon at all. Lin Ming, you must persist, Mo Riverbliss said with bated breath. She was unable to calm her mood any longer. And beside her, although the usually tranquil Mo Eversnow had managed to maintain an appearance of calm, she was still wringing her hands together. Now Lin Ming could be said to be resisting three kinds of catastrophes. He burnt the ancient phoenix blood, opened the heretical god force, and displayed the grand Miss Space. He had completely used all of his ultimate master moves. Blood rained to the ground. His entire body was covered with horrifying wounds, and vicious ice crystals pierced through his skin. Lin Ming's body was like a broken bag of blood. It was difficult to look straight at him. He forcefully used the heretical god sprout to suppress the power of fire, and then used the power of fire to dissolve the ice crystals in his body. Finally, he flourished the phoenix blood spear, and with his formidable physical strength alone, he shot towards the stone golems. At this time, his inner true essence had become mixed up into a completely chaotic mess. He was unable to summon even the tiniest bit of it. All he could depend on was his own physical strength. Celestial Tyrant Manual. 100-layered waves. Lin Ming shouted out loud, and blue veins bulged up on his forehead. He opened all 6 gates and revolved their strength to the limit. These stone golems each had tens of millions of genes of strength. They hurtled towards Lin Ming with crushing brute force. This was a head-on matchup of savagery. Bang! The first stone golem was smashed apart by Lin Ming's spear. Although Lin Ming's physical strength amounted to a dozen-plus million genes, by using the Celestial Tyrant Manual's 100-layered waves, his strength could rise to an astonishing 30 to 50 million genes. This simply isn't human at all. This was the second time that this Carefree Island elder had said these words. As he saw Lin Ming smash apart a stone golem with brute strength, he was simply floored. The flow of true essence within Lin Ming's body had reversed, and his body simultaneously contained fire and water tribulations. He wasn't even able to suppress his wounds. All of an ordinary martial artist's meridians would have been torn, and they would have died at this point, let alone continuing to fight. But as for Lin Ming, he forcefully resisted all this and shattered the Earth Tribulation Stone Golem. As Lin Ming smashed apart the first stone golem, he could feel a great vibrating strength transmit up his arms, nearly causing the web of his palms to split open. However, this agonizing pain actually caused Lin Ming to fall into an even greater fighting craze. Smash, smash, smash. The spear itself was a weapon meant for head-on battles, the only weapon that could sweep apart a battalion of 1,000 soldiers was the spear. A military general, no matter what circumstances in which they were fighting, would only use a spear, a lance, a great dragon crescent blade, or an overlord halberd. This was because these weapons contained a great might and required immense strength. If one were to hold a spear and smash downwards, how could a mere single-handed sword block it? In a situation of similar strength, one would only be able to avoid. This was because if a sword was used to resist such an attack, it wouldn't be enough even if someone grasped the sword with both hands. Kacha! Kacha! Stone golems were pulverized into pieces one at a time. Lin Ming's blood vessels continued to tear apart even as the power of raging fire and freezing ice battled within his body. For him to still be able to display such a fierce combat strength in this situation was both thrilling and horrifying. This savage and crazy fight lasted for almost half an incense stick of time. The 100-plus stone golems were completely demolished by Lin Ming, with nothing left behind but crushed stones. Underneath Lin Ming, a mountain of rocks was formed. As for Lin Ming, he stood atop this rock mountain and supported himself with the phoenix blood spear. The strong winds blew past him, sending strands of his hair fluttering in the wind. At this time, dyed crimson, he was like a war god of blood, causing those who saw him to shiver from their souls. In this instant, everyone was astounded. It wasn't solely Lin Ming's strength, but his indomitable spirit, his tenacity for battle, and his will that seemed as if it could conquer the heavens. The elders of Carefree Island widened their eyes. Even someone like Xiao Haogan, who hated Lin Ming, couldn't help but acknowledge that the magnitude of Lin Ming's current achievements wasn't just because he had many lucky chances, but because his will far surpassed all common sense. The heavenly tribulation is it over? Yi Rosewater looked at Lin Ming, her heart racing. Currently, there was not a single part of Lin Ming's body that was unharmed. He was dyed with blood, and he looked like an Azura devil that had risen from hell. If a mortal woman were to see Lin Ming now, they would blanch, possibly even fainting. But for Yi Rosewater, as Lin Ming's appearance fell into her eyes, she actually felt as if Lin Ming was filled with infinite charm, leaving a heart-palpitating experience in her mind that would never be erased. A martial artist's looks could be altered using specific cultivation methods. One wouldn't even be able to sense their original appearance with divine sense. They could even restore their youthful appearance by consuming a part of their cultivation. Moreover, because a martial artist's body was tempered by energy again and again, there didn't exist many martial artists that were too ugly. Thus, ugliness and beauty were not what martial artists searched for when seeking a lifelong companion. What they looked at was a person's will, their talent, experience, and all sorts of other intrinsic things. Even though the current Lin Ming's appearance was ferocious without the tiniest bit of handsomeness to be found, his hot-blooded aura of invincibility, his tenacious and unyielding outline, all of that deeply imprinted itself into Yi Rosewater's heart. And perhaps it wasn't just Yi Rosewater who felt this way too. The heavenly tribulation is over. Lin Ming's life force is already extremely weak, bearing the dual water and fire tribulations, and also fighting the stone golems isn't something that a human should be able to accomplish. Lin Ming has overdrawn his vitality. I'm afraid he's in a dangerous situation. Lin Ming's blood vitality was indeed weak. Nearly all of his blood had been drained out, and at this time, Lin Ming suddenly turned around. A brilliant light flashed in his pupils. Within Lin Ming's body, the dragon marrow began to quietly stir, creating fresh blood. All of the blood vitality within Lin Ming's body began to slowly burn. What kind of freakish life vitality is this? Even at the point when he's a lamp without oil, he's still able to recover. Heavens! His injuries are restoring themselves. This is simply a miracle. Chapter 11:25. 9 by 9 Life Destruction. Chapter 11:25. 9 by 9 Life Destruction. Starlight shined from the heavens. Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear, his long hair recklessly fluttering in the wind as blood vitality surged within him. From all around, the elders of Carefree Palace fell into a deep silence. Lin Ming had really crossed the 5-element grand tribulation. He had done so by relying on his powerful vitality as well as his enduring willpower. Now his blood and flesh began to regenerate as his wounds slowly healed over. He's crossed the 5-element grand tribulation. Although Lin Ming was seriously injured, once he recovers, his benefits will be enormous. This is truly incredible. For Lin Ming to arrive at this step is not just a perfect ninefall, but something that exists even beyond ninefall, giving him more and more benefits. M.O. Riverbliss's voice shivered as she spoke. This was just like an imperial civil service examination of the mortal world. Lin Ming had crossed ninefall and had reached 33 layered heavens. This could be considered a perfect score. This was enough to become the #1 scholar of the land. But above a perfect score were additional subjects. The 5-element tribulation that Lin Ming passed could be considered equal to these additional subjects. For Lin Ming, to reach this step could be said to be serendipity. This was not something that a genius could do if they wished it. One needed countless lucky chances aligning together to produce this opportunity. It was not an event that could be repeated. The magic cube, 2 sets of transcendent divine mights, and a dual body and energy cultivation with the first 6 of the 8 inner hidden gates opened. Each step Lin Ming took could be called perfection. Only by having all of these together was he able to galvanize the heavenly tribulation against him. From the time that Lin Ming was at the Hotian realm, the resources he had consumed were several boundaries above what the average martial artist at his realm should have needed. When he was at the body training boundary, he used the revolving core realm's shattered demon heart crystal. When he was at the Hotian realm, he used the life destruction realm's nirvana dragon root. When he was at the Xiantian realm, he used the divine sea realm's heaven step demon godbone. When he was at the revolving core realm, he used up a massive volume of resources that even a divine kingdom would find hard to withstand. And now, at the life destruction realm, he used the phoenix blood, essence, and 10-severing Tao fruit tree that would move a holy lord. And there was also the supreme dragon bone that would drive a world king powerhouse insane with jealousy. All of those lucky chances had accumulated along the way, and now they had all exploded together, leading to Lin Ming's current achievement. World Seed. World Seed. Lin Ming closed his eyes, casting his sense through his body. He didn't find the World Seed, but he did discover that in withstanding the 5-element tribulation, his willpower had risen to another level. Unknowingly, his elementary gold battle spirit seemed as if it would break through its shackles and reach the small success gold level. My World Seed. Lin Ming faintly frowned. Then he looked up at the sky, seeming to realize something. Dark clouds surged above him, the energy still gathering as before. It's still not over. Lin Ming's mind shook. As he discovered this anomaly, so did M.O. Riverbliss and M.O. Eversnow. They looked up at that tribulation cloud and cried out in alarm. The heavenly tribulation hasn't ended. It's not just the 5-element tribulation of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There is also wind and thunder. That tribulation cloud still contains the energies of wind and thunder. The 5 elements were considered to be metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and often wind and thunder were placed among them. But the truth was that wind and thunder didn't belong to the 5 elements. Rather, they belonged to the 8 trigrams. The heavenly tribulation formed from these 2 energies was even fiercer than the 5 elements tribulation, especially thunder tribulation. That was the main form of heavenly tribulation. In the fables, thunder was the power of heavenly retribution wielded by the divine gods as they punished all who violated heaven's will. M.O. Eversnow gazed at the tribulation cloud in the sky that was becoming increasingly thick and strong. She grimly said, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 elements tribulation, as well as tribulations of wind and thunder, for a total of 7 different kinds. Perhaps 7 different variations of tribulation isn't the limit. 3 represents the beginning and 9 represents the limit. This is why life destruction takes 3 as a unit and 9 as perfection. When some unparalleled great monsters cross tribulation, they often have to cross 9 levels of heavenly tribulation. Perhaps what Lin Ming has to experience is not only wind and thunder, but 2 more tribulations after that, for a total of 9 tribulations. 2 more tribulations. This is M.O. Riverbliss was stunned, but she also agreed with M.O. Eversnow's thoughts. Throughout the whole and complete journey of a martial artist's life destruction, they had to cross life destruction 9 different times. Every 3 stages of life destruction was a division. The first 3 stages of life destruction were the division of essence. Essence was the flesh and blood, and also the formation of the mortal body. The second 3 stages of life destruction were the division of energy. Energy meant the reformation of the Dantian. Finally, the last 3 stages of life destruction were the division of the divine. The divine meant the soul, and was also the reformation of the soul. Each division took 3 as a unit, for a total of 9. They were respectively the tempering of essence, energy, and divine, 3 different types. As for the final 9th stage of life destruction, it also took 3 as a unit. Each layered heavens was represented by 3 miles. The lowest 9 fall would produce a 3-mile origin energy cloud, and every rank upwards increased by another 3 miles. After reaching the 33 layered heavens, there would be a 99-mile origin energy cloud. This was the extreme of both 3 and 9, embodying the perfection of heavenly Tao everywhere. Now that Lin Ming was crossing heavenly tribulation in an incomparably perfect situation, he wouldn't stop at just 7 variations of tribulation. It should be a total of 9 times. As M.O. Riverbliss saw each heavenly tribulation that Lin Ming faced become increasingly strong, she had no idea just how mighty the last 2 tribulations would be. What Lin Ming is crossing is not some normal 9 fall. Every heavenly tribulation he crosses is a baptism of his body, his true essence, his soul, and even his will. Every tribulation he crosses could be considered a minor stage of life destruction. Lin Ming's 9 fall is not a simple 9th stage life destruction, but can be considered 9 by 9 life destruction. Life destruction took 9 as the peak. It was impossible for there to be 10 stages of life destruction because that would violate the rules of the heavenly Tao. However, between 9 and 10 also existed 9 by 9 numbers. This was also 9 by 9 life destruction, the limit of all limits. 9 by 9 life destruction. That was a completely different form of life destruction. As M.O. Riverbliss and M.O. Eversnow were speaking, the great tribulations of wind and thunder had arrived. Streams of tribulation wind rushed down, as black as ink. They were like vicious black flood dragons, growling and clawing all over. They emitted ghostly screams, as if countless miserable souls were contained within them. Such wind caused one's scalp to tingle. This was more terrifying than the space storm experienced by someone ascending from the lower realms to the divine realm. And following hot behind, this wind tribulation was thunder tribulation. This thunder tribulation was already difficult to describe. All that was visible was a vast purple sea with countless arcs of lightning flashing within it. This purple sea covered all of Carefree Palace. Between the heavens and earth, all that existed was this blinding and glorious purple light. The tribulations of wind and thunder erupted at the same time. Puff! All around Carefree Palace, the elders that were responsible for managing the array formation suddenly shook. The array discs beneath them exploded into powder, and they vomited blood as they flew backwards. Even M.O. Riverbliss paled. She was forced back again and again. The power of the heavenly Tao cut apart all cages and shackles. No one was able to help Lin Ming cross his tribulation. Even if they were only trying to withstand the energy shockwaves of the heavenly Tao, they could still suffer a gruesome backlash. This was not a matter of cultivation. the stronger a person was, the stronger the power of heavenly tribulation they would have to withstand. However, the heavenly Tao would not obliterate all existences that violated its rules with supreme and unstoppable power. As the saying went, the heavens would never cut off all exits. The heavenly Tao would always leave behind the slimmest chance of survival. These were the heavenly Tao laws, sacred and inviolable. Even so, the heavenly Tao allowed challengers, and those with surpassing strength could even defy the will of the heavens. From this, one could see that the heavenly Tao was filled with contradictions. It was impossible to speculate on the workings behind it. This is bad. As M.O. Riverbliss was forced back, her thoughts linked to Carefree Palace. She used the power of Carefree Palace and opened up the island's great protective array. By now, she finally understood that it was impossible to confine the heavenly Tao energy from Lin Ming Crossing Ninefall. If she tried, she would suffer a counterattack from the heavenly Tao. All she could do now was activate the island's great protective array formation and conceal the entire area, having all of Carefree Island vanish for a period of time. She could only hope that no Supreme Elder happened to pass by the red, desolate sea. Otherwise, they would inevitably see the strangeness occurring at Carefree Island. This power, the power of the heavenly Tao, this is not something that a human can contend with. As the elders of Carefree Island saw even M.O. Riverbliss receive a minor wound due to a backlash from the heavenly Tao, all of them cried out in alarm. In their eyes, M.O. Riverbliss was a godlike character. They turned to that terrifying wind and thunder tribulation that blotted out the sky. It was like the end of times was arriving at their doorstep. Was this really something that a human could resist? Will Lin Ming perish here? Although everyone was perfectly aware that Lin Ming's strength was extraordinary, none of the elders could maintain their confidence in him as they gazed up at that terrifying heavenly tribulation. Before they could think further, Lin Ming was already swallowed up by that wind and thunder tribulation. Underneath the vast might of heaven, Lin Ming was like a piece of cotton fluff caught up in a giant summer storm, unworthy and insignificant. Blood of the ancient phoenix combust. Heretical god force erupt. Lin Ming put forth his full effort. Behind him, the prime emperor lotus flower appeared, a deep red like it had just drunk its fill of blood. It began to bloom in vivid beauty. This prime emperor lotus flower was similarly swallowed up by the wind and thunder tribulations. The power of the heavenly Tao was irresistible, unstoppable. Before the heavenly Tao laws, the strength of the living seemed far too weak and fragile. Hurry and retreat. Retreat. The elders and direct disciples of Carefree Island all withdrew as they faced this thunder tribulation, lest they be touched by it. This was heavenly tribulation brought about by that monstrous genius Lin Ming. Without needing to say it, those direct disciples knew that if they were even scratched by this power, they would turn to dust. As for the many elders, none of them dared to allow the heavenly tribulation near their bodies. Although they far surpassed Lin Ming in strength, this heavenly tribulation was not any ordinary kind of energy. If they were to touch it and offend its glorious majesty, it would surely lead to a mutation in the heavenly tribulation, and that backlash would fall upon them. The higher their cultivation was, the stronger the heavenly tribulation would become. This was why cultivation was useless in front of heavenly tribulation. None of them believed that their talent could be compared with Lin Ming's in any way. The heavenly tribulation that he aroused could truly be described as an apocalyptic hell. Carefree Island's main island had already been overturned by the heavenly tribulation. A massive number of palaces and pavilions were left in complete ruins by the wind and thunder tribulation. Carefree Palace's buildings and spirit trees, once swept by the black tribulation wind, would immediately turn to ash. As for that tribulation thunder, it would leave behind sundered and scorched earth wherever it went. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled. Massive swathes of land turned into dust, completely disintegrated. Giant gaping chasms appeared in the ground, slowly filling with water and forming massive lakes. Underneath this stifling dark purple apocalyptic scene, no one was able to use their divine sense to investigate what was happening within the wind and thunder tribulation. Even M.O. Eversnow and M.O. Riverbliss were no exception. They waited for half an incense stick of time. Finally, the wind and thunder tribulation began to slowly die down until it completely faded away. The energy between the heavens and earth gradually dissipated as everything returned to quiet. As for where Lin Ming was standing before, there was nothing left there but a fathomless hole. Everyone couldn't help but look at that hole. Lin Ming, he's still standing there. Heavens! He. All of Carefree Island's disciples cried out in horror. Even Rosewater subconsciously covered her mouth, her lips and fingers shaking. Her heart was filled with both concern and chaos. Even someone with tough nerves like Rosewater didn't dare look down. Chapter 11:26, Boiling with Blood. Chapter 11:26, Boiling with Blood. At this time, Lin Ming was half buried in scorched earth and his body was charred black. His flesh body had withered away. This was the result of the black wind tribulation blowing over him. If this wind tribulation blew through a mountain peak, it would turn that mountain peak into powder. If it blew upon a normal martial artist, that martial artist would completely dry out, leaving nothing but a mummified husk behind. Like this, that wind tribulation had poured into Lin Ming's body. His long hair had withered away and his skin had ruptured, scorched. Flakes of burnt skin floated into the wind, turning into dust that fell down. The reason that Lin Ming ended up in such a situation was 90% because of the wind tribulation, with the twin wind and thunder tribulations. The majority of the thunder tribulation had been suppressed by the heretical god Sprout. Otherwise, the situation would have been devastating. The heretical god force was truly worthy of being called a transcendent divine might. A normal cultivation method followed the heavenly Tao laws to display a semblance of combat strength, and even a peak heaven step cultivation method was only able to apply the heavenly Tao laws to the extreme. However, only a transcendent divine might was able to control the heavenly Tao to a certain degree. It was a cultivation method capable of altering the heavenly Tao. A cultivation method of this rank was in itself a violation of the universe and an existence that angered the heavenly Tao. It was an ability that controlled the heavenly Tao and used it as a tool. So how could a transcendent divine might not stir the rage of the heavenly Tao? Thus, when a transcendent divine might was born unto the world, it would also bring upon itself heavenly tribulation. Only when the transcendent divine might survived the heavenly Tao would it truly be considered alive. The heretical god force was a transcendent divine might, and thus able to change the heavenly Tao to a certain extent. It was a cultivation method capable of suppressing heavenly tribulation. Its existence had already allowed Lin Ming to suppress the fire tribulation and thunder tribulation by 70 to 80%. Otherwise, Lin Ming would probably have died by now. This was because the fire tribulation and thunder tribulation had occurred at the same time as other tribulations in the water and fire dual tribulations and the wind and thunder dual tribulations, with the heretical god Sprout suppressing one side. This allowed Lin Ming to wholeheartedly deal with the other. Even so, Lin Ming had reached the limits of his strength. Is Lin Ming dying? All around Lin Ming, the elders of Carefree Island looked at each other with dawning horror. If Lin Ming died, then that would truly be a joke. Such a genius, with so many heavenly materials invested in him, was finally cut down by heavenly tribulation. If that wasn't a joke, then what was? He's not dead. His body still contains a deep vitality. Moreover, it's even slowly restoring itself. Heavens! A normal life destruction martial artist would have died long before becoming like this. Yet Lin Ming is still living. What sort of life force is this? The elders of Carefree Island shouted out. From Lin Ming's originally deathly body, they could feel a surge of blood energy. Although it was weak, it was truly there. As time passed, his life force became increasingly strong, actually boosting the development of new flesh and blood. Lin Ming passed. He finally crossed this heavenly tribulation. An elder happily said, "Not true. Look above. That tribulation cloud is still there. Perhaps there is still something else." What? No, that's impossible. If that's true, then Lin Ming will really die. For a monstrous genius like Lin Ming, the destiny gathered upon his body is unfathomable. He's someone who will become a great world king in the future. So how could he possibly die to heavenly tribulation? Don't underestimate heavenly tribulation. That is the power of the heavenly Tao. In the legends, there were peerless geniuses and unsurpassed treasures that were destroyed by heavenly tribulation. The heavenly Tao will not brook the existence of anything that is too perfect. If something is too perfect, then they will possibly be able to reverse the heavenly Tao in the future. Lin Ming is such an existence that surpasses perfection. These elders fervently discussed. At this time, M.O. Eversnow and M.O. Riverbliss both held their breath, their beautiful eyes wide, as they stared at the tribulation clouds. At this time, they no longer assumed that they were going to get lucky. This was because the tribulation cloud did not disperse. Rather, it began saving energy. It was certain that 9 different heavenly tribulations would come. The key question was just when these final 2 disasters would fall. M.O. Eversnow gripped her hands together, her soul form shivering. M.O. Riverbliss's forehead was wet with beads of sweat, and yet she couldn't bother to wipe them off. At this time, no one could help Lin Ming. The tribulation cloud above his head was the life-annihilating death god, the true arbiter of destruction. Could it be the magic cube? M.O. Eversnow thought to herself. Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation was not in any way, shape, or form a type of tempering to Lin Ming. Rather, the heavens truly wished to exterminate him. The last thread of hope that the heavens should have thrown to him was so faint that it couldn't even be seen. Since ancient times, there were truly many existences that were too perfect when they were born. Thus, they attracted heavenly tribulation. For instance, transcendent divine mites, transcendent divine pills, and monstrous great world kings. When these things were born, they would encounter heavenly tribulation and possibly fall from the sky. But those that perished were in the minority. The heavens never sealed off all paths of hope. The heavenly Tao was a completely contradictory concept, even though it tried to destroy all those existences that dared to violate its laws. It would also allow them a faint chance of survival. However, if those extremely ancient superexistences were to face a brutal heavenly tribulation that was the same rank as the one Lin Ming was facing, then M.O. Eversnow estimated that most of them would have perished, even if they were peerless beings or treasures. M.O. Eversnow was confident that Lin Ming wouldn't lose to any of them. If Lin Ming died in this heavenly tribulation, then that meant they would have all died too. Thus, a dual body and energy cultivation and 2 transcendent divine mites should have aroused a surprising heavenly tribulation, but it shouldn't have been so fierce. Then, if there was a reason to be found for all this, then the prime culprit would be the magic cube. What was the magic cube? Could it truly be a harbinger of doom? It was no longer possible to trace the identity of the magic cube's first master, but one of its subsequent possessors had been M.O. Eversnow's grandfather, a great world king. After obtaining the magic cube, he had suffered a grievous soul wound because of an accident. Afterwards, he was severely injured by Tian Mingzi and thus died. Then M.O. Eversnow had inherited the magic cube and her mortal body had been annihilated. Now the magic cube had fallen into Lin Ming's hands. Everything that was known about the magic cube was information gathered and speculated on by M.O. Eversnow's grandfather and herself. As for whether or not any of it was true, none of it was possible to verify. Also, when Lin Ming had crossed the 33-layered heaven's ninefall, two other phenomena had appeared beside the magic cube. Just what had those phantoms been? What were these three types of existences? Were they destined to bring upon the curse of the world? Heavenly tribulation. Heavenly Tao, please slow down, slow down. Give him some time to catch his breath. M.O. Evers now earnestly prayed in her heart. She didn't know what the final two levels of heavenly tribulation would be, but they would absolutely be far more terrifying than the first 7 levels. These final 2 heavenly tribulations might fall down together. Their might could be imagined. If Lin Ming was still at his peak condition, then he should have been able to resist it. But how could the current Lin Ming possibly defend against such an attack? All she could hope was that there would be some time before the 8th and 9th levels of heavenly tribulation fell down, so that Lin Ming could restore himself as much as possible. Time passed a breath at a time. The tribulation cloud and the sky still roiled together. The laws that were limited to a 99-mile range began to manifest into all sorts of shapes, ferocious, diabolical, overflowing with killing intent. To M.O. Evers now, and M.O. Riverbliss, each breath of time was incomparably long. At this time, the elders of Carefree Island gradually began to understand what was happening. Even if they couldn't understand what was happening in those tribulation clouds, they could still make out the nervous expressions of Xiao Skywhite and M.O. Riverbliss. From that alone it was obvious that the heavenly tribulation had yet to end. Oh heavens! How could this be? The heavens must destroy Lin Ming? Is the destiny of my Carefree Island too shallow that we are doomed to never give rise to a world king? Everyone fixed their eyes on the tribulation cloud, praying for it to slow down. And at this time, the sky began to rumble. M.O. Evers now shivered, her hands gripping even tighter together. But her prayers and everyone's hopes no longer mattered. The final heavenly tribulation had begun. There was no time to catch a breath. The new disaster had arrived after just 20-some breaths of time. Even if Lin Ming had dragon marrow blood within him, he simply hadn't had enough time to recover. Scorched completely black, Lin Ming heard the sound of billowing heavenly retribution above him. He lifted his head, opened his eyes, and looked at the brilliant tribulation cloud. His eyes shined like stars, sparkling with a severe light. Pa, pa, pa. As Lin Ming moved, his body was caught by friction and cracked apart. A massive amount of old skin fell off, nearly turning into dust. Underneath this old skin was raw flesh dripping with blood. Being flayed alive was a torture method used in the world of mortals. Currently, Lin Ming had nearly been flayed alive. He hadn't been skinned, but a great deal of his flesh had withered away. In truth, most of the flesh underneath Lin Ming's skin had been dried away, and now the old skin burst apart, and red and yellow liquid leaked out from him. This was already much better than his previous state of being completely dried up like a lamp without oil, because his blood vitality had managed to restore him a bit. Currently, he was only at 10% of his peak strength, without mentioning his flesh. Even his organs were under tremendous attack. The true essence within his body had already become impossibly chaotic, and the massive power of thunder tribulation and fire tribulation still rampaged within him. The heretical Godsprout was nearly unable to suppress them, much less allow Lin Ming to use the heretical God Force to fight. With the aid of the dragon marrow, he was still able to burn the ancient phoenix blood essence. But Lin Ming's organs were now half ruined by the black wind tribulation. It would be beyond difficult to bear combusting the ancient phoenix blood essence. Lin Ming, as he Rosewater saw that tribulation cloud roiling up above, with heavenly tribulation soon to descend, she couldn't bear to continue looking helplessly on. She subconsciously traced her spatial ring. However, a nearby elder thrust out his hand and said, "Don't be reckless. Anything you do cannot help him. It's better if we don't do anything unnecessary that will cause a mutation in the heavenly tribulation." In fact, Ye Rosewater also knew this point. This was just a helpless and unconscious reaction from her. It was impossible to guess the motives and acts of the heavenly Tao, and heavenly tribulation was also the same. To face heavenly tribulation was the same as a mortal facing a wild animal. They had to be careful with every action they took, and even taking a pill was nigh impossible, lest they invoke the rage of their opponent, causing its attacks to become increasingly crazy. Lin Ming glanced at the sky, his phoenix blood spear still grasped in his hands. As he shook his spear, most of his skin had already sloughed off, causing viscous red and yellow fluid to stick onto the spear shaft and slowly slide down. He was a person that could not be injured any further, but his eyes contained a shining fighting spirit that made even the skies shiver. A man, a spear, facing the endless divine realm. A heart, a body boiling with blood, facing the boundless heavenly Tao. At this time, the heavenly tribulation finally fell. In the instant when the heavenly Tao fell, all of the world came to a standstill. In this world, there was nothing left but black and white. Everything was swallowed up by these two extreme colors, black and white, incomparably distinct, incomparably radiant. The 8th and 9th level heavenly tribulation, yin-yang tribulation. At the formation of the universe, the endless nothingness evolved into primal chaos. Primal chaos divided into yin and yang. Yin and yang formed the 5 elements, and the 5 elements gave birth to all living things. The 5 elements were the source from which all things were formed, and yin and yang were the source from which the 5 elements were formed. Yin and yang, in addition to metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. These were a total of 9 different kinds of essence energy. They were the origin of the universe from which all matter was formed, the beginning of all beings. Chapter 11:27, Large Success Battle Spirit. Chapter 11:27, Large Success Battle Spirit. Yin-yang was second only to the power of Grand Mist. What came right after Grand Mist was yin and yang. Yin-yang energy filled the skies, weaving together into lines filled with truths. An indescribable sense of chaos fell over everyone. Even the elders and direct disciples of Carefree Island that were far away from the range of the heavenly tribulation felt as if they would die at any moment in the face of this yin-yang tribulation. This pure black and white that flooded the world, enveloping all of existence between the heavens and earth, left behind an incomparably suffocating feeling. Facing this, one felt as if their very soul would fade away. Some martial artists with an unsteady will and a weak battle spirit fell into despair, as if their lives had lost all meaning. They felt as if they could accept dying right here and right now. This sort of feeling left all of them cold with sweat seeping out of their palms. If they developed such suicidal thoughts just by gazing upon that yin-yang tribulation, then if they had to face it head-on and be submerged within it, the despair they would feel could be imagined. A normal martial artist might just sever their own meridians and kill themselves. This yin-yang tribulation was not just a catastrophe of the body, but also a disaster of energy and a scourge of the soul. Essence, energy, divine, it was impossible to escape this tribulation. This tribulation, an elder looked on, his wide eyes filling with regret. Although his talent couldn't be considered too high, he had lived for a long time, and he had a great breadth of experience. He could see just how terrifying this yin-yang tribulation was. No, this shouldn't be. This cannot be. This is forcing him past the edge. The heavens should never seal off all paths of survival. How could such a disaster occur? Just what secrets does Lin Ming have on him that could galvanize such a heavenly tribulation? Lin Ming, Mo. Eversnow's glowing body gently shivered. She was unwilling. She had waited 50,000 years for this chance. She had waited 50,000 years to meet Lin Ming. She had put forth endless effort, countless endeavors with numerous lucky chances accumulated on him. She had poured all of her hope into him. So she didn't believe that all her efforts would be in vain. Lin Ming, withstand this trial. Up until now you've experienced countless hardships and endured them all. This time will not be an exception. Mo. Eversnow shouted out in her heart. And at this time, Lin Ming's bloodied body welcomed the yin-yang great tribulation. Ca. The power of the heavenly Tao formed runes of yin and yang, falling down upon Lin Ming's body. It caused his already dilapidated body to collapse with a massive amount of flesh and blood flying out. This was not just blood splashing out, but a torrent of blood caused by the disintegration of the body. His meridians tore, his body shattered. Only his skeleton was able to barely withstand the yin-yang tribulation. In that moment, Lin Ming felt a strong feeling of despair surge in his mind. This was despair brought about by the heavenly Tao laws. Lin Ming felt as if he had instantly arrived in the hell of the death god. There was nothing but gray around him. There was no life and nothing in this world but death and despair. Death. Only by dying would he reach his eternal destination. A strange voice echoed in Lin Ming's ears, causing this idea to form in his mind. But what was strange was that in the face of such a divine soul and will attack, the magic cube in Lin Ming's spiritual sea was completely silent, without a single response. The magic cube didn't resist the heavenly Tao laws. Could it not resist? Or did the magic cube itself represent the world laws? Thus it did not resist. This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind. But even without the magic cube, Lin Ming never believed he would absolutely lose in a battle of divine soul and will. If the magic cube represents the heavenly Tao, then I will rely on myself. No matter how high the heavenly Tao is, I will still defy the heavens' will. If the heavens must destroy me, then I shall dye the heavens red with blood. Bang! In that instant, Lin Ming's mind quaked, as if something shattered. The grand mist battle spirit howled out from between his eyebrows. The battle spirit trembled. It was like a wild dragon roaring at the skies. Immediately, the misty elementary grand mist energy around the battle spirit suddenly condensed onto its surface. The spear-shaped battle spirit rapidly grew, growing longer. The elementary gold battle spirit stage was easily broken through. Then, gold small success, peak of small success, gold large success. As Lin Ming's thoughts erupted, his battle spirit actually crossed the small realm of gold small success in a single go and leapt directly into gold large success. The heavenly Tao laws squeezed upon Lin Ming's will. Not only did it increase the evolutionary rate of his battle spirit, but it was just like the twin life thunder crystal, digging out all of the potential of Lin Ming's battle spirit. This was not something that a normal battle spirit tempering technique could compare with. A tempering technique that could increase a battle spirit's potential could only be found through a stroke of fate. Gold large success. By the heavens! I cannot believe that he achieved such a battle spirit. Incredible. Incredible. But can just an explosion of a battle spirit resist the three tribulations of essence, energy, and divine? There is also his body and Dantian. He might not be able to withstand this tribulation. Carefree Island's elders sighed in lamentation. Lin Ming's strongest aspects were his will and divine soul. Moreover, the power of his will hadn't been used up too much so far. Thus, even when facing the last of the heavenly 9 tribulations, Lin Ming was still able to break through the soul tribulation in a single fell swoop. But there was still the tribulation of body and energy that would truly take his life. Lin Ming's body was already in tatters. Suddenly, a primal chaos diagram appeared beneath Lin Ming's feet. Lines of the great Tao began to flow all over the primal chaos diagram. Then, another primal chaos diagram appeared above Lin Ming's head. One yin, one yang, below him was yin, and above him was yang. When the world was first formed, a similar yin-yang construction also took place. Now, the yin-yang tribulation had manifested into two primal chaos diagrams that represented the heavens and earth. They were like two massive milling stones as they began to grind and squeeze down on Lin Ming. Ka. Lin Ming's entire body emitted an unbelievable creaking sound, as if he were about to snap apart from the massive impact. An unbelievable force shrouded down on Lin Ming. Lin Ming's bones had fused with the supreme dragon bone relics, and now they were as hard as divine iron. If this was before he had fused with the supreme dragon bone, then even though Lin Ming had completed 100% tempering marrow and opened the defensive gate of view, his bones would have been pulverized by the power of the heavenly Tao. But now he was forcefully resisting it. However, even though his bones were able to withstand the force, his flesh wasn't able to. Lin Ming's flesh constantly broke down. If he had no flesh and only a skeleton left, then he would die either way. As Lin Ming's mortal body continued to collapse, his life force grew increasingly weak. This brat's going to die. In a secretive corner, Great Elder Xiao Haogan looked at Lin Ming, grinning all the while. After being sent flying back injured, he no longer needed to help manage the array formation. He's finally going to die. Good. I won't have to worry about him anymore. Although Xiao Haogan was perfectly aware that Lin Ming could bring endless benefits to Carefree Island if he rose in the future, none of those benefits would fall into his lap. The only way would be if Lin Ming was an idiot of idiots and decided to help his own enemy. Of course, Lin Ming clearly wasn't. Otherwise, he never would have reached this step. He considered the future and decided that the more power and fame Lin Ming gained, the unluckier he would become. Just die so we can all be happy. Fuck, a mere ninefall actually has as much pomp and show as a holy lord. He thought he was so kick-ass and awesome, but he actually dies at the end. He nearly scared me to death with his antics. Such a massive formation to help him and so many resources spent on him. And yet it all comes to nothing. He's nothing more than a fart in the wind. Phew, I think I'm going to laugh to death here. Xiao Haogan coarsely cursed to White Brook with a true essence sound transmission. With his status, he had never spoken such vulgar words before. It was only because his extremely tense mood had finally unwound a bit, and the sudden change caused him to blurt out such words. White Brook was standing near Xiao Haogan. The two of them were standing in a relatively hidden spot. White Brook was also in a good mood. As Lin Ming crossed life destruction, his heart had been caught in his throat the entire time. Good heavens, such a terrifying moment had occurred. If Lin Ming had managed to successfully cross his ninefall, then he might have combat strength comparable to a divine transformation master. Once he reached the divine sea, wouldn't that just be way too outrageous? Even a normal divine transformation powerhouse wouldn't be his opponent. And when he reached the divine transformation realm in the future, there was not the least bit of doubt that he would be able to crush a middle divine Lord powerhouse. As for Great Elder Xiao Haogan, he was at the late divine Lord realm. At least the heavens have eyes. This sort of person should have died long ago. I was worried all this time. Let's look on at the good play and see the beautiful fireworks from this heavenly tribulation. This is a very rare opportunity, so we must enjoy it for as long as we can. I hope that Lin Ming can continue for a bit longer. Ha! White Brook said, gloating in Lin Ming's troubles. The more pain Lin Ming was in, the happier he felt. Kacha? Lin Ming knelt on one knee. After opening 6 of the 8 inner hidden gates, Even if he didn't use the 100-layered waves, his physical strength still surpassed 10 million genes and reached 20 million genes. Even so, he wasn't able to shoulder this backbreaking pressure. And worst of all, he was still suppressing the residual energy from the 5 elements tribulation, especially that of the wind and thunder tribulations. The immense pressure within Lin Ming's body made it impossibly difficult to summon up true essence. Lin Ming set the Phoenix Blood Spear upright, using it to support the space between the yin-yang diagrams. Faint cracking sounds began to emerge from the Phoenix Blood Spear. The Phoenix Blood Spear emitted a keening cry as it was unable to withstand the pressure underneath the titanic pressure of the heavenly Tao. It began to slowly bend, ready to break apart at any moment. As Lin Ming saw the Phoenix Blood Spear nearly break, a decisive and unwilling light shined in his eyes. He had left his wives and parents in the lower realms and arrived in the divine realm alone. The first weapon he obtained was the Phoenix Blood Spear. During all these years in the divine realm, all he had relied on was this spear in his hands. This spear was his comrade, his friend. Now that he saw his spear about to break, and yet he couldn't change anything at all, he found his heart filled with unwillingness. He waved his hand and changed the angle of the Phoenix Blood Spear. That spear that was bent over 90 degrees suddenly stretched back straight, then shot out. "Go, my good brother." Lin Ming quietly said these words in his heart. The Phoenix Blood Spear issued a sorrowful cry as it soared, a crimson beam of light. Whoosh! Mo Riverbliss's figure instantly vanished. She flash-stepped in front of the Phoenix Blood Spear and caught it, the spear shaft still trembling. Hum, hum. The Phoenix Blood Spear burned with a blazing light, constantly issuing a keening cry as if it were weeping in grief. Mo Riverbliss's heart was deeply touched. A saint artifact had wisdom. It could differentiate between emotions both warm and cold, and also vaguely feel the intent of its master. If a martial artist prized and cared for their saint artifact, then that saint artifact would also loyally protect its master. On the other hand, if a martial artist regarded a saint artifact as worthless grass, then that saint artifact would begin to lose its glorious luster. As Mo Riverbliss sighed, she felt the Phoenix Blood Spear vibrate faster and more frantically, as if it would turn into a red dragon and fly out from her hands. This? How could this? Mo Riverbliss was startled. She widened her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. Chapter 1128, Spirit Artifact Spear. Chapter 1128, Spirit Artifact Spear. The Phoenix Blood Spear seemed to develop a mind of its own. It cried, rapidly oscillating as if it wanted to fly out. This was beyond what a normal top-grade saint artifact could achieve. Although a peak saint artifact had wisdom, that was only spiritual wisdom. It didn't possess true self-awareness. Otherwise, that would be a spirit artifact. The core of a spirit artifact was the spirit. It had a spiritual will of its own. It could move, it could fly away to escape, it could automatically attack the enemy. And for a spirit artifact that reached a high boundary, it could even draw array formations on its own and utilize the heavenly Tao laws. A saint artifact did not possess such abilities. Even moving on its own was impossible. The only chance for that to happen was if its master had died and sealed a part of their fading will and soul into the saint artifact to control it. For instance, the Argent White Sword found in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp was such an example. Now, the Phoenix Blood Spear in Mo Riverbliss's hand was clearly not the same situation as the Argent White Sword. Otherwise, that would mean Lin Ming had died. An intelligent saint artifact. Is this a spirit artifact? No, it's still a tiny step away from reaching such a boundary. It hasn't formed a complete artifact spirit. This could only be considered an elementary artifact spirit, but becoming a true and complete spirit artifact is only a matter of when. Heavens, how could this be? Mo Riverbliss was shaken. In that moment, the Phoenix Blood Spear had actually formed the source elementary artifact spirit and evolved into a spirit artifact. In order to forge a saint artifact into a spirit artifact, one had to first have it achieve the material quality of a spirit artifact, and if it lacked an artifact spirit, it could only be called a transcendent saint artifact. A transcendent saint artifact was relatively easy to forge, as long as one used up enough valuable materials, and there was a Grandmaster refiner using high-level techniques they could always produce one. But an artifact spirit was extremely hard to create, especially a source artifact spirit. The so-called source artifact spirit was an artifact spirit bred from within the artifact itself. It was also called a true artifact spirit. The birth of a true artifact spirit required infinite effort, sacrifice, and even more resources. One needed hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, to form one. A master had to unite their will with their weapon, fusing in their own true essence and bloodline, and also experience numerous lucky chances before forming one. A true artifact spirit was far too difficult to create. Thus, many Grandmaster refiners would choose another path and create a false artifact spirit. They would take the soul of a powerful, vicious beast, demonic spirit, ghost, or even the soul of a martial artist, and then forcibly refine that soul into an artifact spirit and seal it into the artifact. This sort of artifact spirit was not completely compatible with a spirit artifact. Thus, it wouldn't allow the spirit artifact to display its full might. Moreover, such an artifact spirit would contain resentment in its heart, and it wouldn't put forth its full effort. If one didn't sign some sort of contract with it, then there was even the possibility that this artifact spirit would rebel at a critical moment. A true artifact spirit and a false artifact spirit were of completely different qualities. Thus, this was why Mo Riverbliss was so shocked as she saw the Phoenix Blood Spear evolve. Not only was an elementary artifact spirit born, but even the material quality of the Phoenix Blood Spear itself had leapt up to the degree of a spirit artifact. This was all created by the heavenly tribulation. Mo Riverbliss suddenly realized what had happened. The Phoenix Blood Spear had experienced the 9 heavenly tribulations together. Whether it was the 5 elements tribulation, the wind and thunder tribulation, or even the current yin-yang tribulation, Lin Ming had used the Phoenix Blood Spear to resist them all. As the 9 heavenly tribulations fell, the quality of the Phoenix Blood Spear was incomparable to that of the past, especially this final tribulation. This could be called a calamity upon the Phoenix Blood Spear, but it was also a baptism. It had hastened the birth of an artifact spirit, and in that final moment, Lin Ming's will had condensed, bringing with it an infinitely heated spirit and daring valor that seemed capable of resisting the heavenly Tao. The Phoenix Blood Spear had also withstood being flooded by Lin Ming's will, and then, at the end, when Lin Ming had given up the Phoenix Blood Spear to protect it, this had thoroughly awakened the elementary artifact spirit that had been formed within the heavenly tribulation. This could be called a spirit artifact that was completely formed by Lin Ming. It was not forged by a Grandmaster refiner, but had been created by Lin Ming. From the time when it was a saint artifact, it had been nourished by Lin Ming's true essence and will, and at the end it had even experienced the 9 levels of heavenly tribulation with him and had been doused in his flesh and blood. The Phoenix Blood Spear could now be considered his life's weapon. Such a weapon could display combat strength that other weapons could not compare with. And more importantly, the Phoenix Blood Spear was psychically linked with Lin Ming, becoming one with him. Thus, there would never be a situation in which he couldn't use it. And how could a normal divine sea realm genius use a spirit artifact, a top-grade saint artifact, or transcendent saint artifact was their limit? Although every spirit artifact that formed its own source artifact spirit had experienced its own lucky chances. Each one could only be produced through a stroke of fate. And something like the Phoenix Blood Spear was supremely unique, even rarer than a once-in-a-billion situation. This sort of lucky chance could not be duplicated. If Lin Ming could withstand this heavenly tribulation, then just the enhancement of the Phoenix Blood Spear would allow his strength to dramatically rise to another level. But the question was, could he survive the final tribulation? Mo Riverbliss prayed deep within her heart. So many lucky chances, so many great results. If he survived, then he would inevitably become one of the divine realm's peak characters. If he failed, then all would turn to nothing. Mo Riverbliss felt her heart racing. Lin Ming's ninefall had brought with it an unfathomably great momentum. This sort of scene would be a truly unforgettable experience. At this time, all of Lin Ming's flesh had broken. His organs were completely smashed apart, and his meridians and blood vessels were torn. Shining white bone revealed itself from his body. These bones dazzled with layers upon layers of Tao patterns. These were the heavenly Tao laws that Lin Ming had absorbed and imprinted into his very body. Just as bones alone were precious, heavenly treasures. In addition, the energy from the yin-yang primal chaos diagrams had broken into Lin Ming's body, savagely destroying his meridians. Lin Ming was already unable to revolve his energy to help, and this added an even greater injury atop all his other injuries. He was no longer able to suppress the massive amount of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation within the heretical god sprout. There was no other life destruction martial artist that could look like Lin Ming and still be alive. Nearly all that was left of him was his bones and brain. He was completely supporting himself with his tenacious life vitality and willpower. This is too miserable. So miserable that it's hard to look at. Lin Ming is barely supporting himself with his will. This is his unyielding will. But even so, his life will be severed soon. The heavens never seal off all roads, but what can Lin Ming do in this state? Several elders of Carefree Island felt that Lin Ming was too pitiful, but Xiao Haogan and White Brook were actually enjoying the show. When Lin Ming was full of spirit and strength, they had both been restrained. But now they saw that Lin Ming's current condition was extremely poor. They began to mock and make casual talk at his misfortune. This brat's bones are quite hard. Ha! They haven't even been crushed by the heavenly tribulation. They should be valuable treasures. Xiao Haogan said, noticing Lin Ming's bones. Indeed, look at those brilliant runes on his bones and those countless traces of Tao patterns. Those bones are absolutely a treasure. Once he dies, we'll take his bones and perceive the Tao patterns from them, and then we can refine them into transcendent saint artifacts. That should be enough to make up for the loss of the 10-severing Tao fruit tree. White Brook stroked his beard, speaking in a smug tone. Ha! Honorable Master's ideas are truly great. Xiao Haogan and White Brook's eyes shined as they greedily stared at Lin Ming's exposed bones. At this time, Lin Ming's fires of life were growing increasingly weak, and nearly all of his blood had been drained out. His organs had stopped moving, and even his dantian felt as if it would break soon. The power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation suppressed within the heretical god sprout was ready to erupt at any moment. Once it exploded, his body would completely burst apart and become a pile of scattered bones and flesh. Then, even his remains would be crushed into nothing by the primal chaos Tao diagrams. At that time, Lin Ming would be deader than dead. Even so, he was unwilling to accept this fate. He would not give up. At the precipice of death, Lin Ming felt as if time slowed to a crawl. Everything fell into his senses as he reached a state of incomparable clarity. His heart was extremely tranquil. He still searched for a hope of survival. He knew that the heavens never sealed off all exits. There was only a faint chance to survive. The heavenly Tao was cruel and merciless. In front of the heavenly Tao, whether it was common mortals, supreme elders, or even ants, everything was equal in its eyes. In this world, there were very few existences that were able to defy the heavenly Tao. There was only one exception, and that was those existences that were capable of surviving through heavenly tribulation. For instance, a transcendent divine pill that was capable of defying the heavens and changing one's life, rewriting one's destiny, and resurrecting the dead. For instance, a transcendent divine might that could control or even dominate the heavenly Tao. And also, for instance, a peerless talent like Lin Ming, someone who had done all sorts of things that defied the will of the heavens, thus summoning heavenly tribulation. These sorts of geniuses were great world kings and even empyreans. Lin Ming did not have a transcendent divine pill that allowed him to defy the heavens and change his fate, nor did he have an unrivaled powerhouse capable of helping him cross heavenly tribulation. He just had two transcendent divine mights, and was only able to use these two transcendent divine mights to resist the heavenly tribulation. But he had already used the prime emperor lotus flower and the heretical god force. Now, the true essence within his body was in utter chaos, and energy was running rampant within him. His body was ready to blow up at any moment. So it was simply impossible for him to use a transcendent divine might. Then, what could he rely on? What had crossed heavenly tribulation without dying that he could use as his final card? All sorts of thoughts blazed through Lin Ming's mind. Finally, he remembered something. Dragon bone relics. Mo Riverbliss had spent a portion of her cultivation, changing the flow of time to help Lin Ming refine that 1,000-foot supreme dragon bone into 108 dragon bone relics. Lin Ming had swallowed a third of them to open the gate of view, but he still had 72 left. A true dragon was a god beast, and even ordinary dragons were considered part of the monster race. A powerful grown dragon was even mightier than a great world king. In order for the monster race to transform, they had to undergo heavenly tribulation. And a dragon was so powerful that they had no choice but to experience heavenly tribulation. As they grew up, they would have to experience multiple heavenly tribulations. The god beasts among the dragon race were even capable of resisting the heavenly Tao laws. Yes, that was it. The dragon bone relics were refined from the supreme dragon bone, and they existed outside of the heavenly Tao. They were objects capable of changing the heavenly Tao to a certain extent. Lin Ming's mind shook as he recalled all of this. This was his final ray of hope. Mo Eversnow had already said Lin Ming could only swallow 36 dragon bone relics before he reached the divine sea. His body wouldn't be able to withstand more. But then, Mo Eversnow didn't imagine that Lin Ming's 9-fall could reach such a degree. And beyond even that, if he didn't swallow the dragon bone relics, he would die. But if he did swallow them, he would have a faint chance of surviving. So how could he not try? Dragon bone relics. Lin Ming's hands had been completely torn apart, and his meridians were surging with a tyrannical and uncontrollable energy. The bones of his arms were entirely exposed. It was impossible for him to take out the dragon bone relics with them. But luckily, Lin Ming still had his battle spirit. His large success gold battle spirit was nearly undamaged. If a battle spirit was poured into a leaf, that leaf could be used to kill others. If it could change the position of objects, it could naturally take things out of a spatial ring. Lin Ming had never used a battle spirit to take objects out of his spatial ring, so he wasn't skilled at this task. Moreover, he was also in a hurry at this time. Thus, he took out all the round bead-shaped objects that resembled a dragon bone relic. 72 dragon bone relics. 73. There was one more? This was... Lin Ming looked at that last black bead that resembled a dragon bone relic, immediately stunned. Chapter 1129. If the god of death desires me, I shall cut down the god of death. Chapter 11:29. If the god of death desires me, I shall cut down the god of death. Of the 73 beads, Lin Ming's attention was completely concentrated on that black, spherical object that had tumbled out with everything else. It seemed to be made of wood, and yet not, and made of stone, and yet not. There were numerous strange demonic runes carved onto its surface, and it exuded a bizarre and strange aura. Through all these years, Lin Ming had obtained countless treasures and pills. There were far too many things in the extreme violet ring to count. Even so, as a martial artist, Lin Ming's memory was extremely acute. He was able to remember the origin of where everything came from. Lin Ming was able to recognize that this black mystery bead came from his second trip to the Holy Demon Continent's blood slaughter steppes. He had killed the steppes master and obtained this black bead from his treasury. At that time, he had also obtained a massive amount of demon god bones, blood demon crystals, and heaven step treasures. Those things were all left at Divine Phoenix Island to assist them in becoming a divine kingdom in the future. All that he kept was this black mystery bead. It was small and yet exceptionally heavy. When Lin Ming had obtained it, it had been placed atop a special treasure rank base. Otherwise, it would have already crushed through the ground. Not only was it extremely heavy, but it also had a faint trace of life, as if it were a living object. From the start, Lin Ming had thought it was the egg of some ancient vicious beast. For instance, a flood dragon egg, sea serpent egg, or the egg of some other similar beast. But it was simply far too small. Trying to call it a vicious beast egg was a bit forced. Lin Ming had investigated it with his senses, but he hadn't been able to identify what it was. He could only determine that it had originated from the Eternal Demon Abyss. What kind of place was the Eternal Demon Abyss? It was a massive crater left behind by an Empyrean-level powerhouse whose strike had pierced straight through the massive planet that held the Sky Spill Continent and Holy Demon Continent. It had to be known that the Sky Spill Continent's planet was over 1 billion miles in diameter, a common small planet. For instance, the planet that Phoenix Cry Palace was located on was only around 100,000 miles in diameter. This was a difference in volume of over 1 trillion times. Sealed within the Eternal Demon Abyss were countless terrifying existences. These existences were unable to escape from the shroud of the force field that Empyrean Primordius had laid down. Only some tiny insignificant weaklings were able to pass through in these 100,000 years through a lucky aligning of coincidences. For instance, the ancient devil that had inhabited Yongyun had likely come from some area deep within the Eternal Demon Abyss and had emerged from the other side at the Sea of Miracles. In addition, there were also a number of treasures in the Eternal Demon Abyss. When the Eternal Demon Abyss erupted, a small amount of these treasures would be shot out by a tremendous black current. There were many trial challengers and high lords that would roam the periphery of the Eternal Demon Abyss to search for these treasures. The Steppes Master had likely obtained this black mystery bead. Using such a method, the Eternal Demon Abyss was a ruin left behind from a battle between several Empyreans. Even something minor they left behind could not be underestimated. If there was something in there that surpassed a supreme dragon bone, or even a complete dragon skeleton, Lin Ming wouldn't be surprised. In fact, he wouldn't even be surprised if there was a true god beast living within the Eternal Demon Abyss. This was because in front of an Empyrean, even god beasts had to prostrate themselves. The current Lin Ming was at the edge of death, so it was impossible for him to ruminate over the origins of the black mystery bead. Moreover, he didn't have the capital to investigate it to begin with. In short, this black mystery bead should be some extraordinary object, especially now that Lin Ming had crossed Ninefall and accepted the baptism of the heavenly Tao law fragments. He was able to faintly feel the aura coming from this black mystery bead, and it left him shocked. "I'll swallow it. Lin Ming couldn't give a care for particulars anymore. He grasped half of the supreme dragon bone relics, and also that incomparably heavy black mystery bead, and stuffed them all down his mouth. If he didn't have his life, then he wouldn't be able to consider any consequences anyways. What did that boy eat? Xiao Haogan said, shocked. He naturally saw Lin Ming's actions. It should be some type of high-level medicine. He's nothing but a sick patient that's gone crazy, so he's trying to eat any medicine he can to help himself. But it doesn't matter because anything he does will invoke the rage of the heavenly tribulation. This has the same effect as asking someone to help him cross heavenly tribulation. The idiot. White Brook sneered. He naturally didn't know about the dragon bone relics or that black mystery bead. As long as it wasn't a transcendent divine pill, then there was a high chance what Lin Ming did would cause a mutation in the heavenly tribulation. Ordinary pills, before heavenly tribulation, had to follow the heavenly Tao. Using them to cross heavenly tribulation would only result in a counterattack. As for those transcendent divine pills that had crossed tribulation and were able to change one's fate, and even resurrect the dead, completely disregarding the heavenly Tao, those types of pills were absolute treasures passed down in world king-level holy lands for generations. They were treasures that could cause even a world king to go mad with jealousy and attack others for. So how could Lin Ming possibly have one? And on the side, M.O. Eversnow and M.O. Riverbliss were bewildered. Lin Ming had actually swallowed down so many dragon bone relics. The two looked at each other, seeing worry and nervousness reflected in each other's eyes. But there was also hope. Dragon bone relics had their own life force. Once swallowed, they would erode and absorb Lin Ming's own flesh and blood. Normally, when a martial artist swallowed dragon bone relics, it was possible to, in turn, be absorbed by them instead. Even though Lin Ming had opened the gate of view, when he was at his peak state, he had still nearly died after eating the dragon bone relics. Before reaching the divine sea, 36 dragon bone relics should be his furthest limit. Now his body was ruined, and his cultivation was also lacking. To swallow so many dragon bone relics at such a time was simply seeking death. Even so, this was the only capital he had to struggle against the fate of certain death. This was because they were the only treasure on Lin Ming's body that had crossed heavenly tribulation and was able to resist the heavenly Tao. However, Lin Ming seemed as if he had also swallowed some sort of black bead. Just what was that? M.O. Eversnow had extremely sharp eyes. Even though that black bead was mixed up with the rest of the dragon bone relics and had a similar appearance to them, she could still recognize it. That black bead had a completely different aura, one that left the heart racing. At this time, she no longer had time to ponder it. The 36 bone relics entered Lin Ming's pulpy and ravaged body, mixing into him. With the current state of his body, it would be extremely difficult to absorb the dragon bone relics, but that didn't mean it was impossible. And he also had a massive amount of the power of heavenly tribulation within his body. Most of this was thunder tribulation, fire tribulation, as well as the yin-yang tribulation. Dragon bone relics were objects that had crossed heavenly tribulation several times in the past. They were existences that violated the heavenly Tao to begin with. Now that they collided with the power of 4 different kinds of heavenly tribulation, the result could be imagined. Without the need for Lin Ming's body to melt the dragon bone relics, the power of heavenly tribulation had already started to melt them away. And at this time, the energy contained within the dragon bone relics thoroughly erupted. The power of heavenly tribulation violently clashed with the dragon bone relics, and the battlefield was Lin Ming's body. Pung! Lin Ming's body shook, falling onto the yin-yang primal chaos diagrams. At this time, there was no more blood left to flow out, and the energy within his body had already run completely wild beyond his ability to control. There was not a single complete muscle or ligament in his body, and he wasn't able to move at all. He completely relied on the hardness of his bones to withstand the crushing force of the two primal chaos diagrams. Lin Ming had lost all strength, energy, and physical function. He was even weaker than a 3-year-old mortal child. There was nothing he could do. No, there was still one thing he could do, and only one. That was to grit his teeth, endure the pain, support his bones, and keep on living with his unyielding will and undying spirit. If he could last until the end, then at the time when the power of heavenly tribulation was destroyed, and the dragon bone relics were also melted away, he would be the final one standing. He could go on living and also obtain a massive lucky chance. What sort of immeasurable willpower was needed to shoulder this? The yin-yang tribulation brought about an aura of despair that left one drowning in anguish. In order to never give up, no matter how much despair there was, one needed a resolute will as firm as divine iron. Ka. Even Lin Ming's kneecaps were crushed apart. This agonizing pain left his vision blurry. He bit down on his tongue, pouring the power of his life into his gold-large success grand mist battle spirit to support his weak fires of life that swayed precariously in this storm of energy. If the heavens wish to annihilate me, then I will annihilate the heavens. If the god of death desires me, then I shall cut down the god of death. He's still alive. He's still alive. Can he really live? Will such a terrifying, heavenly tribulation be defeated by him? Ye rosewater covered her mouth, her breath caught in her throat. She felt her nose sting as an unbidden emotion swelled up from deep within her. She had lived for dozens of years already and had a late divine sea cultivation, so she would never be like a little girl and burst out into tears because of overwhelming feelings. The reason that her eyes were wet at this moment was completely because she had been infected by Lin Ming's tenacious will. In a situation where there wasn't even a faint ray of hope, he had still managed to support himself until now. He was like a proud snow pine, staunch and unfolding. However, most people didn't favor Lin Ming's chances too much. His fires of life were already on the brink of extinguishing. Even if he could continue on, just how long would he last? Dragon bone relics and the power of the 4 different kinds of heavenly tribulation were all incomparably violent and tyrannical energies. It wasn't wrong for Lin Ming to take this risk and wrestle with death, but the chances of him succeeding approached 0. This was because his ruined body couldn't even qualify to be their battlefield. This was just like 2 divine sea-level powerhouses fighting on a mortal martial field. The martial field would not be able to withstand the energy shock waves and would be torn apart. Fuck, he still hasn't died. Xiao Haogan cursed. Don't be so anxious. It's just a matter of time. Don't you feel that his painful expressions are very much enjoyable? White Brook slowly said, "Ha, Honorable Master is right," as everyone had all sorts of ideas popping up in their minds, and were discussing the situation with true essence sound transmissions. No one knew that within that crazy power of heavenly tribulation and those melting supreme dragon bone relics, there was also a black divine bead. In the waves of energy, this black divine bead slowly revolved. This bead was originally a living existence. Although it was incomparably heavy, it was still formed from flesh and blood, and thus alive. Underneath the stimulation of the 2 clashing energies, suddenly this black divine bead fiercely trembled. An incomparable life force began rushing out like an endless tide. This life force was pure and wild. It was so potent and vibrant that even the life force of a great true dragon would be mediocre in front of it. All of this life force poured into Lin Ming's body. It was like a land that had been dry and barren for 1,000 years, suddenly welcoming a sweet deluge of spring rain. Roar! A resonant cry echoed through the heavens. It was like the roar of a dragon directly impacting through the distant horizon. What? As Xiao Haogan and White Brook were happily speaking with true essence sound transmissions, Their eyes suddenly widened. They thought that they had heard wrongly just now. How could Lin Ming's body still have the strength to make such a clear and resplendent sound? His body. How could this be? His body is reviving. How could this be? Where is this strength coming from? This is impossible. Xiao Haogan's eyeballs nearly popped out. Lin Ming's ruined flesh and blood was rapidly regenerating. Originally, all of Lin Ming's flesh had cracked apart, and the glistening white bones of his arms, legs, and chest were revealed. One could even count his ribs. There were also bones that were dislocated from the pressure. Even though Lin Ming's bones were tough, they still couldn't resist the continued grinding from the two primal chaos diagrams. After his flesh reached such an appearance, his meridians and blood vessels also became tattered. His organs were almost squashed into mush, becoming a pile of messy goo. The only complete body part he had was his brain. Within the protection of his skull, his spiritual sea hadn't been damaged at all. Even so, for a person devolved to such a miserable state, there wasn't any meaning left in having a complete brain. This sort of condition could have been described as undoubtable death. If a normal martial artist were to look like Lin Ming, then they would have already completely died. A life-destruction martial artist had a stronger life force than a common mortal, but if their heart was pierced, their head was cut off, and their blood had all drained away, they would still die. This was the heavenly Tao laws. Only during the crossing of life-destruction, when one's body disintegrated, could a martial artist preserve their life. That was also because this process was supported by the heavenly Tao laws. Thus they wouldn't die. In this sort of situation, it was impossible for Lin Ming to live without some sort of transcendent divine pill, much less rely on his own regenerative ability to recover. But now, a miracle was occurring in front of everyone present. They watched on helplessly as Lin Ming's flesh and blood began to grow back. The dazzling white bones were covered again with a layer of fascia. Then, the blood vessels moved over them like glistening red vines spreading everywhere. Afterwards, the meridians reformed, the organs repaired themselves, and the muscles were completely reborn. Their lines even stronger and more perfect than before. Then, his wounds began to stitch back together, with fresh flesh rapidly regenerating at a rate visible to the eye. His flesh glistened and shined, like translucent red crystal. Even his withered hair fell off, and new hair grew out from the old, passing down over his ears. These hairs, after being tempered in energy, sparkled with a lustrous sheen. Their silk-like texture even contained the profound mysteries of the laws. If Lin Ming's hair grew long enough, it could even be plucked out and used as a material for a saint artifact divine Bao's bowstring. This was proof of just how tough it was. At this time, Lin Ming seemed as if he had almost achieved the boundary of the legendary Diamond Vajra body, an immaculate and immortal body. Impossible. This is impossible. He should have absolutely died. Just how is such a heaven-defying turn of events possible? What happened? This can't be. White Brook and Xiao Haogan had expressions as if their fathers had died, as they watched Lin Ming's body be reborn anew. Looking at the present situation, there was an extremely high chance Lin Ming would be able to cross the heavenly tribulation. At that time, with Lin Ming's terrifying talent, it shouldn't be a problem at all for him to become a great world king. The two of them would be in an extremely miserable position. What do we do? What can we do? Xiao Haogan asked at a complete loss. How the hell would I know? At this time, there is nothing we can do to change the past. If Lin Ming dies, then that would be perfect, but even after being pushed to the brink of death, and looking like he did, he still didn't die. His life is far too tough. Chances are that he won't die this time. We must not make enemies with him anymore, especially on the surface. White Brook wasn't an idiot. Now that Lin Ming had crossed Ninefall, his status in Carefree Island would be like the sun in the sky. With Mo Riverbliss supporting him, even a highest elder like him would be a joke in front of Lin Ming. If he tried to make enemies with Lin Ming, wasn't that just asking to die? The yin-yang Dao diagram still spun as before, pressing down on Lin Ming. In that instant, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. His vision was like two divine lights piercing through the endless night, shining through the vast space. His strength had returned. Lin Ming suddenly clenched his fists together. With every movement, his joints seemed to explode with loud, crackling sounds. He could feel a surge of energy rushing through his body, the power of thunder, fire, yin and yang heavenly tribulations, as well as the tremendous power of the melted dragon bone relics rampaged within him. But he forcefully suppressed them all. This feeling as if his entire body was filled with energy caused Lin Ming's blood to boil over. He concentrated his energy into his dantian, letting out a long and loud cry. Ha! A terrifying sound wave burst out in all directions. With a deafening rumble, countless sheets of earth and stone were raised up by this sound wave. The clouds for several hundreds of miles were washed away, and even the tribulation clouds seemed to be affected as they faintly trembled. Happy! Awesome! Lin Ming laughed out loud, his bellows ringing through the skies. He had never imagined he would feel such an explosive strength in his body as today. He was like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Every step he took shattered the earth. Good young man, how did he do this? The elders of Carefree Island looked on in utter shock. This sudden reversal was simply like a dream. Is this because of those beads he swallowed? Although I couldn't see just what those beads were, they shouldn't have been a transcendent, divine medicine. Those beads contained a power that was far too tyrannical. They should have been some rare and fierce heavenly treasure. If Lin Ming swallowed such medicine at his peak state, he might blow up from the energy. Much less now. I thought that Lin Ming's body would burst apart after swallowed those beads, but such a change actually occurred. Just what secrets does he have on him? There was not a single elder of Carefree Island that could understand what happened to Lin Ming's body, let alone them. Even Mo Eversnow and Mo Riverbliss were looking on, dumbfounded. They too had no idea what was happening. This is absolutely not an effect of the Dragon Bone relics. The Dragon Bone relics are a violent and wild energy, and it is already extremely difficult for Lin Ming to withstand them with his body, much less for them to help regenerate his flesh. Could it be that black mystery bead? Mo Eversnow suddenly thought this was the only possible explanation. But just what was that black mystery bead? It actually had the strength to defy the power of heavenly tribulation. Even a top transcendent divine pill would pale in comparison. At this time, the heavenly tribulation was continuing around Lin Ming. Yin-yang tribulation was truly worthy of being called the strongest level of the 9 heavenly tribulations. It was a calamity of essence, energy, and the divine. Lin Ming had crossed the tribulation of the soul, of his flesh and blood, and now all that was left over was the tribulation of his dantian. And at this time, Lin Ming's body had been restored to almost its peak state. How hard could it be to survive one more tribulation? In the sky, the dual yin and yang energies twisted together, forming Dao runes and streams that constantly flushed into Lin Ming's meridians, fusing together with the sealed thunder and fire tribulation within Lin Ming's body. The thunder tribulation became increasingly wild. The fire tribulation became that much more fierce. These two energies had been suppressed by the heretical god Sprout from the very start, but that was only a temporary suppression. As for refining them, that was not simple at all, especially after Lin Ming had encountered catastrophe after catastrophe. Just when did he have the chance to refine them? But now was different. Thunder and fire tribulation. I hope you had your fill of hurting me. This time, I'll be the one to refine you. Lin Ming shouted out loud, and the heretical god force erupted. The energy of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation, together with the yin-yang tribulation, was all completely suppressed by the heretical god sprout. Be refined by me. The heretical god force was a transcendent divine might. Only a transcendent divine might could refine the power of heavenly tribulation. If an ordinary martial artist's cultivation method was used to refine heavenly tribulation, all that would happen would be a tremendous counterattack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within Lin Ming's dantian, energy boiled like magma, erupting like a volcano. Such an impact placed a great pressure on Lin Ming's dantian, but Lin Ming steeled his mind. He would thoroughly refine this yin-yang tribulation and thunder and fire tribulation. It had to be known that the power of heavenly tribulation contained immense benefits. Lin Ming had crossed 8 levels of heavenly tribulation, and also over half of the 9th level of heavenly tribulation. The advantage this had to his flesh, blood, and bones was unfathomable. His battle spirit had also broken through the elementary gold level, jumping straight over gold small success and reaching gold large success. Even the Phoenix Blood Spear had transformed from a saint artifact to a spirit artifact after breeding its own source artifact spirit. This was something that a supreme elder might not be able to accomplish even in 100,000 years. In this situation, Lin Ming still wasn't satisfied with withstanding the baptism of heavenly tribulation. He wanted to refine the power of heavenly tribulation and use it for himself. Lin Ming, he is heaven's. He is refining heavenly tribulation. This refining heavenly tribulation? He is far too crazy. Heavenly tribulation was not some trifling matter. When an extreme genius martial artist similar to Lin Ming crossed heavenly tribulation, they would be absolutely cautious lest they enrage the heavenly tribulation and cause a mutation to occur. Once heavenly tribulation arrived, all they could do was silently withstand it, allowing their body, dantian, revolving core or inner world, and soul to accept the baptism of heavenly tribulation. They had to use their own true essence to disperse the power of heavenly tribulation. Who would dare to directly refine heavenly tribulation? That was simply suicidal. But now Lin Ming was doing exactly this. If the heavenly Tao wishes to destroy me, then I shall control the heavenly Tao and make it my army of 1,000,000 soldiers. I will have it ride through the endless space with me, battling through the rivers of stars. The road of martial arts was originally defying the will of the heavens, and Lin Ming had the heart and soul to reverse the heavens themselves. Chapter 1131, Perfectly Crossing Tribulation. Chapter 1131, Perfectly Crossing Tribulation. The power of 4 different kinds of heavenly tribulation raged through Lin Ming's body, and the power of the dragon bone relics also rampaged through him. Lin Ming's thoughts sank into his dantian. A torrential vortex appeared at the heretical god sprout inside. The power of the thunder and fire tribulation was completely sucked in by the heretical god sprout. Compress! Compress again. Blue veins bulged out on Lin Ming's forehead. Even though his body had been reborn, he still felt as if his dantian would explode from withstanding this pressure. Lin Ming, divert all the power of the dragon bone relics and the other unnecessary energy into the threshold of life and death. Revolve the celestial tyrant manual. Mo Eversnow's voice suddenly sounded out in Lin Ming's ear. As Lin Ming heard her, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. That was right. The threshold of life and death. The method to cultivate the 8 inner hidden gates that was recorded within the Celestial Tyrant Manual was slightly different to the method within the Chaotic Virtues combat meridians. The 8 inner hidden gates was a large boundary, but in truth it could also be divided into 2 boundaries instead. The first boundary included the first 6 of the 8 inner hidden gates, and the second boundary included the last 2 of the 8 inner hidden gates. The last 2 gates were called the gates that stood upon the threshold of life and death, the gate of life and the gate of death. The threshold of life and death was one of the most difficult barriers of the 8 inner hidden gates to pass. In order to break through the threshold of life and death, one had to build a foundation and then pile up a massive amount of resources before making a breakthrough in a single go. In the 8 inner hidden gates of body transformation, every step was more difficult than the last. As for the final 9 stars of the Tao Palace, that was even more difficult than rising to the heavens. Open! Lin Ming shouted out. The power of yin-yang tribulation along with the power of the dragon bone relics rushed into his meridians. They rushed through his 8 pulse points, impacting the threshold of life and death. With a loud banging sound, Lin Ming's body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. As Lin Ming vomited this blood, his complexion paled. He grit his teeth and revolved the energy within him once more. At this time, behind Lin Ming, a deep red prime emperor lotus flower slowly bloomed. The grand mist space radiated outwards. Heavenly demon force field. This was one of the primordious martial intent's 3 great force fields. Heavenly demon, heavenly mortal, heavenly god. Although it was only a third of a complete, transcendent divine might. Just what kind of existence was Empyrean Primordius? He was a peak character even amongst Empyreans. His primordious martial intent was not some ordinary transcendent divine might. The chaos grand mist was the source of the universe. Underneath the enveloping of this grand mist space, whether it was the energy from the dragon bone relics or the power of heavenly tribulation, everything was forced to submit, and the impact was even greater. Bang! The second impact, the life and death threshold within Lin Ming's body, was like a divine drum made from the skin of an archaic vicious beast skin. With every impact of energy, it would release a terrifying sound. Boom, boom, boom. Every sound was like a bell from the heavens, pure and clear, echoing through the heavens and earth, deafening all who heard it. The drumming grew increasingly loud and more vibrant. All of the blood within Lin Ming's body boiled with excitement. The power of his blood vitality was so strong that it could be seen with the naked eye. It was like a monstrous pillar of flame that rocketed to the heavens, flying straight through the skies and piercing through the tribulation cloud. This vast scene caused everyone to feel bewildered. Lin Ming is really controlling the power of heavenly tribulation. He has basically crossed heavenly tribulation. Yes, if there isn't an accident, then he won't be in any further danger. With such a deep blessing from the world itself, how could any accident happen to him? Unbelievable. We witnessed the birth of a great world king. Everyone held their breaths. Every scene passing in front of them meant that Lin Ming would soon cross heavenly tribulation and complete the 9th stage of life destruction. The yin-yang tribulation and the power contained within the dragon bone relics constantly weakened. But the barrier of the life and death threshold was also being worn away. Without knowing just how many ringing impacts had occurred, there was finally an explosive sound like rolling thunder that caused everyone's ears to tingle with numbness. The life and death threshold had finally been broken through. All of Lin Ming's meridians were cleared. Most of the yin-yang tribulation's power had been used up. As for the dragon bone relic's essence, the remainder gradually precipitated into Lin Ming's flesh and blood. This strength was far from being able to open either the gate of life or gate of death. But to Lin Ming, breaking through the life and death threshold was more than enough. Breaking through the threshold of life and death was the first step to opening the gate of life and gate of death. This was the equivalent to opening one of the many locks that bound the gate of life and gate of death. At this point, Lin Ming had thoroughly crossed the yin-yang tribulation. All that remained within his body were the remnants of the thunder and fire tribulations. At this time, Lin Ming's body was in its peak state. The surviving power of thunder and fire within him couldn't threaten him anymore. Heretical God Sprout. Compress again. The vortex formed by the heretical God Sprout became increasingly violent. The massive amount of thunder and fire tribulation was forcefully sucked in. As the power of thunder and fire flowed into the heretical God Sprout, it began to glow with an incandescent divine light. For a time, the 6 leaves of the heretical God Sprout seemed to turn to molten gold. Purple and red runes began to form atop the surface of the leaves. These doubt patterns came in all sorts of different shapes. Some were like small tripods, and some were like golden swords. The runes all fell onto the heretical God Sprout. And finally, a bizarre change began to occur. The heretical God Sprout grew taller and taller, and finally it distorted and twigs began to bud out. In just a few breaths of time, the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation was rapidly consumed. By the time the heretical God Sprout stopped growing, over 90% of the power of thunder and fire tribulation had been used up. The heretical God Sprout had actually absorbed the power of heavenly tribulation as nourishment for its own growth. This ability was truly worthy of being called a transcendent divine might. It was even able to control the heavenly Tao and use it. The current heretical God Sprout had doubled in height. In the past, if it was a sprout, then now it was a seedling. A pair of fresh new leaves emerged from the crown of the seedling, one red and one purple. These 2 leaves were of the same shape. Both resembled small primal chaos diagrams. There were numerous profound Tao patterns crawling over the surface of these leaves. Without a doubt, these were leaves that evolved from the thunder and fire heavenly tribulation. The power of heavenly tribulation had ended up becoming a part of the heretical God seedling. This is... Lin Ming's thoughts sank within himself, and he summoned the heretical God force of the heretical God seedling. Flames came from his left hand and thunder from his right. The 2 energies actually exuded an aura similar to the heavenly Tao. This was the power of heavenly tribulation. Lin Ming deeply gasped. A transcendent divine might was indeed a transcendent divine might. It was even able to wield the power of the heavenly Tao for itself. After the heretical God Sprout absorbed the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation, that power was then integrated into the heretical God force. In the future, as long as Lin Ming used the heretical God force, he would be able to control the power of heavenly tribulation to a certain degree. Although it was weak, this was still strength that represented the heavenly Tao. How could anyone dare to underestimate it? Ha! Great! Lin Ming faced the heavens and laughed, his voice echoing through the world. In that instant, he was like a butterfly that had broken out from its cocoon. His essence, energy, and divine had all risen beyond expectations. The power of his blood vitality was like that of an ancient vicious beast. His mortal body nearly resembled an indestructible diamond, Vajra body. His endurance had long since reached an unbelievable boundary. His true essence was as deep as a vast sea. Every time he moved, every time he raised his hand or stepped forwards, he would exude the aura of the laws, forming faint lights around him. These were the law runes that had been carved into his body. They thoroughly fused into his flesh and blood, engraving themselves into his marrow. Now, Lin Ming had finally crossed heavenly tribulation. At this time, Lin Ming could be called an existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao. Crossing heavenly tribulation and stepping beyond the heavenly Tao meant that one's strength could even resist the heavenly Tao laws in the future. This sort of person's fate was no longer controlled by the heavenly Tao. This sort of person could truly say, "My life is controlled not by the heavens but by me." He's done it. He's reached the 9th stage of life destruction. This is the true 9th stage of life destruction, one that far surpasses all other ordinary geniuses. After crossing these 9 heavenly tribulations, his strength must be far from comparable to how it was in the past. The advantages he obtained from this are unimaginable. The elders of Carefree Island began to cry out in horror and awe. 33-layered heavens, 99-mile origin energy cloud, 9 heavenly tribulations of 9 by 9 life destruction. This was likely the limit of the 9th stage of life destruction. It was simply incredible. This child's achievements will know no limit in the future. If it were a normal genius, then even if they were like Lin Ming and had enough lucky chances accumulated to undergo that sort of heavenly tribulation just now, they would have absolutely died. An elder cried out, his voice thick with emotion. Such a heaven-shaking lucky chance was not something that just anyone could handle. This sort of massive lucky chance could also be considered a great calamity. A peak genius was said to have a destiny like a ray of light and the life of an emperor. But the truth was that sometimes this was not because they were lucky, but because they could take all catastrophes that fell upon their head and turn them into lucky chances. Destiny was not equal to luck. The so-called luck meant that if one were lucky, they could casually walk outside and find a treasure. Someone lucky would often find the cave dwellings and inheritances of ancient supreme elders. But to have a great destiny was completely different. That was the ability to turn the tables. If one went into a mystic realm where there were 9 chances of death and 1 chance of survival, someone with a great destiny would have the ability to return. Even in a brutal life or death competition with countless powerhouses embroiled within it, someone with a great destiny would be able to grasp that fleeting chance of hope and gain victory. Their destiny came from their own self-confidence, strength, talent, and ability to remain calm even under the threat of death, never falling into despair, and never giving up. And Lin Ming was one of these people. From the time he was at the pulse condensation realm when he went to the divine phoenix realm, or the times afterwards when he went to the demon god imperial palace, eternal demon abyss, road of emperor, and other such places, he didn't discover these places because of his good luck. Rather, these places were known by many people. Numerous individuals entered, and yet only Lin Ming was able to obtain the greatest benefit from within. This was a manifestation of his destiny. These 9 levels of heavenly tribulation were also the same. These 9 levels of heavenly tribulation had been horrifying to an unbelievable degree. Even Lin Ming had nearly died. If Lin Ming wasn't strong and his foundation deep, with a combat strength that far surpassed other martial artists at his level, as well as his dual body and energy cultivation and his extremely tough body, then he would have already been turned to ash by the 2nd stage of heavenly tribulation that had come. The reason that Lin Ming had been able to survive was completely because he never gave up, because his will had supported him throughout. If there was ever a moment when his heart had wavered, then he would have been annihilated in a puff of smoke. But finally, in a despairing situation, Lin Ming had still searched for that final thread of hope. At the precipice of death, he thought to use the supreme dragon bone relics to resist the power of heavenly tribulation. He had risked everything on that final bet, never giving up, and finally he was able to create a miracle. With all of these various factors combined together, it was simply impossible to recreate such an event. Lin Ming, he really did it. Although I placed great hopes on Lin Ming, I never did expect him to kill Tian Mingzi, because that was originally an impossible mission to begin with. But now I can finally see, that perhaps it really might be possible, M.O. Riverbliss murmured to M.O. Eversnow. Although she had great confidence in Lin Ming from the start, Tian Mingzi had also been an extreme talent that was able to become a great world king. As for Lin Ming, who didn't have much support, it was simply too trying to have him contend with Tian Mingzi, who was tens of thousands of years older than he was, and also had the support of a holy land behind him. It was far too difficult to do that. Even if Lin Ming became a great world king, he might not necessarily be able to compete with Tian Mingzi. Mo Eversnow took a deep breath. As she stared at Lin Ming, a strange and complex light was in her eyes. How could she not know how difficult it was to accomplish those things that she had asked from Lin Ming? Even so, Lin Ming had been able to blaze his own trail through the heavens and earth, defying all odds again and again. Lin Ming, your spear. Mo Riverbliss flung out her hand. The phoenix blood spear issued an excited cry, turning into a beam of light as it flew towards Lin Ming. In that moment, the spear light was beautifully blinding. Chapter 1132, Mystery of the Black Bead. Chapter 1132, Mystery of the Black Bead. Pa! Lin Ming's right hand reached out and grasped the phoenix blood spear. In Lin Ming's hand, the phoenix blood spear emitted an excited cry. He could clearly sense a connected feeling coming from the phoenix blood spear, as if they shared the same flesh and blood. At this moment, the phoenix blood spear seemed to be an extension of his own body. Wisps of light began to spin above the shaft of the phoenix blood spear. Everything in this world had its own extreme habitat. Birds flew in the skies, tigers stalked through the forest, dragons ruled over the seas, and the extreme of the phoenix blood spear happened to be Lin Ming's hand, the place where it could display its greatest combat strength. Good, very good. I never thought that even you would obtain the tempering of heavenly tribulation and rise into a spirit artifact. From now on, you will be my comrade as we wander through and surmount the world. As Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear, in that instant his valor and heroic spirit seemed to rise 100,000 feet into the heavens. In comparison to martial artists who had lived for such a long time, Lin Ming was far too young. Even if he were several thousand years old, if he was converted to mortal years, he would still only have been in his teens. Lin Ming had plenty of time to attack the next boundary and ascend to the peak of martial arts. Even so, he was so young when he had crossed a 33-layered heavens, 9 by 9 life destruction. He had crossed heavenly tribulation, and also successfully dual-cultivated body and energy. His future was limitless. The elders of Carefree Island naturally realized this point, and the way they looked at Lin Ming changed. Before, if they were dissatisfied and a bit critical of him, now all of that had turned into utter awe. Lin Ming was someone who would be able to affect their future fates, allowing them to rise to never-before-seen heights. Amazing! I never imagined that my Carefree Island would someday be able to befriend a world king-level powerhouse. Horrifying. That is a true great world king, an existence born from a trillion lives. Only one appears every 1,000 years or so, and this is not something that can be achieved through just talent. For our true martial world's great world king, let alone seeing him, even his disciples have a higher status than our island master. This sort of character is impossible to imagine. To the elders of Carefree Island, a great world king was similar to an emperor in the mortal world, and they were nothing but commoners. The difference was simply too great. Once the dust had settled, Lin Ming had perfectly crossed his 9 fall. At this time, Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear and floated in the ruins above Carefree Island, handsome and elegant, like a divine being. At this level, Lin Ming could be called the extreme of all geniuses. He was the true favorite of heaven, someone with 1,000 destinies gathered on his body. Mo Riverbliss floated into the sky and said with a true essence sound transmission, "All elders, follow me to Carefree Palace for a meeting." As Mo Riverbliss spoke, The elders of Carefree Island understood that she was going to give them orders. But after Lin Ming's ninefall had reached such a terrifying and awe-inspiring degree, no one continued to object to her previous decision of giving Lin Ming the 10 severing Dao fruit tree. As Mo Riverbliss finished speaking, she flew towards Carefree Palace. In that instant when she moved, she glanced at Xiao Haogan. That brief glance left Xiao Haogan panic-stricken. He said to White Brook with a true essence sound transmission, "This Lin Ming, our future days won't be much better. Stop panicking and let's go. She cannot directly move against us." Xiao Haogan and White Brook also flew towards Carefree Place. Since ancient times, regardless of whether it was the world of mortals or the world of martial artists, struggles over power and authority had always been cruel and brutal. To sympathize with the enemy was a completely stupid idea. "Oh, Lin Ming, come with me." Mo Eversnow's voice resounded in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming nodded and followed Mo Eversnow to Carefree Palace. "Lin Ming, do you know what that black bead you swallowed is?" Mo Eversnow cut straight to the point. "I don't. I obtained it from the blood slaughter steps and was only able to approximately ascertain its origin." Lin Ming detailed all of his thoughts of the black bead to Mo Eversnow from beginning to end. The truth was that at that time, Mo Eversnow had been deeply sleeping within the magic cube. She had been watching Lin Ming's journeys and experiences from the side of her vision, but as for something like digging out the treasure chambers of the Steps Master, she naturally wouldn't care about such a minor matter. It simply wasn't worth her paying attention to, so she didn't. "So it's like that," Mo Eversnow mumbled to herself, lost in her thoughts. If that bead was something from the eternal demon abyss, then that was much easier to understand. It was likely related to Empyrean Primordius, and anything related to Empyrean Primordius was no trivial matter. In fact, she had a guess in mind. Now that she learned of the black bead's origins, she was much more certain of her own speculations. "Lin Ming, when you cross life destruction, your body turned into pure blood energy and submerged into that origin energy cloud. You may have noticed that above the origin energy cloud, 3 types of phenomena appeared. The first 2 belong to 2 different types of transcendent divine mites, the prime emperor lotus flower and the heretical god sprout. The third phenomenon included the magic cube, but also 2 other objects. One of them was a round bead, similar to the one you swallowed down. Do you think that these 2 beads are the same?" Mo Eversnow's thoughts were what anyone would think. Mo Riverbliss also had this sort of suspicion. As for other people of Carefree Island, they didn't know of the magic cube, much less what those 3 objects represented. Thus, they would never have thought of this. Then again, the black bead was mixed in with all the Dragonbone relics, and many of them didn't even know of the Dragonbone relics. So, how could they notice the strange black bead? If that black bead is something that can exist side by side with the magic cube and also originates from the same place, then there are many things that can be explained. From this we can make some speculations. 100,000 years ago, when that black bead first appeared, Empyrean Primordius, Empyrean Thunder Punishment, and also several other unknown Empyreans must have brutally fought each other in a life or death war for this black bead. They must have discovered that this black bead had some sort of special function that was equal to the magic cube, or perhaps they even understood its true origin. But as for why they chose to fight at the Sky Spill Continent's world, I do not know. But at the end of that war, Empyrean Primordius died in battle, and the other Empyreans died for some unknown reasons. Or they might have even been severely wounded and fallen into a deep recuperating coma. There is no way we can confirm any of this, but what we can extrapolate is that they didn't succeed, and they weren't able to break through the force field that Empyrean Primordius left behind after his death. This is also the reason why the eternal demon abyss contains so many deep and profound secrets, and that black bead had been kept in the eternal demon abyss. Then, 50,000 years ago, I brought away the magic cube and fled from the destruction of the verdant feather holy lands, but I was eventually unable to escape from Tian Mingzi's clutches. I burnt my own soul to activate the power of the magic cube, annihilating 10,000 powerhouses of the divine realm, including a massive number of holy lords. After that, the magic cube broke through space and left the divine realm. With the summoning of some mysterious strength, it flew through the vast and endless turbulence of space for an incomparably long time before landing on the planet of the Sky Spill continent. The reason it landed there was that it was seeking a similar existence, the black bead. If this is true, then many things can be explained. As it happens, my grandfather obtained the magic cube over 100,000 years ago, the same time that the black bead appeared. It could even be that the two of them were born together. However, the calamitous waves raised by the magic cube were much smaller than those of the black bead. Luckily, no higher-level beings knew of its existence. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't be something that my verdant feather holy lands would have been able to control. But the black bead was just the opposite of the magic cube. The black bead stirred up far too much interest and even set off a great war between Empyreans. Empyrean Primordius died because of this black bead, and his plans of forming his own samsara heavenly Tao also failed, coming to nothing. The magic cube arrived at the Sky Spill continent's world because of the black bead, and afterwards it was accidentally obtained by you. Even though us supporting each other in this journey might seem to be a coincidence, the truth is that this is all a part of karma. This is because the karma and samsara between you and me was already settled 100,000 years ago when my grandfather obtained the magic cube. Mo Eversnow slowly spoke her own speculations, causing Lin Ming to be surprised. When he was wholeheartedly crossing heavenly tribulation, there had been no time for him to think of these matters. But now it seemed that everything Mo Eversnow said had a high chance of being true. Otherwise, why would the magic cube break through the space barrier that divided the divine realm and lower realms, finally arriving at Lin Ming's world? This space barrier wasn't easy to break at all. Moreover, there were over 1 billion boundless worlds just like the Sky Spill continent's world. So why would it choose that one specifically? In fact, it was reasonable to say that with 1 billion boundless worlds, the chances of the magic cube choosing any one of them was 1 in 1 billion. But this was not a coincidence. This was because the world that the magic cube chose possessed the eternal demon abyss, Empyrean Primordius, and the corpse of the goddess. These were things that should not be found at a world of the lower realms. There must have been some unknown relations between all of this, but most of what Mo Eversnow said should have been right. The current question was, what were these 3 objects? How did they appear? And why did they appear? As Lin Ming was thinking this, Mo Eversnow said, "Lin Ming, I also have another speculation. Think about it. Although the magic cube has a strange origin, and we do not know its exact functions, we can confirm that it is a treasure related to the soul. As for that black bead, according to what you said, it was a flesh and blood existence that seemed to have its own life. It should be a flesh and blood related treasure. We can also see this point from Empyrean Primordius, although I can't say for certain whether or not Empyrean Primordius dual cultivated in body and energy. If he only cultivated the essence gathering system, then the strength of his mortal body would be limited even if he was an extreme Empyrean. But the mortal body of Empyrean Primordius was strong to an incredible degree. His body was so powerful that he could rip out his heart and place it in the body of the goddess, where it would continue beating on for 100,000 years without end, perfectly maintaining her youthful vitality. Just this is strong evidence that the black bead is a flesh and blood treasure. There is also you. At the final heavenly tribulation, when you were about to be crushed to death, you relied on this black bead to instantly regenerate your flesh and blood. This sort of miraculous effect is something that not even a transcendent divine pill could accomplish. Then the magic cube is the soul, which is the divine of essence, energy, and divine. As for that black bead, that is the flesh and blood, which is also the essence of essence, energy, and divine, then that third card-like object should be energy of essence, energy, and divine. It should be a treasure that controls energy. Lin Ming couldn't help but admire M.O. Eversnow's sharp mind. She had extrapolated all of these guesses from the little bits of information available to her. Moreover, 80 to 90% of these guesses were likely true. Lin Ming calmed his mind and thought for a moment. He swept his mind through his body, trying to investigate the existence of that black bead. But after sweeping through his body, he was a bit dazed. He said, "Miss M.O., what you said indeed sounds real, but you might be a bit mistaken about that black bead." Lin Ming shook his head. Although that black bead was incomparably precious, it still wasn't something similar to the magic cube. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to suck away a third of its power. Chapter 1133, Divide. Chapter 1133, Divide. At this time, the magic cube had shifted to Lin Ming's dantian. After crossing Ninefall, there was clearly some tremendous change that occurred in his dantian. His dantian had become larger, and the revolving core crystal nucleus became smaller. All around the revolving core crystal nucleus there was slight spatial warping, and a light fog floated around it. This fog was a bit similar to elementary grand mist energy. Strictly speaking, his was no longer a revolving core crystal nucleus, but a world seed. At the formation of the universe, what happened was that all of the grand mist energy gathered into a singularity. This singularity constantly absorbed energy, compressing it over and over again, and when that energy reached the limit, it would erupt. After erupting, the energy would cool down, forming space-time, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and finally evolving into all of life. This was the so-called Great Eruption of the universe. The divine realm's 3,000 great worlds and the lower realm's billion boundless worlds. All of these were formed after this explosion, and before this explosion, neither time nor space existed. And a martial artist's cultivation process was similar to this great eruption. The human body was a small universe. The evolution of the human body could be reflected in the great universe. From the start, a martial artist constantly accumulated energy in their dantian. From the pulse condensation realm, that process symbolized the true beginning of the essence gathering system. At that time, a martial artist's true essence would flow through their meridians and into their dantian. Afterwards, true essence would gather in their dantian and form streams there. This was the Hotian realm. Then, true essence would condense into a cyclone, bringing with it the rules of revolution. This was the Xiantian realm. At the revolving core realm, true essence would finally compress into a revolving core crystal nucleus. This crystal nucleus would continually grow, compress, and then grow again and again. Energy would converge, just like the energy that gathered before the eruption of the universe. A martial artist with a deep foundation could even form a black hole revolving core that was similar to the singularity that erupted into the universe. Afterwards, the revolving core crystal nucleus would have to undergo 9 baptisms of life destruction, preparing the martial artist's body for the final 9 divine shifts. After Ninefall, the revolving core crystal nucleus would evolve into a world seed. In the future, this world seed would explode and form the inner world. Lin Ming's current dantian was a bit dissimilar from other martial artists. Not only was there the world seed, but there was also the heretical god seedling, as well as a square black crystal that floated there. This was the magic cube. This was the first time that the magic cube had condensed into a physical form. Before now, Lin Ming had only been able to sense the magic cube with M.O. Eversnow's help. He only knew that it had become a seal that fell onto his heart. but now it had shifted to his dantian and condensed a physical form, even pushing aside the heretical god seedling. That black bead that had been swallowed up by him was now located within the magic cube space. When Lin Ming investigated the black bead, he discovered that there were some significant changes to it. Miss Mo, this black bead is definitely not a treasure similar to the magic cube. This is because I found it within the magic cube space, and a third of its strength has been absorbed by me already. Whether it is its weight or aura, it's weakened a great deal. Lin Ming felt some regret. He certainly hoped that he could acquire another treasure on the same level as the magic cube. After all, that was a divine object that even an Empyrean would risk their life for. But only like this was such a treasure rare. For him to obtain the magic cube could already be considered a favor from heaven. If he obtained a similar treasure without going through many more twists and turns, suffering great difficulties along the way, then the chances were somewhat slim. Mo Evers now frowned. Were her speculations wrong? Lin Ming continued to speak. But I don't think that Miss Mo's guesses were wrong. Otherwise, there are far too many things that could not be explained. For instance, why the magic cube would choose to land at the Sky Spill continent, and also why Empyrean Primordius would choose to go to the Sky Spill continent, a world of the lower realms. Also, just why were so many peak existences of the divine realm attracted there? If all of these are coincidences, then that is too forced. It might be that the reason Empyrean Primordius perished was that black bead, and his body was also so formidable because of that black bead. But as for that black bead, I swallowed. As Lin Ming spoke, he turned his hand, directly taking out the black bead into his palm. It really was, as Lin Ming said. The black bead had reduced by a third in volume and weight. If we call that black bead the demon bead, then this black bead in my hand can be considered a replica of the demon bead. It might even be something made from the demon bead. But the true demon bead might still be within the Sky Spill continent's eternal demon abyss. It's likely located at the bottom of Empyrean Primordius's force field protections. As Lin Ming spoke, Mo Eversnow's heart was stirred. She even thought of immediately returning to the eternal demon abyss and investigating what was inside. However, she tamped down that thought just as quickly. The eternal demon abyss was an ancient ruin left behind by an Empyrean. Even if Lin Ming was powerful, entering the eternal demon abyss was a true disaster. It had to be known that it was an absolute life forbidden zone that contained a force field left behind by an Empyrean. After Empyrean Primordius fell in the past, he certainly wouldn't hope that his inheritances would fall into the hands of his enemies. The arrangements he laid down in the past were likely no trifling matter. If she still had her mortal body, then she might have gone, but now she likely wouldn't be able to do anything at all. It looks like it won't be too long until we return to the Sky Spill continent once more. Mo Eversnow thoughtfully said. Lin Ming nodded. Even if the demon bead wasn't there, he would still want to go back. That was where his wives and parents were. Lin Ming, come with me to say goodbye to Ani. Then we'll go to the true Martial Great World to pick up a few things. What things? The jade slip for the Celestial Tyrant Manual, as well as some wealth left behind by the Verdant Feather Hold lands. But unfortunately, when the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was destroyed, the incomplete ruin half of the transcendent divine might possessed by the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was stolen by Tian Mingzi. Although I also cultivated it, now that my body is destroyed, I can no longer reproduce its mysteries. In truth, even if I still had my body, I still wouldn't be able to engrave that transcendent divine might. A transcendent divine might is something that surpasses the heavenly Tao. No one ordinary can produce a copy. In the past, the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was a world king level holy land, and the old Holy Lord was also a great world king. it was reasonable that they would possess an incomplete transcendent divine might. A full and complete transcendent divine might was extremely rare. This was because a transcendent divine might jade slip was basically only able to be produced by an Empyrean. If their descendants didn't reach a boundary nearing an Empyrean, then they would not be able to make a duplicate of that jade slip. This was why transcendent divine mites were so rare. They were basically unique treasures. After one was born, it would exist onwards for hundreds of millions or even billions of years. During this time, these jade slips could fan the endless flames of war, causing endless struggles, spilled blood, and slaughter all in their name. To obtain a complete transcendent divine might was beyond difficult. For a world king level holy land like the Verdant Feather Holy Lands to possess half a transcendent divine might was already very rare. Transcendent divine might. Lin Ming took a light breath in all these years of fighting and growth. And also in crossing that heavenly tribulation, he was able to deeply feel just how great a role a transcendent divine might played. The heretical god force and heavenly demon force field were two sets of transcendent divine mights. They had brought far too many advantages to Lin Ming. There was no need to mention the heretical god force. Lin Ming's main strength came from the fire and thunder that was originally gifted to him by the heretical god force. As for the heavenly demon force field, that was Lin Ming's greatest master ability in combat. At Lin Ming's current boundary, ordinary cultivation methods no longer held an attraction to him. He had already perused through the memories of normal divine realm powerhouses from the magic cube and had too many things he didn't need. What he needed now were transcendent divine mights. The longer this type of cultivation method was practiced for, the greater the advantages were. The more one could control the power of the heavenly Tao, the stronger they would become. Unconsciously, after crossing Ninefall and surviving heavenly tribulation, Lin Ming no longer simply referenced and borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao. What he did now was to manipulate it and control it. If I want to obtain this incomplete transcendent divine might, then I can only do so by defeating Tian Mingzi. Lin Ming clenched his fists. Tian Mingzi was the first truly powerful opponent he would encounter since entering the divine realm. Tian Mingzi was so powerful that it was almost impossible to look up to him, as if he were some kind of unreachable peak. But Lin Ming's road of martial arts involved conquering peak after peak after peak. As Lin Ming and M.O. Eversnow were talking, a special council of elders was being held in Carefree Palace. The reason this council of elders was so unique was because the way it was held surpassed everyone's expectations. At this time, outside of a minor dimension space barrier, 6 or 7 elders were gathered. White Brook and Xiao Haogan were among them, and their faces were particularly ugly. They had already guessed that M.O. Riverbliss was planning to aim at them during this council of elders, but they weren't afraid. The only problems they had with M.O. Riverbliss were normal conflicts of authority and struggles over power. Although everyone knew what they were thinking, they had never violated sect rules, nor had they randomly killed or caused chaos. If M.O. Riverbliss wanted to deal with them, then she would find it difficult to convince others. But they never imagined that M.O. Riverbliss would take on such a way to hold a council. They were all divided into groups and then summoned in one at a time. If this was a normal meeting, then everyone would be together in the same place, and everyone would also be cautious about their words. But now, no matter what one said, the only other person who would know would be M.O. Riverbliss. In this way, everyone would worry about what others said about them. If one said something weird, wouldn't that leave a bad impression of them on M.O. Riverbliss? It had to be known that at the very start, M.O. Riverbliss was only an outsider in the hearts of these elders. Even if she controlled Carefree Palace and had overwhelming strength, everybody was dissatisfied with her in their hearts. If M.O. Riverbliss called them in one at a time and asked them for their secrets, no one would speak of them. But now was different. Lin Ming had crossed 33 layered heavens and a 9 by 9 life destruction. There was an extremely high possibility that he would become a great world king in the future. It could even be said that Carefree Island's very destiny and existence were now closely tied to Lin Ming's future achievements. If he succeeded, they could even become a world king level Holy Land. If they were able to catch a ride on this invincible juggernaut, then even eating just a little bit of the soup would bring infinite benefits. And someone like Lin Ming was clearly obsessed with cultivation and training and didn't care too much about political wrangling. Thus, the truth was that the real control of Carefree Island was held by M.O. Riverbliss. If they could curry favor with M.O. Riverbliss, then their future would know no limit. But if they offended M.O. Riverbliss, their future would be sad indeed. Without noticing it, M.O. Riverbliss had used a little method to split up all those elders that had been in step with each other. How could White Brook still feel at ease with all this? Chapter 1134, Clearing the Snakes. Chapter 1134, Clearing the Snakes. Elder Lu, you are a veteran senior of Carefree Island. Of the 3 highest elders, you are the oldest. For these last tens of thousands of years, although I haven't publicly appeared, I still stayed deep in Carefree Palace. I've been watching many things that you've done, and I believe I have a deep understanding of your character. Before this, I spoke with Elder Zhou, and he revealed some matters to me. As far as I know, in these last days you, Elder Zhou, and Elder White have all been very close to each other, right? M.O. Riverbliss's light question caused Elder Lu's heart to skip a beat as it fell onto his ear. The Elder Zhou that M.O. Riverbliss mentioned was the last of the 3 highest elders. When M.O. Riverbliss wanted to give the 10-severing Dao fruit tree to Lin Ming to help him break through his 9 fall, everyone in the sect had opposed this action, and White Brook, being the one that was so adamantly against it, had united many of the elders together to resist M.O. Riverbliss's orders. And in fact, the other 2 highest elders didn't welcome M.O. Riverbliss. No one wished that there would be another overlord hovering over their heads and stealing their authority. In this sort of situation, they had tended to favor White Brook from the beginning. But afterwards, Lin Ming had perfectly crossed his heavenly tribulation and achieved a complete 9 by 9 life destruction, and then their thoughts had made a complete 180 change. Lin Ming's performance had been far too magnificent and splendid. If Lin Ming could truly become a great world king, then Carefree Island would be able to ascend to a world king level Holy Land, and as their senior elder, even sharing just a tiny bit of the soup would be an unbelievable advantage. This was absolutely not something that a single top heaven step treasure like the 10-severing Dao fruit tree could compare with. Thus, they had begun to favor M.O. Riverbliss instead. Now that they heard M.O. Riverbliss suddenly mentioning old accounts, and especially in a situation where she was dividing the elders and talking to them one at a time, no one knew what anyone else would say, so all of their hearts were rife with fear and trepidation. Once someone else confessed all of their matters, if they continued to be silly and help White Brook out, then that would cause M.O. Riverbliss to have an extremely bad impression of them. Then, even if Carefree Island rapidly ascended in the future, they still wouldn't be able to share in the profit and would only be regarded as an outsider who would be continually marginalized. Ever since ancient times, there had been no right or wrong in struggles of power. Those self-proclaimed righteous and stubborn men of integrity would often die in the most miserable manner. Whether they were good or evil didn't matter. All that existed in struggles of power were a few simple words: submit to me and prosper, or oppose me and perish. Elder Lu could already see that this woman, M.O. Riverbliss, was not easy to deal with. Before now, she had quietly stayed in Carefree Palace because she didn't want her status to be revealed. But now that she would exert full and complete control so that when Carefree Island became a world king level Holy Land in the future, her authority would be smoother. What she wanted was for her voice to be the only one that mattered within the island. As for White Brook and Xiao Haogan, they already stood opposite to Mo Riverbliss. Even if they sensed the winds and tried to switch sides, it was far too late. For those rulers with absolute control, what they had least was trust in others. And history had repeatedly proven that those rulers who easily trusted others and gave power to others would suffer tragic fates. In particular, trusting the enemy even once was the most stupid of behaviors. It was obvious that Mo Riverbliss planned on being the only voice in the Council of Elders. Moreover, she wanted to establish her prestige. White Brook and Xiao Haogan would thus be punished as a warning to all others who dared to stand against her. Senior, I have something I must confess to you. After Elder Lu understood all of this, his choice became immediately clear. Mo Riverbliss did not lack ambitions, nor did she lack the means to accomplish them. Following her would be much better than following White Brook and his mixed band of supporters. As time slowly passed, all of the elders, besides White Brook and Xiao Haogan, had talked alone with Mo Riverbliss. This caused Xiao Haogan to feel increasingly uneasy. Although he seemed relatively calm on the surface, the truth was that his heart was rapidly racing in nervousness, as if he were standing on pins and needles. What are you so panicked about? Mo Riverbliss hasn't even done anything, and yet you feel so pressured. Don't be confused about your own position, and stop shaking your legs. If she really did anything, then you can't just stretch out your neck and accept it. White Brook chided Xiao Haogan with a true essence sound transmission. Xiao Haogan forced a smile and nodded. He certainly knew what White Brook was trying to say, but could he feel that way in front of someone like Mo Riverbliss, where he didn't even have the faintest bit of superiority? After Mo Riverbliss had borrowed the momentum of Lin Ming crossing his heavenly tribulation and split up the elders, now whether it was her own strength or her position in the hearts of the elders, she surpassed White Brook in every aspect. At this time, the minor dimension in front of Xiao Haogan trembled, and then a white-clothed Mo Riverbliss appeared in front of everyone. Elder White, Elder Xiao, come with me, Mo Riverbliss faintly said. White Brook's heart tightened as he looked at the minor dimensional gate behind Mo Riverbliss. He felt as if he didn't have the courage to step in at all. This carefree palace was under the control of Mo Riverbliss to begin with. Not just that, but Mo Riverbliss's strength surpassed theirs by several times. Who knew what would happen once they entered that minor dimension? Xiao Haogan also thought of this. His complexion became increasingly ugly. White Brook forced a smile and said, Fairy Mo, if there is any matter, then you can speak it right here. As White Brook spoke, all of the other elders began to feel a bit of pity for him. In truth, everything that White Brook had done was a normal response for someone who was accustomed to holding great power. It was human nature for a person to not wish to cup their hands across their chest and hand over whatever authority they had. Moreover, because of White Mirror Jade's situation, White Brook had wanted to kill Lin Ming. To a highest elder, killing a simple junior disciple to set an example wasn't a problem at all. Unfortunately, he had messed with the wrong young man and had ended up kicking himself in the face. Now, Mo Riverbliss was clearly looking to push White Brook over the cliff. At the very least, he would lose his current high status. And most of the other elders of Carefree Island had likely betrayed White Brook by now, especially those that had been close to him. They all rushed to privately contact Mo Riverbliss to display their utmost loyalty to her. After all, they weren't sure if anyone else had betrayed White Brook and revealed what all the other elders had done. If those people had confessed all of their wrongdoings while they tried to hide what they knew, that would be the actions of an idiot. On the other hand, if they clearly revealed all that they knew, then that would be a sign of their loyalty. There would be no loss for them. It could only be said that humans were inconsistent and fickle beings, quickly tempted towards extremes. Now that they faced White Brook, They all felt a bit guilty in their hearts. This sort of feeling didn't feel too good. If one felt guilty for too long, then this guilt would turn to hate. This was the subtlety of human psychology. If you make me feel guilty and fearful, then I will no longer wish to see you or even talk to you. Thus, imperceptibly, White Brook and Xiao Haogan had already been isolated from the others. "Oh, we can speak here too." Mo Riverbliss spoke, as if she were in a very jolly mood. She faintly smiled at the other elders and said, "Then may all the other elders besides Elder Xiao and Elder White wait outside." Mo Riverbliss's words left Xiao Haogan and White Brook startled. As they looked at everyone, they discovered that they were all evading their eyes. Island Master Xiao Skywhite was the first to leave. Then everyone began to scatter without a single one remaining. There were even some people that were much faster than the others in fear that they would leave a bad impression on Mo Riverbliss. As the other elders departed, the space where Mo Riverbliss, White Brook, and Xiao Haogan was completely sealed up. When White Brook saw this, he mirthlessly smiled. "Ha! I never thought this would be. The world of martial artists is truly a reflection of human nature. To think that I, White Brook, would one day suffer a fate like this and become no different from a plague. Everyone who sees me fears me, and everyone wishes to cut apart all relations they had with me. Your methods are truly wonderful." White Brook grit his teeth as he looked at Mo Riverbliss, and behind him, Xiao Haogan was already shaking in his boots. Facing Mo Riverbliss, he felt an unbelievably strong pressure. This woman could take their lives whenever she wished. "My methods aren't much at all. It's just that after Lin Ming crossed a 9x9 life destruction, whether it be in strength or prestige, I now occupy the absolute superiority. You are no longer my match. I could have let you go. It's only that. I will no longer leave behind even the smallest chance for my current enemies or my potential enemies in the future. This is the lesson that my father paid a deep price to carve into my heart. I will no longer abide a snake that is looking at me from behind. Even if you do not have the strength to threaten me, it is possible that you will betray my information to my blood enemy in the future, or you may even sell out Lin Ming. Or, in the future when I have troubles, you may even kick me when I'm down. You already have a festering hatred of me in your heart, since we cannot resolve our issues. Why should I allow you any chance to seek revenge?" The annihilation of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands had left a lifelong lesson in Mo Riverbliss's heart. It was because the old Holy Lord of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands didn't act against Tian Mingzi ahead of time that they all suffered such a fate. How could Mo Riverbliss allow the same mistake to occur again? Once White Brook realized that her hated enemy was Tian Mingzi, then even the spirit artifact scroll she had all the elders sign might be useless. Tian Mingzi possibly had his own ways to remove such a curse. At that time, Tian Mingzi would find out about her, as well as about the existence of Mo Eversnow and Lin Ming. The consequences of this could be imagined. "Good. You are ruthless enough. I acknowledge that I deserve this punishment. So, let me see just how you'll dispose of me." White Brook coldly said as he flung his sleeves open. In his opinion, Mo Riverbliss was merely relieving him of his duties. At most, she would imprison him, not kill him. Otherwise, if a senior elder died because of a power struggle, then there would inevitably be fissures. Although no one would dare to do anything to her, she still had to be cautious of the effects her actions on public opinion. If her killing sins were too great, it would be easy to lose the will of the people. Mo Riverbliss seemed to see through White Brook's thoughts. She cunningly smiled. "You seem to think you're safe? As if you have nothing to fear? What a pity your speculations are all wrong." White Brook's heart shook as he suddenly stepped backwards. He reached out to trace his own spatial ring, but at this time all he felt was a blinding haze before him. Mo Riverbliss had already arrived right in front of him. Bang! Whitebrook couldn't see how M.O. Riverbliss had acted. In only an instant, all he felt was a dizzying pain in his head. It was as if he had fallen into some unknown space with ice and snow falling all around him, enveloping the world. Whitebrook wanted to shatter this world, but he felt his body become increasingly powerless. His consciousness and divine sense seemed to leave his body. This feeling was like a mortal being placed in front of the vastness of nature. There was no chance of resisting. The difference was too great. 3 days later, everyone saw Xiao Haogan and Whitebrook in Carefree Palace. They followed behind M.O. Riverbliss. There didn't seem to be anything different about them, except that they displayed absolute loyalty towards M.O. Riverbliss. Moreover, there was also a deep sense of awe and fear shining from their eyes. This sort of look was like someone who had their mind controlled and had a slave seal planted within them. Of course, no one dared to question M.O. Riverbliss. They could only suppress their own suspicions and pretend to not notice anything. Everyone began to increasingly dread this woman, known as M.O. Riverbliss. Without a doubt, she was not some bleeding heart individual. For whoever disobeyed her, their fate would truly be tragic. Xiao Haogan and Whitebrook were the perfect examples of this. No matter what M.O. Riverbliss did to Xiao Haogan and Whitebrook, at least they hadn't died. As for the ordinary disciples of Carefree Island, none of them knew about this situation to begin with. Thus, changes in public opinion never occurred. Like this, M.O. Riverbliss calmly controlled all of Carefree Island while removing all of her enemies. Not only were there no negative effects, but her authority instead rose to an unprecedented level. Chapter 1135, Immemorial Imperial City. Chapter 1135, Immemorial Imperial City. The true martial world in which Carefree Island was located was extremely vast, even a level greater than Atlas World, the world where Phoenix Cry Palace was located. Of the great worlds of the divine realm, what decided which was larger and smaller was not their mass or area. Rather, it was the number of powerhouses as well as their quality. And in a great world, over 90% of the powerhouses would be located on the main continent. Each main continent of a divine realm great world had an incalculable area to it. Although Carefree Island was also considered to be on the main continent of true martial world, it was at the farthest edges of the sea, the Red Desolate Sea. The truly large top sects, such as those Holy Lands, Peak Holy Lands, and even World King level Holy Lands, were located near the greater central areas of these main continents. This region had an incomparably rich stock of resources. There was also an extremely high number of mystic realms, and even the middle ranked of these mystic realms was much more bountiful than the Red Desolate Mystic Realm. However, although these mystic realms were rich in resources, what they produced was only violet sunstones, violet sun crystals, or some other basic low-level materials. The best point about them was that the quantity of resources was very high, but the quality wasn't so. They weren't like the god-beast mystic realm that had high-level heavenly materials such as a supreme dragon bone. A supreme dragon bone was something that even a world king level powerhouse would fight to the death for. As for 10 billion violet sunstones, a world king level powerhouse wouldn't have any interest in that at all. This was the difference in level. Although true martial great world's mystic realms were extremely rich and could even be counted as having some of the richest of the divine realm's 3,000 great world's mystic realms, they weren't able to produce top grade heavenly materials. Thus, they weren't too tempting to powerhouses, and a great deal of the wealth was due to the commercial businesses there. Every year, there was an inestimable amount of wealth traded in true martial world. Immemorial Imperial City was the largest city of true martial great world and also the most ancient. After Lin Ming bid his farewells to Mo River Bliss, his destination was Immemorial Imperial City. The reason he came here was to take back the wealth that the Verdant Feather Holy Lands had left, among them the jade slip to the Celestial Tyrant manual that Mo Eversnow had left behind. According to Mo Eversnow, Immemorial Imperial City was already several hundred millions of years old. 100 million was a terrifying number, in particular when used to refer to time. A mortal lived for 1 billion breaths, and a single breath was an extremely short period of time. If these breaths of time were changed into years, the amount of time would be unimaginable. This was a city that had constantly developed over a span of several hundred million years. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it was. Although Lin Ming had mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked when he truly saw Immemorial Imperial City with his own eyes. This is Immemorial Imperial City. Lin Ming gazed at the massive metropolis in front of him. Rather, it was better to call it a floating continent. In the skies above, true martial great world, a supercontinent floated by itself. This massive chunk of land was tens of thousands of miles long and wide. Immemorial Imperial City was surrounded by a city wall that was thousands of feet high and hundreds of feet thick, as if a mountain range were surrounding it. For all these hundreds of millions of years, countless array formations and mind-boggling amounts of energy were used to support the city wall, and thus the city wall exuded a simple and boundless aura. Although this city wall was vast and tough, there were still scars left behind by all sorts of attacks. There were even some areas where the gashes were particularly deep and dreadful. It was obvious that in the history of Immemorial Imperial City, it had encountered the endless flames of war. To fight in a city like this, it was possible that it was a war between World King level Holy Lands. The truth was that martial artists could fly, and no ordinary wall could stop them no matter how high it was. But this city wall formed a massive energy barrier in the sky that covered the entire city sky. The number of violet sunstones consumed each year could be imagined. Beyond the covering of the energy barrier, there were countless saint beasts and massive spirit boats and spirit shoats that shuttled about. These saint beasts and spirit vessels had to descend as they came close to Immemorial Imperial City, and the martial artist who rode them had to then walk into the city. At the front gates of the city, there was a squadron of guards in golden armor. These guards were all at the divine transformation realm, and there was a divine war chariot next to them. These divine war chariots were crafted by grandmaster refiners. As long as one placed enough violet sunstones in them, they would be able to display an incredible destructive power. Immemorial Imperial City. This is where the Celestial Tyrant manual and some other treasure are hidden. Lin Ming came here this time with Mo Eversnow in order to take the Celestial Tyrant manual jade slip, as well as the other hidden wealth. He thought that these treasures should be buried in some wild and barren mountain range or hill, or perhaps even somewhere in a divergent mystic realm where they would be covered under the protection of numerous array formations. But he never imagined they had been hidden in the largest and most prosperous city of true martial great world. Lin Ming thought this was strange. How could there be treasure hidden in such a place? That's right, they're hidden right here. The situation in the past was complicated. Some treasures were stored in different areas. I kept some, my little sister took some, and even my auntie took part of it away. And a part was also left in Immemorial Imperial City's Starbind Bank. The power that is behind Starbind Bank is the true martial Holy Lands. True martial Holy Lands is exactly what you think it is. It is the top holy land of true martial world. It is also the holy land established by the great world king of true martial world. Only such a holy land would dare to use the name of a great world for themselves. Starbind Bank is an extremely safe place to deposit treasures. There are many supreme elders of the divine realm that would choose to place their treasures here, and this has led to Starbind Bank having a very good reputation. They will not privately steal the treasures of their guests. Of course, this is on the premise that there are no treasures deposited that would cause a great world king to go mad for them. As M.O. Eversnow explained this, Lin Ming suddenly became aware. A bank that was supported by a great world king was truly a safe place to store treasures. The only exception would be if the true Martial Holy Lands was exterminated. Otherwise, those things that were deposited in Starbind Bank would be safe. You're saying that the jade slip and wealth have been stored here for 50,000 years. Lin Ming found this hard to wrap his mind around. He had only lived for a total of 30-some years. But to a world king level powerhouse, 50,000 years wasn't anything at all. Yes, 50,000 years. I never thought that the divine realm would have such a method to store treasures. A bank isn't too different from how it's done in the mortal world. Of course, this immemorial imperial city doesn't have just banks, they also have pawn shops, houses, and all sorts of other businesses that sell countless kinds of treasures. There are saint artifacts and even spirit artifacts that are sold. There are even pill pavilions that sell earth step and heaven step pills, but these sorts of things can only be dreamt of. They are far too difficult to purchase. I even heard that in the past there was a transcendent divine pill auctioned off at Immemorial Imperial City. That auction gathered together over 100 world king level powerhouses from the divine realm, as well as the rulers of countless holy lands. There were even said to be 20 great world kings among them. Finally, this transcendent divine pill was purchased by a great world king, but the price he paid was kept secret so that no one knew. What? Lin Ming was stunned. A transcendent divine pill was something on the same rank as a transcendent divine might. Because these pills were one-time use treasures, they weren't as valuable as a transcendent divine might jade slip. But these were pills that could potentially save the life of a great world king, so they were truly priceless treasures. Even a transcendent divine pill was sold. That is something that would need to be refined by an Empyrean. No, there are many Empyreans that do not practice alchemy. On the contrary, there are some peak great world kings that have extraordinary accomplishments in alchemy, and thus have the ability to refine transcendent divine pills. True Martial Great World is the most bustling trading hub of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. There is a massive amount of martial artists from all over the divine realm that come here to sell and trade their goods, and this includes even great world kings. As the two spoke, they arrived at Immemorial Imperial City's gates. The two city gates were thousands of feet high, and the aura they exuded was grand and towering. There was a massive stream of people pouring through the gates. A great number of them were at the Divine Sea Realm, Divine Transformation Realm, and even Divine Lord Realm. This was a city of martial artists. Lin Ming was faintly startled. He didn't find it strange that there were so many powerhouses here, but as he entered, he discovered that there were many young people. Moreover, each one of them had a solid foundation and amazing talent. These people would all be at least direct disciples of an ordinary holy land, and yet there were so many of them here. Were these the disciples of the true martial holy lands? Lin Ming didn't dwell on this too much as he paid the fee to enter. In Immemorial Imperial City, one had to pay 10,000 violet sunstones to enter if they didn't possess a permanent residence inside. This sort of wealth would cause the vast majority of Divine Sea Realm martial artists to shrink back in fear and not dare to approach the city. It had to be known that in the past, when Lin Ming was at Phoenix Cry Palace and had entered Saint Artifact Pavilion to choose a treasure, he was able to do so by paying an equivalent of several thousand violet sunstones. And this was an amount of wealth that many Life Destruction and Divine Sea disciples had to save up diligently for. Of course, this wealth was only a fine drizzle to Lin Ming. Not to mention the treasures that M.O. Eversnow left in Starbind Bank. but just the wealth he had obtained after killing the genius disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan came to a total of 150 billion violet sunstones. This sort of wealth had been comprised of violet sunstones, violet sun crystals, and other materials. M.O. Riverbliss had helped Lin Ming change all of this to violet sun crystals using her connections. Now, the current Lin Ming was ridiculously wealthy. Starbind Bank is here. Lin Ming stopped in front of a magnificent building. On the top of this building was a signboard with the words Starbind Bank written in large golden red characters. Each of these words contained faint fluctuations of the metal laws. Upon stepping into Starbind Bank, one would enter into a different space. The space inside was dozens of times larger than the exterior, and one could even fly. This was also a reasonable matter. After all, Immemorial Imperial City was the headquarters for 2 World King-level Holy Lands. In addition, there were also many peak and upper-level Holy Lands that had set up a base here. This caused Immemorial Imperial City to have a ridiculously inflated cost for property. Thus, there were many buildings here that would have their own minor dimension built within to expand the building and make the most of the limited space. As soon as Lin Ming entered Starbind Bank, he saw a group of young martial artists. These people had middle and late divine sea cultivations, and they appeared to be around 30 to 40 years old. They were all excited and in high spirits. And behind them were several old men that acted as stewards. These old men were each at the late divine Lord realm. Such a powerhouse could be a great elder in Carefree Palace. But following behind these youths, they were only stewards. So many outstanding characters. I've walked just this distance, and yet I've encountered countless geniuses. This Immemorial Imperial City is truly lively. Chapter 1136, Taking the Treasures. Chapter 1136, Taking the Treasures. As Lin Ming entered the Grand Hall of Starbind Bank, several young martial artists caught notice of him. "That person, did you see him?" a youth said with a true essence sound transmission. His aura isn't bad. This sort of feeling should come from some specially raised genius from a large sect or noble family. A white-clothed youth leisurely said, swinging a fan as he did so. He noticed Lin Ming had a 9th stage life destruction cultivation, and he was also an outstanding one amongst them. Such a person likely came from a widely renowned sect or family. He went in. The inner temple of Starbind Bank is only for 3-star guests to deposit and withdraw violet sun crystals. That young man really must come from some wonderful influence. Young River is too humble. Besides some major influences, there aren't many others that can compare with your River family. As for a 3-star guest, young River has long since become one. These people jollily laughed as they spoke. Although they spoke with true essence sound transmissions, they didn't hide their eyes and expressions. Lin Ming naturally noticed that they were talking about him. After Lin Ming entered Starbind Bank, he intentionally exuded the aura of a powerhouse. This Immemorial Imperial City was a place where everyone was a rising dragon. If he showed off some of his strength and background, then he would be able to avoid some unnecessary troubles and smoothen things out. For instance, the inner temple of Starbind Bank was one such case. If an ordinary-looking person wanted to enter, they would be immediately blocked until they were able to show proof of their financial resources or records of their accounts. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to go in. However, those that looked like extremely talented young geniuses would be able to directly enter without a hitch. "Young sir, would you like to use your true martial rune to withdraw violet sun stores or crimson sun pills? Or perhaps you've come to manage the property you have held here." Just as Lin Ming entered Starbind Bank, a pretty young woman came out to greet him. She wore the uniform of Starbind Bank and exuded a very warm and sensual flavor. In the divine realm, there were several types of common resources used as money. The two most common types were violet sunstones and pills. There was no need to expound on the uses of violet sunstones. They were used to power array formations, spirit ships, and were also necessary to enter divergent mystic realms. As for pills, they were essential to raising disciples of large sections. Crimson sun pills were an extremely common type of pill. They were worth the equivalent of a violet sun crystal, which was the same as 10,000 violet sunstones. For the purpose of facilitating easier and simpler transactions and calculations, many large banks would reduce violet sunstones or crimson sun pills to a standard currency unit. For instance, Starbind Bank's true martial runes. "I've come to take out something I left here," Lin Ming calmly said. "What does young sir wish to take out? What is the account number? I will immediately bring it out." The young woman charmingly smiled. Lin Ming gave the account number. This long account number included various types of information, including the date the account was opened on. As the young woman heard this, she was a bit surprised. This account had already been here for 50,000 years. Even to those old monsters, saving something for 50,000 years was an extremely long time. They would often only store something for several thousand years before taking it out. "Please follow me." The young woman took out an array disc. After fiddling with some runes on the array disc, it emitted a brilliant light that wrapped around the woman and Lin Ming, bringing both of them to a separate minor dimension. Within this minor dimension was a giant ceiling array formation. When M.O. Eversnow had deposited her treasures here in the past, she had done so within this minor dimension's ceiling array formation. Starbind Bank's ceiling array formation was laid down by a World King level powerhouse. Even if a peak Holy Lord level martial artist came to this minor dimension, he still wouldn't be able to break it open. "Please enter the rune password." The young woman pointed towards the array disc on top of the ceiling array formation. There were all sorts of complex symbols and lines traced over the array disc. In just runes alone, there were thousands of them, and a single password could consist of 20 lines of rune symbols. Thus, the possible combinations were nearly infinite. If one didn't know the correct password, it was impossible to open. Lin Ming chose the 22 rune symbols according to the password that M.O. Eversnow had told him, and then aligned them in a specific order. Afterwards, there was a light clicking sound as a common-looking spatial ring was shot out, falling into Lin Ming's hands. This was the wealth that M.O. Eversnow had deposited in Starbind Bank in the past. As Lin Ming swept his sense through the spatial ring, a blood-red jade slip immediately entered his sight. This jade slip was extremely special. Although it was called a jade slip, it wasn't carved from any type of red jade. Rather, it was sculpted from a blood-red bone, and the red patterns and textures on this jade slip were similar to bloodlines and meridians. Without a doubt, this was the Celestial Tyrant manual jade slip. Lin Ming had only touched his sense upon it, but he felt as if he shared some sort of bloodline connection with it. This was because he had already practiced a part of the Celestial Tyrant manual. Besides this jade slip, there were also several boxes in the spatial ring. As he opened these boxes, he found neat piles of crystal cards located within them. Each crystal card had a pattern of runes and lines carved on top of it, each card symbolizing 10,000 true martial rune symbols. If he brought one to Starbind Bank, he could instantly exchange it for 100,000 violet sunstones or 10,000 crimson sun pills. Lin Ming roughly estimated that there were around 3,600 to 3,700 of these cards in total, which was the equivalent of 360 to 370 billion violet sunstones. In addition to the wealth he had obtained before, Lin Ming's total wealth had reached 500 billion violet sunstones. A bit over half of the wealth is missing. M.O. Eversnow was startled as she inventoried the crystal cards. She seemed to recall something and let out a long sigh. It should be Little Moon who took half the wealth away. Only she would know the password to bypass the ceiling array formation. But why would she be in such a hurry to use this wealth? Is it because she needed to make a breakthrough in her boundary? Mo Eversnow found it difficult to remain calm. No matter when, she was always concerned for her little sister. If she couldn't find her, then she would always feel a faint emptiness in her heart. Besides her auntie, her little sister was Mo Eversnow's only remaining family. I wonder where she is, or what she's doing right now. Lin Ming said, Miss Mo, you do not need to worry, although the divine realm is vast. If the day comes when we can re-establish the Verdant Feather Holy Lands and even kill Tian Mingzi, then the name of our new Verdant Feather Holy Lands will ring through the divine realm. I'm sure that Miss Mo's little sister will naturally come to look for us then. I hope so. Mo Eversnow nodded. She didn't know why, but she couldn't rid herself of a faint uneasiness in her heart. Lin Ming, take everything. Since we've arrived at Immemorial Imperial City, we shall begin to make the final preparations for you to attack the Divine Sea realm. If possible, before you reach the Divine Sea, I would like you to open another gate, the Gate of Life. After you step into the Divine Sea, you can attempt to open the Gate of Death. And after that is the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. If you can truly manage to break through into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, you will have created a miracle. Open another gate before the Divine Sea? Lin Ming was startled. According to the Celestial Tyrant Manual, even in ancient times, when the laws of the divine realm hadn't yet changed and dual cultivating body and energy was still feasible for many wanting to open the 7th gate before the divine, sea still wouldn't be easy. Originally it would have been impossible. However, when you crossed your 9-fall heavenly tribulation, you borrowed the power of heavenly tribulation to break past the life and death threshold. There is also that mysterious black bead that regenerated and improved your body, as well as a massive amount of the dragon bone relic's strength still remaining in you. This altogether is what causes me to believe that you can attempt to break through the gate of life. For most martial artists, 9-fall is considered the most important boundary that they will have to cross. This is because the process of 9-fall plants a world seed in your body. The quality of this seed will play a great role in determining your future achievements, although it is only a seed, and it has also been planted. How you raise it is extremely important. If you can further solidify your foundation before you reach the Divine Sea, then once your world seed sprouts and forms your inner world, your world will be far larger, stronger, and tougher than an ordinary martial artist's. Miss Mo is planning to refine the esoteric immortality pill. Lin Ming remembered Mo Eversnow's original plan. In the Celestial Tyrant Manual, it was recorded that there were 2 kinds of pills needed in the method to open the Gate of Life and Gate of Death. In order to attack the Gate of Life, one needed the esoteric immortality pill. In order to attack the Gate of Death, one needed the esoteric mortality pill. The techniques to refine the pills were recorded in the Celestial Tyrant Manual, but regardless of whether it was the esoteric immortality pill or esoteric mortality pill, both were not pills that a life-destruction martial artist should be able to withstand. Of course, Lin Ming was unique in that regard. His body had been continuously tempered through heavenly tribulation, and he had also been transformed by the black bead and the dragon bone relics. The toughness of his body had reached an unbelievable boundary. Although he was still far from being comparable to a god beast, sweeping away random ancient vicious beasts wasn't a problem. As Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow were speaking, they bumped into those young heroic elites that had entered Starbind Bank. The old men following behind them were late Divine Lord Realm Stewards, specially sent to watch over them. A youth waving a fan smiled at Lin Ming. Friend, may I know your name? What influence do you come from? And what family are you from? Would I, Riverfeather, know of you? This young fellow called Riverfeather was able to see that Lin Ming's status was extremely mysterious. His talent and wealth far surpassed other genius youths. Thus, Riverfeather wanted to become friends with him. To a disciple of a distinguished family, developing one's own strength was extremely important. This was because it involved the future succession battles to become the family head. Having another friend on your side would always be better. Lin Ming originally wanted to refuse Riverfeather's good intentions, but he changed his mind upon thinking about it some more. He had just arrived at Immemorial Imperial City and was unfamiliar with the people and locations here. It wouldn't be easy if he wanted to purchase the materials necessary to refine the esoteric immortality pill. If he was acquainted with a disciple from a distinguished family, there were many matters that would become much easier. Thus, Lin Ming cupped his fists together across his chest and said, "My name is Lin Ming." Lin Ming. Riverfeather rapidly racked his mind for an association, but couldn't recall any distinguished family in Immemorial Imperial City that used the Lin surname. It seemed that this Lin Ming was likely from some distinguished family far away and had come to Immemorial Imperial City to adventure. As the two exchanged some words, they finally touched upon the subject of Lin Ming's origin. Lin Ming declined to answer, only speaking in dire tones. Riverfeather could see that Lin Ming didn't wish to reveal too much information about his own status, thus he didn't ask. Instead, he straightforwardly and with great gusto spoke of his own family, Immemorial Imperial City's River family. The River family was a super family that had existed for millions of years. If they were counted as a sect, they would be considered a peak holy land. Their family had peak holy lord powerhouses assuming command, and their strength was not something that a sect like Carefree Island could compare with. As a super family clan whose main headquarters were located at true martial Great World, the River family would naturally have many channels to do business through. This left Lin Ming quite interested indeed. He cut straight to the point and said, "So it's the young master of the River family. I just happen to have a list of materials that I wish to purchase in Immemorial Imperial City. Brother River, do you think that you can help me out with this?" Chapter 1137, Private Trading Fair. Chapter 1137, Private Trading Fair. Yeah. Oh, what sort of materials? Sir Lin, you have stumbled into the right person. My River family has over 100 stores in Immemorial Imperial City. If there are any of these materials, then I can help purchase them for you and also give you a 10% discount. As Riverfeather spoke, Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised. He reiterated the materials that M.O. Eversnow said were needed to refine the esoteric immortality pill. The Celestial Tyrant Manual was originally a body transformation law formula found together with the magic cube. No one knew of it, thus there wasn't any problem in handing out this list of materials. The truth was that even if they knew a body transformation cultivation method wasn't enough to arouse anyone's interest, thus Lin Ming didn't have any worries when sharing this list. Riverfeather took the list of materials and swept over it. He was immediately puzzled. The materials that Lin Ming wanted were far stranger than what he expected, and many of them were extremely valuable and precious commodities. These materials, just what sort of pill would they be used for? Riverfeather had an extremely keen understanding towards alchemy and was also familiar with the properties of all sorts of materials needed to refine pills. Even if he wasn't familiar with a pill, he could still approximate its uses from the list of materials. But now, as he looked at this strange and curious list of pill materials, he was left perplexed. Just what sort of pill was this used for? Originally, he had thought of speculating on what type of cultivation method Lin Ming trained in from this list of materials, or at least roughly guess his origin. But now, all of that was thrown into more confusion. The materials that Sir Lin wishes to find are not commonly used. In order to search for all of this, it will take a bit of time. In particular, there are some things like this violet sunstone embryo that even I must admit I have never learnt or heard of. The Celestial Tyrant Manual was an ancient manual from countless eons ago. The ingredients recorded within may have completely different names in the current divine realm. If it weren't for M.O. Eversnow having researched numerous ancient texts in the past in order to refine the esoteric immortality pill, it would have been impossible to gather these materials. Even now, there were still some things that were far too bizarre, strange to the point that Riverfeather had never heard of them. Lin Ming said, "That is how the material is called in my great world, but it might be a bit different in yours. There are some types of spirit woods and divine stones that can absorb the essence of the world over endless years and have a small chance of breeding a spirit embryo. This sort of spirit embryo is bred at the nexus of all sorts of coincidences gathered together. For instance, it might have to be struck by lightning or even withstand a baptism from the power of heavenly tribulation and experience many other things beyond that before it would be born. As for this violet sunstone embryo, that is a stone embryo bred within violet sunstones. It is an extremely rare material." As Lin Ming explained, the several youths around Riverfeather looked at each other in dismay. They had heard about some divine stones and spirit woods breeding a spirit embryo before, and once these kinds of spirit embryos were found, they would often be taken away by masters to be used in creating avatars or puppets. As for a stone embryo bred within violet sunstones, that was the first time they had heard of such a thing. Riverfeather said, "Brother Lin, looking for these things will not be easy, and many of these materials will not be cheap." Lin Ming said, "If they can be found, then that would be best, but it doesn't matter if they can't be found either." According to M.O. Eversnow, it would be wonderful if Lin Ming could open the gate of life before entering the divine sea. But it wouldn't matter too much if he didn't. He would be able to gather the materials for the esoteric immortality pill sooner or later. So there wasn't a great hurry for that day. Riverfeather said, "How about this? Brother Lin, I can help you find most of the materials you listed. But for this violet sunstone embryo, there is a private trade fair being held in a few days. This trade fair has all sorts of strange treasures that will be sold. If Brother Lin comes with me, then perhaps you'll be able to obtain some harvests." "Great. Then I'll have to thank you." Lin Ming thought for a moment before agreeing. These people were clearly young masters from noble families, but besides revealing a bit of his talent, he had remained relatively low-key. Not even the young lady from Starbind Bank knew that he now had a wealth of 500 billion violet sunstones. In this case, Lin Ming didn't believe that Riverfeather and the others would aim at him. After leaving behind his sound transmission mark, Lin Ming bid his farewells to Riverfeather and left Starbind Bank. Immemorial Imperial City was truly a land with countless masters. Just by walking down the street, one could see Divine Sea, divine transformation, and even divine lord powerhouses everywhere. Moreover, each of these people had a background superior to other martial artists of the same boundary. This was also within reason. If just entering this city cost 10,000 violet sunstones, then it would be impossible for a low cultivation martial artist with a shoddy foundation to even pass the city gates. Those that were able to walk the streets of immemorial Imperial City were either great masters or geniuses, with the worst of them being young wealthy juniors of distinguished families. Lin Ming found an inn to stay at, also intending to acquire some information about Riverfeather. The River family was a family that had existed for tens of millions of years in immemorial Imperial City. It was extremely easy to find information on it. Their family head is a peak Holy Lord level powerhouse. They are a superior Holy Land family. They are far from being able to compare with the ancient Phoenix clan. Lin Ming quickly evaluated the River family. It seemed that Riverfeather had been exaggerating the accomplishments of his family when he introduced himself. It seems like that Riverfeather is trying to win you over. Thus he's showing such goodwill to you on his own initiative. The competition between the juniors of these families can be intense, M.O. Eversnow said with a true essence sound transmission. It's good if he has a motive like this. If I couldn't see his motive, then I would have to guard against him. Lin Ming casually replied, not thinking of it much further. He sat down in his room and began to meditate. 3 days later, a flame lit up in front of Lin Ming. It was River Feather's sound transmission talisman. The private trade fair was about to begin. According to River Feather, the private trade fair was attended by youths with status, and the one managing the trade fair was an underground influence of immemorial imperial city. They were similar to gangs or triads of the mortal world. They were always engaged in some behaviors that ran counter to the rules and regulations of immemorial imperial city. Lin Ming arrived at the place that River Feather described. There was already a young and beautiful girl there waiting for him. This girl was at the Xiantian realm, and she was extremely sensual. Sir Lin, I have been waiting for you. Sir, please follow me. The woman led Lin Ming past a broad square before arriving at a stone house. As they entered the house and went to the basement, they came upon a painting-covered door coated with runes. The woman walked up to the door and began touching the runes, causing it to shine with a bright white light. The girl waved at Lin Ming. Lin Ming could see that sealed behind this door was a minor dimension. Lin Ming raised his senses, keeping alert of his surroundings. He carefully walked in. After he passed through, the stone door behind him closed. Lin Ming arrived at a spacious hall that had a massive circular stone table in the center. At this time, there were already many people sitting around this stone table. Lin Ming saw River Feather and several of his friends sitting at the stone table. Not just that, but there were also several other youths with a divine sea cultivation. It was just like River Feather had said. They were extraordinary individuals of their generation. Brother Lin, over here. River Feather smiled at Lin Ming in greeting, and Lin Ming nodded in return. After Lin Ming sat down, a group of Xiantian realm girls walked in, setting down snacks and tea for everyone. These girls all had extremely loose and sparse clothing, revealing all the forbidden parts of their bodies. Several of the young girls, after setting down the refreshments, were about to leave when they were suddenly grabbed and pulled into the embraces of some guests. Although these girls were surprised, they didn't resist. They obeyed those guests, allowing them to stroke or touch them as they wished. It was clear that this was something that often happened in this type of underground trade fair. Those guests were frequent patrons, so Lin Ming wasn't surprised by this. This was truly an underground influence. It was naturally easy for a person to unleash their primitive and lustful nature here. Those several youths had extremely abundant amounts of yang energy in their bodies and likely trained in some sort of sexual cultivation method that required great deals of yin energy to neutralize their own imbalance. After this group of young girls walked in, a man and woman soon followed. The man was at the early divine transformation realm. He was dressed in black, and his complexion was extremely pale, even seeming a bit sinister and depraved. And the woman was at the late divine sea realm. She had a bust-a-figure with a charming face. She wore a red dress that followed the curves of her body, with long slits that revealed snowy white thighs. In fact, this dress was so tightly stretched that it seemed as if it would burst apart at any moment. These two people clearly belonged to the underground influence that ran this trade fair. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. As the woman spoke, her voice was very clear and lustful, as if she were constantly moaning in ecstasy. It made one's heart itch a bit listening to her. "Ha ha, Madame Luo, hurry up and begin. I've waited for too long. I heard that you brought many good things this time." A young man with a girl hug to his chest said, happily laughing as he saw the woman called Madame Luo step up. "Ha ha, young master son is too impatient. This trade fair truly has many good things, but the rules will still be the same. Besides what we sell, if any fellow guests here have things they wish to sell, you may also exchange them as you wish. Now let us begin." Madame Luo clapped her hands. A beautiful maid appeared, holding a box. Madame Luo opened it. revealing a group of tiny white objects that looked like stacked pearls. They were insect eggs. White jade spirit silkworm eggs, 20 of them. If anyone wishes to purchase these, they can barter a price with other goods or even trade with true martial rune symbols. As Madame Luo finished speaking, the early divine transformation realm man beside her took out some other things. Lin Ming wasn't able to recognize any of these treasures at all. There was a gruesome-looking bone shard. This bone shard had strange letters written on it, but as for what these letters meant, Lin Ming hadn't even seen this language before. This bone shard exuded a hoary aura. It had clearly come from a time long gone. It didn't seem fake, but Lin Ming simply didn't know of its true function or value. And beside this bone shard was a white, rubbery-looking object. Lin Ming didn't recognize this either. The man had just taken out a few treasures, but Lin Ming was completely unable to recognize the use or value of two of them. This aroused a bit of interest in Lin Ming towards this trade fair. Indeed, it was just like River Feather had said. There were some strange and curious things that appeared at this trade fair. Perhaps he really would have some harvests here. It had to be known that even though Lin Ming's experience wasn't too good, Mo Eversnow's sight and experience were beyond ordinary. Chapter 1138, The Little Girl Who Eats Violet Sun Crystals. Chapter 1138, The Little Girl Who Eats Violet Sun Crystals. Kia. The treasures that the early divine transformation man took out immediately attracted everyone's eyes. The specialty of this trade fair that attracted so many people was its strange and uncommon treasures. How interesting! Let me take a look. A tall, thin youth with a forked beard took that bone shard and investigated it. Another youth took that white rubber object and also studied it. Miss Mo, what do you think those two objects are? Lin Ming asked Mo Eversnow with a true essence sound transmission. Mo Eversnow thought for a moment and then said, "That bone shard has a language written on it that stems from an extremely ancient era of the divine realm. It should be the language once used by the saint race that is already billions of years, even a matter of 10 billion years ago. At that time, the laws of this world hadn't yet changed and body transformation techniques were quite mainstream in the world of martial artists. That incomplete bone shard should be similar to a jade slip, or rather, it's best to call it a bone slip. There should be some type of records located within it." As Mo Eversnow spoke, these objects were passed to Lin Ming. Lin Ming investigated them for a moment. As Mo Eversnow had said, the bone slip really did contain many types of records. The textures and lines were extremely mystical. Lin Ming wasn't able to understand them at all. "Miss Mo, can you understand the writing within this?" Mo Eversnow replied, "Only a small part of it. In the past, when I was studying the Celestial Tyrant Manual, I found that it deviated towards the language of the ancient divine realm eras. Thus, I referenced many ancient divine realm texts. Gradually, I was able to read a little bit of it. This bone slip should record some type of cultivation method, but if you really wish to unravel its meaning, then that will require a period of time." Besides the bone slip, there was also that rubber-like object. Lin Ming looked at it and found that it really did look like rubber. It was only when he tried to pinch it a bit did he discover that it was actually very hard and also very heavy. Even though it was a very small object, it weighed dozens of genes. Mo Eversnow said, "I cannot tell what the origin of this is, but it's probably some magic weapon fragment or a ray disk fragment. Although there are some mysteries in it. Far too long of a time has passed, and it is too incomplete to be of use or value. However, buying it as part of a collection would be quite nice." Mo Eversnow roughly guessed what the two objects were, more or less correctly. Although the others didn't have Mo Eversnow's vision, they also investigated the objects and were able to approximate that they were ancient fragments of some sort. The chance of comprehending anything useful from such fragmented and incomplete ancient treasures like this wasn't too likely, although they were interested in collecting them. However, these wealthy young masters weren't idiots. If the price was too high, then they wouldn't buy them. "Mr. Luo, how much is that bone shard?" The fork-bearded youth was the first to ask a question. He reclined in a comfortable position, vigorously rubbing the breasts of the young woman in his arms. 3,000,000 violet sunstones. The divine transformation man referred to as Mr. Luo smiled. This wasn't a strange price. 3,000,000 violet sunstones isn't too bad. I can buy this to play around with a bit. I'll pay the price, the fork-bearded youth gaily said, his eyes sweeping over the martial artists behind him. It was impossible for anyone to contend with this fork-bearded youth for a bone shard that none of them could comprehend anything from. The youth himself was at the Middle Divine Sea, and he was extremely talented. His background was also good, and he held a position of great status in this group. The lack of reaction satisfied the fork-bearded youth. Just as he thought he had the deal, a voice of disagreement rang out. "I'll pay 5,000,000 violet sunstones. This fellow, how about passing over this bone shard to me? I'm quite interested in collecting artifacts like this." The youth frowned. In truth, he also discovered that there were some records contained within the bone slip, and one of his elders just happened to be a researcher on ancient languages. This youth had some hopes that this elder would be able to discover some useful things from this bone shard. The youth turned around and swept over Lin Ming's cultivation, coldly saying, "Sorry, but I'm not in the habit of passing over things I like." 5,000,000. 5,000,000. Lin Ming calmly raised the price. All of the youths present were from Holy Land level sects or families. Moreover, they were outstanding individuals of their generation. But even so, the wealth they brought with them was limited, likely to 100 million. This would be the wealth they specifically brought to partake in this trade fair. Originating from a holy land didn't mean that they were able to control the entirety of that holy land's wealth. Compared to Lin Ming, their wealth was simply trivial. Lin Ming's wealth came from the complete treasures that Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan had found in the Red Desolate Mystic Realm, and that was also a mission that they had paid a deep price to enter. In addition to the wealth that M.O. Eversnow had left behind in the past, this was a giant sum of 500 billion violet sunstones. When the quasi-holy land, Carefree Island, had put forth 10 to 20 billion violet sunstones, that was already nearly a complete gamble with most of their resources on the line. As for 500 billion violet sunstones, that was an amount that even an upper-ranking holy land would have trouble collecting. And a great deal of a holy land's wealth came from fixed assets like its properties that couldn't be easily converted into currency. If Lin Ming wanted to roll over this fork-bearded youth with his wealth, that would be easy. But that would make others curious about his motives for obtaining the bone slip. In the blink of an eye, the price rose to 5 million. The youth's complexion became increasingly ugly. 5 million was not a minor amount of the wealth he brought. Moreover, this price vastly surpassed what he was psychologically willing to pay. He wasn't even sure if he could learn anything from this bone shard. He took a deep breath and suppressed his impulse to offer a higher price. Face was important, but it still couldn't compare with his wealth. "This brat, look up what background he has," he said to one of his lackeys with a true essence sound transmission. The lackey said, "That person was brought by young Master River. His background shouldn't be too bad." The fork-bearded youth simply didn't place Lin Ming's 9-fall cultivation in his eyes. What he worried about was Lin Ming's background. This was what he had to be careful about. If this fellow could so casually toss out 5 million violet sunstones to buy an incomplete bone shard, then that meant he came from a disgustingly wealthy and opulent background. After Lin Ming's purchase, those white jade spirit silkworm eggs were bought by someone for 4 million violet sunstones. As for the other things, no one cared about them. In such a trade fair, there was a limited number of guests and often many objects that no one would want to purchase. Thus, they would be put back. Mr. Luo laughed and put away the treasure no one wanted. It wasn't a big deal if they didn't sell it. And at this time, Madame Luo next to him deliberately raised her voice and said with a beguiling tone, "Those were only some little gadgets. Next up are some more interesting things." Madame Luo clapped. 2 men in uniforms pushed in 3 carts. These carts were covered with red curtains. Madame Luo walked towards them and then tore off the curtains, revealing 3 iron cages that were as tall as a person. And in these cages were 3 living people. One was a 20-year-old young girl, one was an 11 to 12-year-old little girl, and another was a 7 or 8-year-old boy. As these 3 people appeared, almost everyone's eyes turned to that young girl's body. She had elegant and soft features and a tender, watery expression, with her revolving core realm cultivation. Her appearance easily aroused the pity of others. Chaotic in body. The fork-bearded youth immediately recognized this young girl's special physique. Madame Luo chuckled, saying with great satisfaction, "Young Master Sun has good eyes." This is exactly the chaotic in body. From birth, a woman with this type of body has extreme yin energy within their body. If they cannot find sufficient yang energy to bring their body into balance, it will be impossible for them to take even a tiny step forwards in their cultivation. If they try to force it, the yin energy within their body will turn to chaos, their meridians will reverse, and then they will fall into depravity. But what young Master Sun trains in is a cultivation method that fills you with overflowing yang energy. What you just happen to need is yin energy to neutralize it. How about it? Is young Master Sun satisfied with this? This young woman is an extremely good cultivation furnace for you. As long as young Master Sun is willing to spend some resources, you can easily bring this young woman to the divine sea realm in her 30s. At that time, she will be able to display an even better effect for you. Madame Luo's words truly did tempt the fork-bearded youth. Is there any problem with her background? This sort of special physique came with an extremely high level of talent for cultivation. It normally wouldn't appear in the common people. There was a high chance that this young woman came from some large sect. Thus he had to ask if there were any problems with her background. Rest assured, she is from a family that was annihilated in a war. She fled from that catastrophe and was rescued by us. Then she also agreed with the conditions that we proposed to her. For her to follow young Master Sun is a blessing to her. As Madame Luo spoke, the chaotic yin physique woman sighed, as if she were lamenting her own destiny. But she also had no other choice. With the decline of her own family, she was desperate to find a turn in her fate. If she wanted to continue cultivating, her only choice was to attach herself to a powerhouse. Otherwise, there was no way she would be able to obtain resources. But as she thought about herself being brought here for sale, she felt saddened. Good. This young Master Sun was also very satisfied. His eyes then moved over to that 11 to 12-year-old little girl. He rubbed his chin and said, "Does this little girl also have some sort of special physique? If she did, then he could raise her for several years and use her all the same." As the little girl was noticed by others, she immediately became nervous. She huddled in a corner of the cage, her tiny hands clinging to her shoulders as she trembled. "Yes, and it is also a very special physique," Mr. Luo said with a smile. "Oh, what kind of physique?" Many people leaned forward in interest. Even if they didn't practice dual cultivation methods, they were still interested in what sort of special physique this little girl had. If her talent was good, they could bring her back to the sect and raise her as a talented disciple. Well, as Madame Luo and Mr. Luo were asked this question, they looked at each other, not knowing what to say. We've referenced countless texts and sources to search for what exact type of physique she has, but we haven't managed to determine it. All we know is that her physique is special. After she came here, she didn't eat food but ate violet sunstones and violet sun crystals. If there are also energy stones available, she will eat them. Every day, she will eat 5 violet sun crystals. What? As Mr. Luo spoke, all of the heroic young elites present were shocked. There was also this type of physique. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. This great and wide world truly possessed every possible strange thing. Chapter 1139, News of the Violet Sunstone Embryo. Chapter 1139, News of the Violet Sunstone Embryo. Kia. Interesting. How interesting. River Feather rubbed his chin. If one had this sort of physique and was able to eat violet sunstones and transform that into their cultivation, then one's martial talent would truly defy the heavens. He looked at the little girl's dantian, wanting to see what her cultivation was, but as he looked, he frowned. This little girl's dantian was completely void, without even a hint of true essence. She had not cultivated at all. She hasn't cultivated yet? A flash of embarrassment passed over Mr. Luo's face. She cannot cultivate. Madame Luo laughed. She said, "She cannot cultivate, but that is only because we have temporarily been unable to figure out how she cultivates. If she eats up so many violet sun crystals, how can she not be able to cultivate? We have searched through countless texts, all the way from the ancient era to contemporary times, and yet we still haven't been able to figure out just what sort of variation physique she possesses. The little girl is singularly unique. Moreover, the price we ask isn't too high, only 2 million violet sunstones, and then you can take her away. If you are then able to discover how to make use of her physique, then your profits will be tremendous." Madame Luo's words were tricky and misleading, but young Master Sun still remained unmoved. To eat up violet sun crystals? A single violet sun crystal was worth 10,000 violet sunstones. Who knew how many violet sun crystals would be required to help her cultivate? If he were to put forth so much wealth in order to train her without results, then he would end up wasting a colossal amount of violet sunstones. The damages would be huge. For a time, no one offered a price for this girl. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, but also remained silent. This little girl in front of him was very lovable and cute. She was 11 years old and had a very naive and cherubic face. Her eyes were as bright as spring water, and her nose was tiny, with rich lips and red cheeks that seemed as if water would come out if they were pinched. However, regardless of whether or not this little girl could cultivate, the key problem was that Lin Ming was traveling far and wide, and it was inconvenient for him to bring a little girl around with him. It was best if this little girl entered some large sect that was interested in training her. That would be her good fortune. If she stayed with him, that would only delay her and him. "Miss Mo, have you heard about this sort of special physique before?" Lin Ming asked with a true essence sound transmission. Mo Eversnow shook her head. "I've never heard of this type of physique before, but for some reason I feel inexplicably touched by this little girl. It's just that we have many matters that we have to handle right now, and we're wandering about. So leading this little girl will only cause trouble for all of us. Let's not complicate matters even more." As Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow were speaking, Mr. Luo introduced the last boy. He also had a special type of physique. If this sort of child was bought by a large sect and trained as a core disciple, he would definitely have great achievements in the future. "Very well. We will first begin bidding with this young woman with a chaotic body. The base price is 30 million. Madame Luo chuckled as she spoke, tracing the young woman's face. The young woman forced a smile. Although this was a destiny that she chose herself, now that she was being sold here publicly, she actually felt somewhat humiliated. 40 million. The fork-bearded youth was the first to call out a price. His face was filled with excitement. He was happy that he wasn't too impulsive just now, and didn't struggle with Lin Ming for that bone slip. This chaotic Yin woman's body was extremely valuable. If he trained her then, it would be highly beneficial to his own cultivation. 50 million. Another person bid. Young Master Sun wasn't the only one who cultivated demonic path cultivation methods. 55 million. The fork-bearded youth's lips twitched as he rose the price yet again. He shot a glance at Lin Ming in the meantime, his eyes containing a warning. It was clear that he was telling Lin Ming to back off from this chaotic Yin girl. Lin Ming didn't bother paying attention to him. There wasn't any meaning to purchasing this girl, and Lin Ming didn't train in dual cultivation methods, so this woman wouldn't be willing to go with him, to begin with. The price soon jumped to 65 million, and at this time, a surprising voice came ringing from outside. "I'll buy her 100 million. This voice contained an overbearing intent. As the words still echoed through the hall, the space laws fluctuated, and a space door appeared in front of everyone. A tall and muscular youth in red armor strode out. This young man was tall and brawny. His thickly corded muscles seemed as if they would burst out from his armor. As the young elites saw this person appear, all of them paused for a moment. It was clear that they were afraid of this young man. As for that fork-bearded youth, who was just now thinking of obtaining the chaotic Yin woman at all costs, he opened his mouth several times, but didn't speak. He shook his head, a bitter expression on his face. He acknowledged his own bad luck. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes, sizing this person up. This youth was only at the early Divine Sea realm. "Who's that?" Lin Ming asked Riverfeather with a true essence sound transmission. "That's Yu Ironrock. He's a direct descendant of the Yu family, the third greatest influence of immemorial Imperial City, second only to the two great world king-level holy lands that have bases here. Don't look at his early Divine Sea realm cultivation. His combat strength is ridiculously powerful. We are simply not his match at all." Moreover, as Riverfeather spoke to hear, he took a deep breath and said, "He dual cultivates in body and energy." Oh. Lin Ming was a bit startled at hearing this. There was an extremely small number of martial artists in the divine realm who chose to dual cultivate body and energy. Those who dared to do so were naturally some of the proudest and greatest geniuses of their generation. Of course, most of those that chose dual cultivating body and energy wouldn't be like Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow, taking the opening of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace as their true goal. These martial artists would mostly attempt to open the 8 inner hidden gates. After all, they liked their own bodies being tough. This fellow is a monstrous genius. He was born over 100 years ago, but he stayed in an accelerated space-time distortion for over 60 years and just recently came out. The result of that is that he's only 30-some years old, and now he just manages to bump into our generation, so we are being suppressed to death by him. Brother Lin, it's best if you don't come into conflict with him. If he likes something, then allow him to have it. Otherwise, those who offend him will end up miserable. Their fate... this is truly bad luck. I can't believe he would also come to this trade fair." Riverfeather said, his voice thick with unhappiness. Lin Ming was startled. He had stayed in an accelerated space-time distortion for over 60 years. If the flow of time could be slowed down, it could naturally be sped up. Ordinarily, a person would enter a time enchantment to cultivate and extend their time within. But this Yu Ironrock actually did the opposite and compressed time instead. Was there some special meaning in doing so? Lin Ming couldn't help but wonder this. He used a true essence sound transmission to ask Mo Eversnow this question. Mo Eversnow said it should be because he was waiting for some matter. There are times when people will be aiming at a grand event meant for geniuses. For instance, The ancient phoenix smelting trial you participated in the past limits participants by age. It seems that in immemorial imperial city or the Yu family, there will be something occurring soon. I see. Lin Ming didn't care any further. River Feather's estimation was also correct, as Yu Iron Rock quoted a price. All of those martial artists that were budding with excitement remained silent, whether it was in wealth or background. All of them were inferior to Yu Iron Rock in strength and talent. They simply didn't have the qualifications to struggle with Yu Iron Rock. To these young elites, talent was often the core factor for their confidence. Ha 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 ha. Young Master Yu is truly magnanimous. Madame Luo brightly smiled. 100 million far surpassed her original estimates. As for that little girl who ate Violet sun crystals that no one offered a price for, she no longer cared about her either. Then, up next was that little boy with the special physique. He was bought by someone else for 10 million. After that, it was only the little girl remaining. She remained huddled in her corner of the cage, her arms clasped around her knees, as she curled up into a ball. Her eyes were filled with fear and timidity as she scanned the crowd. Confusion marred her face, making those who saw her take pity on her. As someone that didn't have any talent for cultivation, or at least had an unclear talent for cultivation, regardless of how lovable or cute this little girl was, she wasn't of any use to a martial artist. If one was only lusting for beauty, then a martial artist could easily establish a harem of 3,000 women. A single violet sunstone could purchase 100 mortal women. Then Madame Luo and Mr. Luo took out several more treasures. However, they weren't able to sell anything for the high price of 100 million anymore. After putting away the things that no one cared about, Madame Luo chuckled and softly said, "All right, that is the end of our gang's goods being sold. If any of our guests have anything valuable or something that they are seeking, then feel free to speak. We will try to satisfy you to the greatest extent. Oh, everyone may also privately speak and exchange items." As Madame Luo and Mr. Luo spoke, many people, including that fork-bearded youth, were frustrated. As they saw the chaotic girl that was most suited for them being scooped up by someone else, they didn't like the taste of that at all. They could only take out some goods they didn't want and put them forth on the table, waiting to see if any of the other young elites wanted to exchange with them. At this time, Lin Ming stood up and cupped his fists across his chest. "Everyone, I have something I would like to purchase. If you have it, then the price is not a problem." As Lin Ming spoke, everyone's eyes gathered onto him. The scene of him bidding 5 million violet sunstones for that incomplete bone slip was still vivid in their memories. If Lin Ming said that price wasn't a problem, that naturally meant that he was extremely wealthy. "What sort of thing?" Yu Iron Rock lazily asked as he stroked his chin. "What I am searching for is a violet sunstone embryo." Lin Ming feared that these people wouldn't know about it. Thus he described the special characteristics of the violet sunstone embryo again. This left all of the martial artists at a loss. This was obviously the first time they had heard of such a thing. Even Madame Luo and Mr. Luo shook their heads, never having heard of any news about such a treasure. As Lin Ming saw this scene, even though he hadn't entertained much hope from the start, he was slightly disappointed. It seemed that wanting to obtain a violet sunstone embryo would be very difficult, even in immemorial imperial city. Lin Ming sighed and shook his head before sitting back down. But for better or worse, he had still obtained a bone slip from this trade fair, so it wasn't a complete waste of his time. And just as Lin Ming's hopes had fallen, the voice of that young girl sounded out from her little corner in the cage. That thing, I might know about it." As she spoke, Lin Ming's eyes immediately fell into the corner of the hall where the little girl was curled up in her cage. Chapter 1140. The Mysterious Little Girl Chapter 1140. The Mysterious Little Girl. It wasn't just Lin Ming, but everyone's eyes turned to the little girl, upon being looked at by so many powerhouses. Especially since many of them had sharp eyes, the little girl was immediately frightened. She gulped and then hesitated for a moment, a bit of fear in her expression as she nodded and said, I do have some impressions. Where Lin Ming had some doubts. How could such a little girl that didn't even have the strength to grab a chicken know about such a rare object when even people like Mr. Luo and Madame Luo didn't? Moreover, could she really tell just from the description of the violet sunstone embryo he gave? How much worldly experience could an 11 to 12-year-old little girl possibly have? This simply wasn't explainable at all. When Lin Ming thought of this, the other guests also did too. Mr. Luo narrowed his eyes at the little girl, his fingers gently drumming against the table as he asked, "How could you possibly know?" Good little children should be nice and obedient, and also not lie. Madame Luo laughed. Although her expression was soft, her tone contained a chilling taste that aroused fear. This woman's late divine sea cultivation was simply too oppressive to this little girl. Moreover, this little girl clearly feared Madame Luo a great deal. As she heard Madame Luo speak, the little girl shrunk her neck back, not daring to speak anymore. Lin Ming stood up. "There's no need to be afraid. It doesn't matter if what you say is wrong." Lin Ming tried to make his tone as comforting and soft as possible, but this was an aspect of his life that he truly lacked talent in. The little girl still appeared very nervous. The little girl looked at Lin Ming and tightly grasped her little fists together, as if she were making a great and courageous decision. She bit her lips, saying, I have a request I would like to ask of this big brother. Speak. I can promise you anything within my power. I hope that. The little girl's voice trembled as she spoke to hear. She seemed somewhat afraid, but also excited. She looked towards Madame Luo and Mr. Luo with dread in her eyes, and her complexion paled. She gripped her fist for several breaths of time, gathering her strength before finally saying loud and clear, "I hope that Big Brother can bring me out of here, and I will tell Big Brother where that thing is." Speaking these words seemed to exhaust all of the little girl's strength. She was panting, and there wasn't the least bit of redness remaining in her round face. And as these words came out, Mr. Luo's complexion darkened. As for Madame Luo, she was still gently smiling, but as this smile fell into the eyes of that little girl, it made her terrified. "What are you trying to say, Fishy? Isn't Big Sister here? Always so kind to you." Madame Luo's words were tactful, but Lin Ming frowned. It seemed that this little girl called Fishy, and that young boy who was also sold, hadn't experienced many good days in this underground gang influence. It seemed that his previous thoughts had been too simple. In fact, it was also unknown how those who bought them would treat them in the future. This was the sorrow of the weak. They could only allow themselves to be caught in the ebb and flow of fate. As Madame Luo asked this question, the little girl was clearly jittery. However, she seemed to be a bit stubborn. She bit her lips, not speaking. It was clear what was happening. An 11 to 12-year-old little girl was one of the purest and most naive characters you could find. They would be willing to follow whoever treated them with kindness and respect. If this little Fishy had experienced good days in this underground influence, then she wouldn't have had the courage to risk the danger of being beaten and ask Lin Ming to take her away. Moreover, the little girl clearly feared Mr. Luo and Madame Luo. This also proved just how tragic her situation must have been. It seemed that this gentle and beautiful Madame Luo was actually a cruel-hearted snake in disguise. Before, this little girl must have found it distressing that no one was willing to buy her. "Lin Ming, bring her away," Mo Eversnow suddenly said. For some inexplicable reason, she originally had warm feelings towards this little girl, and now that she knew her situation, even if this little girl didn't know of the violet sunstone embryo, she would still want Lin Ming to take her away. Even if you didn't tell me, that's also what I was planning on doing, Lin Ming said. He didn't ask how that little girl knew the location of a violet sunstone embryo. Instead, he turned to that Mr. Luo and said, Mr. Luo, before you said that you would sell this little girl for 2 million violet sunstones, how about this? I will directly buy her for 20 million. 20 million. That was an immediate 10x increase in price. Madame Luo and Mr. Luo's eyes widened. They looked at each other, a sheen in their eyes. This little brother is surnamed Lin. Right. Brother Lin, I would want to sell her to you, but that was then. And this is now. I was just thinking about how special this fishy's physique was. If she could eat violet sunstones to live, then wouldn't she really know where a violet sunstone embryo could be found? Or perhaps could it be that she herself is a violet sunstone embryo? As Mr. Luo spoke, all of the heroic young elites present perked up. They immediately began talking. It seems that what this Mr. Luo said was truly reasonable. But as for that little girl, she instantly paled to a shade whiter than death. Her fingers trembled and her voice shivered. I'm not. Ha! Mr. Luo laughed out loud. Madame Luo also had a very happy expression. Who would have thought this was possible? This little girl was originally a useless little piece of garbage that couldn't do anything but eat violet sunstones. Yet now she turns out to be a treasure. Is anyone interested in bidding on her? As Madame Luo spoke, she looked at all the other heroic young elites present, charmingly smiling at all of them. Lin Ming's complexion turned dreary. He gripped his fists but held himself down. As a newcomer to immemorial Imperial City, he would try to hold back as much as he could. Interesting. How interesting. If she is truly a violet sunstone embryo, then she'll be excellent if used for alchemy. You Ironrock shouted as he rubbed his chin. He recklessly sized up little Fishy as she was huddled up in the corner of her cage. Fishy was scared so badly that her entire body shook and tears streamed down her cheeks. She sobbed, I'm not. Who knows whether or not you are. Once I buy you and investigate, I'll find out. 30 million. You Ironrock stretched out 3 fingers and casually tossed out this price. Listening to his tone, it was evident that 30 million was just chump change to him. He could easily increase the price by several times. As the other heroic young elites heard you Ironrock put out a bid, all of them gave up any thoughts of bidding against him. The Yu family was famous for being disgustingly rich. Moreover, Yu Ironrock's talent was simply far too splendid, not to mention his dual body and energy cultivation, but as an early Divine Sea martial artist, he could easily sweep away any mid and late Divine Sea masters present. And all of them were also outstanding juniors of their generation. Since Yu Ironrock wanted to buy this little girl, all of them could only look on helplessly. 40 million, Lin Ming coldly said. Yu Ironrock was slightly startled. He looked at Lin Ming with some interest and said, Yo, you're a rich fat cow, right? Ha, you want to compare wealth with me? It's like you want to debate with a world king about the heavenly Tao. I'm about to laugh to death here. I want to see just how far you can follow me. Ha ha ha. Double the price. 80 million. Yu Ironrock proudly said. As Mr. Luo and Madame Luo saw Lin Ming and Yu Ironrock caught up in a bidding war, both of them were happier than blooming flowers. That fork-bearded youth, who was outbid on the bone shard by Lin Ming, also laughed. Young fellow, you rolled over me with resources before. Now I want to see just how you'll suffer. In truth, Yu Ironrock had also rolled over the fork-bearded youth before this. But in the opinion of the fork-bearded youth, Yu Ironrock was a junior in immemorial Imperial City, who was only inferior to the core disciples of the 2 great world king level Holy Lands. Thus, being oppressed by him was what should happen. After all, he himself had oppressed many other of his peers. He could be crushed by Yu Ironrock and not lose face. But if he were beaten by Lin Ming, he wouldn't be able to come to terms with that. This was simply the psychology of these people. He was eager to stir up chaos and said, "Lin Ming, I'm rooting for you. Kick the price up a few times. Ha ha. I have no need for you to worry about me." Lin Ming coldly glanced at the fork-bearded youth, simply disinclined to deal with such a character. He looked back at Yu Ironrock and chillingly said, "Double the price, 160 million. Lin Ming's words were cold and steady to the point that there wasn't a single fluctuation at all. He calmly tossed out a figure of 160 million violet sunstones as if it were trash. These words caused Yu Ironrock to flush red with anger. He originally had a mental limit of 150 million for this little girl. He wasn't willing to put forth much more. After all, his interest was only piqued when Mr. Luo said that this little girl might be a violet sunstone embryo. As for what that actually was, he had no idea. Once he returned with her, the chances of finding nothing special at all were also very high. Although he originally put on an overweening and insufferably arrogant act, the truth was that he wasn't an idiot that tossed out money like water. But as he saw Lin Ming want to bid against him, he wanted to crush Lin Ming's mindset and momentum. Thus he put on an appearance that he didn't care about violet sunstones, so that Lin Ming would give up wanting to struggle with him. But now Lin Ming had called out a bid of 160 million. This surpassed Yu Ironrock's original mental limit by 10 million. This caused Yu Ironrock to feel regretful. But now he had already tossed out his ruthless words, and he naturally couldn't admit that he was in the wrong. Otherwise, how could he still mix in any of the circles of immemorial Imperial City in the future? If news of this spread out, then others would laugh at him, and his reputation would also suffer. 200 million. Yu Ironrock grit his teeth, spitting out his bottom limit. He had just put forth 100 million to buy that chaotic physique girl, and now he had to put forth another 200 million. How could he remain calm? Double the price, 400 million. Lin Ming nearly instantly responded to Yu Ironrock's offer without batting an eyelid. Moreover, he used Yu Ironrock's own words to counterattack him. Yu Ironrock's face turned blue. Let alone doubling 400 million, he couldn't even double 160 million. Mr. Luo and Madame Luo were naturally extremely overjoyed by the sudden turn of events. Mr. Luo never imagined that randomly speaking some guesses in order to enhance the price of the little girl would have such a wondrous effect. That was 300 million, and it seemed as if it would rise even further. Yu Ironrock wouldn't be able to withstand this. Although the Yu family was indeed wealthy, they were also similar to the ancient Phoenix clan. During the trip into the god-beast mystic realm, the ancient Phoenix clan had made a large investment of 1 billion violet sunstones, and that was an investment from the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. As for Yu Ironrock, he was just a junior of the Yu family. Chapter 1141. To strike a stone with an egg. Chapter 1141. To strike a stone with an egg. The situation had reached a deadlock. Yu Ironrock was unable to step down, and matters could explode at any moment. One didn't need eyes to see that Yu Ironrock had already been ruined. In terms of wealth, he had been oppressed by Lin Ming. This brat, could he have had some fortuitous encounter and picked up some massive treasure? Yu Ironrock's thoughts raced, and at this time, a true essence sound transmission sounded out in his ears coming from Mr. Luo. "Young Master Yu, it looks like we really ran into an idiot this time. That boy clearly wants that little girl no matter what. Whether he is some fool who is overcome by sympathy or because he really desires that violet sunstone embryo, this is an extremely rare opportunity to meet such a dumb and rich brat. How about we knock him down a notch? What do you say?" Yu Ironrock was startled, and then immediately understood that Mr. Luo wanted him to join forces and put out a fake price. Putting out a false price wasn't easy. Moreover, This was a matter that involved his face. If Lin Ming put out an incredibly high price, then he could easily withdraw and then taunt Lin Ming with several words, letting him know that he was only playing him. If this happened, then not only would he regain any face he lost, but he would also be able to maliciously kick Lin Ming into a trap. This was something that he would love to do. Fine. However, I want 30% of the extra money. Well, okay. Mr. Luo hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Young Master Luo, I think that this brat's limit should be 700 to 800 million. This is a once-in-a-thousand-year chance. Young Master Luo should try to raise the price as high as possible. If we don't kick him down, then that would truly be an injustice to him. Mr. Luo and Yuanrock spoke extremely quickly with true essence sound transmissions. Although Mo Eversnow was watching all of this from within the magic cube, it was impossible for her to hear true essence sound transmissions. But ever since becoming a soul force, her soul sense had become extremely sharp. Although she could faintly see fluctuations of true essence, that was only a slight awareness that she couldn't confirm. At this time, Yuanrock said, Lin Ming, since you want to fight with me, then so be it. I will show you today just how wealthy my Yu family is. 350 million. It was already bizarre for the price to reach this level. This type of wealth was not something that a junior disciple should possess, much less for a little girl who didn't have any known practical use or value yet. Lin Ming's eyes turned cold. He desolately said, For 100 million. Yuanrock seemed to hesitate for a moment, then sneered. How brave. Let me see just how far you can follow me. 500 million. Lin Ming's eyebrow arched upwards. He was originally intending to call out 600 million, but he didn't say anything. He had certainly seen the sudden change in Yuanrock's attitude. If he thought about it, there was definitely some problem here. Lin Ming, they're joining together to play you. Mo Eversnow said to Lin Ming. I felt it. Lin Ming slowly gripped his fists together. After all, this was the strange and unfamiliar immemorial imperial city, and he had repeatedly shown forbearance. He had put forth a price of 300 million, but now these people tried to take him as a fool and bully him around. If he allowed himself to be freely butchered like this, then he really would be a fool. How is it? Can't follow me? How weak. Ha ha. Weren't you so rampant just now? And double the price twice? How come you don't have the guts to double the price again? If you dared to do that, I would immediately give her to you. But do you have this courage? Since you dare to show off in front of me, then you might as well admit defeat. Tuck your tail between your legs and scurry off back to the hole you came from. Yuanrock saw that Lin Ming was hesitating in putting forth a higher bid and tried to goad him to bid once more. He had already decided that no matter what price Lin Ming put forth, he would withdraw from this bidding war and have Lin Ming be played. Lin Ming sneered upon hearing Yuanrock's words. His eyes revealed contempt as he said, How shameless, to think someone as shameless as you exists. 500 million? As if you could take that out? You want to gather together to play me, treating me like a fool. Lin Ming directly cut to the point and touched his facial ring. Yuanrock's complexion changed as anger swelled within him. However, he was stopped by Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo said to him with a true essence sound transmission, Young Master Yu, don't be angry. Remember, harmony brings wealth. Mr. Luo then turned to Lin Ming and said, Lin Ming, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you wish. Our gang has always been upright and honorable in our business dealings. Just what do you intend by slandering us? As he spoke to her, he shot a glance at the spatial ring on Lin Ming's right hand. He sneered. What, did you want to fight? You can try, but I guarantee you that you will not be able to leave here. This is my domain, and I uphold the rules here. In this trade fair, the prices are always high. If you want to buy something, then you must call out the price. Young master, you has already bid 500 million. If you have money, then you can add on another 100 million, and perhaps this little girl will be yours. Mr. Luo had already discovered that the violet sunstone embryo was extremely important to Lin Ming and had seized on this weakness. He didn't believe that Lin Ming would be able to do anything to him. After all, this was his territory, and Lin Ming only had a 9-fall cultivation. No matter how great his background was, it was impossible for a strong dragon to suppress a snake in its haunt. Powerful outsiders simply couldn't suppress local gangsters. So, what could Lin Ming do? No matter where people were, they would always suppress outsiders. Moreover, this matter involved Yuan Rock, and that meant he would have the support of the Yu family. So this Mr. Luo didn't fear Lin Ming at all. At this time, Lin Ming revealed a cold smile. His words contained a thick, killing intent, as he said, "Since that's the case, let me fulfill your hopes." Lin Ming suddenly swiped his spatial ring. The phoenix blood spear flourished in the air. Bang! With a loud explosion, the chair behind Lin Ming was crushed by a current of true essence. Show! Lin Ming's spear thrust out, stabbing towards Mr. Luo's forehead. "You blind and reckless brat. You are seeking your own death." Mr. Luo was originally a bit cautious of the Holy Land level influence that might exist behind Lin Ming, but he never thought that Lin Ming would suddenly attack him here. If he dared to attack an early divine transformation martial artist, then there really wouldn't be anyone who could save him. This was because once Lin Ming attacked, they would occupy the moral superiority. Even if Lin Ming had the full support of a Holy Land behind him, it was impossible for them to pursue this matter. "Haha, if you want to, then no one can save you." Yu Arnrock laughed. His right foot stepped forwards, and the ground beneath him exploded. He had already acted ahead of this Mr. Luo and punched out towards Lin Ming. After being crushed by Lin Ming in terms of wealth, he had already suppressed the raging fires in his heart until now. Although he had put up a fake price to regain some face later, there were still some sharp and discerning people that were able to see through the little show he and Mr. Luo had put on. If they really compared wealth, then he was far inferior to Lin Ming. Just what sort of arrogant person was Yu Arnrock? It was impossible for him to remain happy after being suppressed by an outsider like this. He was hoping to find some sort of turning point to regain his momentum, and now Lin Ming had pulled out his spear, an action he was all too happy to see. Yu Arnrock didn't even use a weapon. He relied on just his physical body to punch out. At the same time, he opened the first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates, causing his physical strength to shoot up. When combined with his inner true essence, he was like a wild tiger from a mountain, seething with killing intent. With a series of banging sounds, all of the furniture in the hall was completely crushed by Yu Arnrock's fist wind. As Lin Ming stabbed at Mr. Luo, Yu Arnrock had actually attacked him from the right side. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. Not only did he not stop his spear attack, but he also released a hand and punched out at Yu Arnrock. At the same time that he attacked Mr. Luo, he also dared to divide his focus and attack Yu Arnrock. This shocked all of the martial artists present. Lin Ming only had a 9th stage life destruction cultivation, and Yu Arnrock was a top early divine sea genius. Although that Mr. Luo was not some peerless genius, for better or worse, he was still an early divine transformation master. He surpassed Lin Ming by an entire boundary. In this case, Lin Ming simultaneously attacked 2 people. What sort of bravado was this? Moreover, the way he attacked Yu Arnrock was fist to fist. He didn't use a weapon, but only relied on his physical body to meet Yu Arnrock in a head-on contest of strength. But everyone present knew that Yu Arnrock was a dual cultivation system master. His body was incomparably hard. Yu Arnrock demonically grinned. A little firefly dares to compete against the splendor of the moon. Let me crush you in a paste. Fist ruling the world. What Yu Arnrock used was a martial skill that combined both body and energy. His fist became bright like a shining sun, glowing with endless golden light. At this time, Lin Ming roared out. All 6 gates opened within him. The heretical god force erupted, and the blood of the ancient phoenix combusted. Celestial tyrant manual. 100-layered waves. Ka ka ka. Lin Ming's fist began to emit explosive crackling sounds. His skeleton had 72 dragon bone relics fused into it. It was harder than divine metal. In a fist-to-fist collision, Lin Ming's fist smashed into iron rocks like this. With a loud cracking sound, a completely unexpected event occurred. Iron Rock's fist, wrist, and all the bones within them were directly pulverized by Lin Ming's fist. 4 ordinary human bones to compete with Lin Ming's dragon bone relic-infused bones. The results could be imagined. Moreover, this person still lacked 2 gates compared to Lin Ming, the gate of opening, and the gate of view. As for Lin Ming's fist smashing into Iron Rock's fist, it was like an iron hammer pounding against a tomato. Half-shattered bones stabbed out from Iron Rock's torn skin. His fist had become a pile of mush. Shock filled his face, and as Lin Ming crushed past Iron Rock's fist, his fist wind continued forwards and struck Iron Rock's chest. The nearly 20 million gene eruption of strength had increased by several times through the support of the 100-layered waves. In that instant, Iron Rock felt as if a mountain had crashed into his chest. He emitted a miserable cry and flew backwards, crashing against the far wall. The stone building that was supported by an array formation began to collapse. And at this time, Lin Ming's attack still hadn't finished. His phoenix blood spear pierced towards Mr. Luo as before. The sudden change had completely surpassed everyone's expectations. All of the young elites present were dumbfounded. Iron Rock, someone who trained in the body transformation technique and had a body as tough as steel, actually suffered such a miserable fate after meeting Lin Ming in a head-on battle of toughness. In front of Lin Ming, Iron Rock's body transformation technique was nothing at all. It was like using an egg to strike a stone. How could this happen? Does Lin Ming also dual cultivate in body and energy? Moreover, his dual body and energy cultivation is impossibly fierce. The many young elites present didn't have time to think much on this, because at this time, Lin Ming's phoenix blood spear had already pierced towards that Mr. Luo. Chapter 1142, Intimidating All Present. Chapter 1142, Intimidating All Present. This Mr. Luo was at the divine transformation realm. Lin Ming was only at the 9th stage of life destruction. From divine transformation to the 9th stage of life destruction, that was a disparity of over a large boundary. Even if Mr. Luo wasn't some earth-shaking genius, his strength still surpassed some of those lesser-known divine transformation martial artists from small sections. It was already astonishing that Lin Ming's fist had managed to severely wound Iron Rock, but compared to that, Lin Ming attacking Mr. Luo was absolutely mind-boggling. This was a 9-fall war god transformation. Brat, do you really think you are invincible? Mr. Luo spat out as he clenched his jaws. Even so, he didn't dare to look down on Lin Ming at all. Lin Ming had managed to severely wound Iron Rock. Although this was partly because Iron Rock had underestimated Lin Ming was also attacking 2 of them at the same time, and that counterattack had merely been a casual punch. The difference in strength was clear. Mr. Luo drew backwards and took out a 5-foot-long saber from his spatial ring. At the same time, his entire body began to blaze with black flames. These black flames condensed behind Mr. Luo, forming the phantom of a hydra. This hydra was thicker than a water barrel, and every head was fierce and lifelike. The scales that covered the hydra heads were the size of bowls, and its long, poisonous teeth shined with a sharp and cold light, surging with reckless killing intent. It was clear that this Mr. Luo was part of the Hydra clan. In using the power of his bloodline, he was already giving this his everything. Hiss. After this Hydra appeared, all 9 of its heads hurtled towards Lin Ming. At this time, what Lin Ming faced didn't seem like a phantom form from energy, but a true and living ancient great Hydra. Hydra bloodline? This bloodline is really too cheap. Lin Ming sneered. When Lin Ming was at the Sky Spill continent before he had killed Yang Yun, his path had crossed with Whiteman's. White Demon had come from the divine realm and had been suppressed and locked within the Sea of Miracles. He too had the Hydra bloodline. It seemed that this Hydra bloodline was quite common in the divine realm. A mere 9-headed worm wants to contend with the glory of a true dragon. Lin Ming cried out, his entire body emitting crackling noises. These popping sounds gathered together, echoing, resonating until they formed the keening cry of a dragon, directly impacting through the world. And behind Lin Ming, the phantom of an azure dragon formed. The azure dragon was much smaller than the Hydra behind Mr. Luo, but the pressure it gave off was unbelievable. A completely different level. Lin Ming had purposefully revealed the power of his dragon blood. After absorbing the dragon marrow, although Lin Ming didn't possess a perfect ancient dragon bloodline, this was only because his bloodline was lacking in quantity. In terms of quality, the power of Lin Ming's bloodline far surpassed the ancient dragon clan's Dragon One, a true god beast, an ancient azure dragon, was inherently suppressive to those of the Hydra bloodline. Moreover, as Lin Ming released the power of the azure dragon bloodline, he also released the Grand Miss Space. As the two strengths superimposed on each other, the Hydra phantom that hurtled towards Lin Ming rapidly weakened. Lin Ming opened the heretical god force. True essence surged from his body, flowing into the Phoenix blood spear. At that moment, the Phoenix blood spear released an ear-piercing screech as the artifact spirit slumbering within it was awakened. Although this was an incomplete elementary artifact spirit, it was still an incomparably rare and precious source artifact spirit. It wasn't something that a normal false artifact spirit could compare with. Even if the Phoenix blood spear had just grown into a spirit artifact, it was already in existence that surpassed a peak low-grade spirit artifact. Lin Ming's full force attack was combined with the spirit artifact level Phoenix blood spear. In that instant, Lin Ming's striking power rose dramatically. Wherever the spear light went, space would tremble. The minor dimension that this trade fair was located in wasn't able to withstand the sharp energy of the Phoenix blood spear. After all, an artificial minor dimension was less stable than the space of the divine realm. Hiss. The gigantic Hydra phantom was twisted apart by the Phoenix blood spear. The Hydra wailed in pain and horror. Lin Ming's spear light continued forth with unstoppable strength, completely annihilating that Hydra phantom and continuing to stab towards Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo's complexion completely changed. He opened his mouth and spat out a foot-long black snake, as thick as a thumb. After that, Mr. Luo spat out black flames that enveloped him, even as black scales wrapped around his cheeks and body. Mr. Luo was still a divine transformation powerhouse, and thus much stronger than you Iron Rock. By using his bloodline power as a catalyst, the power of the black flames he emitted was no joke. In the legends, every head of a Hydra could spit out a different substance, such as demonic flames, freezing ice, venom, and so forth. This caused the Hydra clan to divide into 9 branches, and this Mr. Luo just happened to be part of the demonic flame branch. These black demonic flames were able to scorch away even true essence. At that time, when the Phoenix blood spear thrust into the black demonic flames, the black demonic flames seemed to pervasively penetrate the spear light, as if it possessed a mind of its own, seeking every possible weakness. Chi, chi, chi. The spear light and black flames smashed into each other, emitting a harsh grating sound. That is that a spirit artifact, It wasn't known just who cried out in alarm in the crowd. The biggest difference between a spirit artifact and a saint artifact was that a spirit artifact had an intelligence of its own. Ordinarily, a saint artifact would only be controlled by the martial artist. The weapon itself didn't have the ability to control energy, but a spirit artifact could fight in tandem with the martial artist to attack. This was just like the difference between a person and a puppet, and a person with a live partner. This was especially true if a martial artist was able to become one with their spirit artifact and achieve a heart-to-heart thread of communication. At that time, they would be no different from allies in battle, fighting side by side. Spirit artifact, that is a weapon that only a divine lord, or at least a middle or late divine transformation genius, can use. How could Lin Ming control one at the life destruction realm? To galvanize a spirit artifact, one needed the power of a world. In other words, one needed to be a divine lord realm powerhouse. But there were also a small number of divine transformation realm masters that could use spirit artifacts, and all of them were bound to be top geniuses. Just as that man cried out in alarm, his voice was immediately drowned out by the maddening explosion. Bang! A brilliant light flashed throughout the entire hall. The black flames were forcefully torn apart, and the spear light also faded away. Mr. Luo's forehead was covered in sweat. He quickly tried to summon true essence for another attack, but Lin Ming's second attack had already arrived. Phoenix Blood Spear, Blue Lotus Flame Dance. In that moment, a brilliant and captivating blue lotus bloomed behind Lin Ming. This was the Blue Lotus domain. With every step Lin Ming took, a lotus flower would blossom beneath his foot. This was the fusion of the first 3 level concepts of the fire laws, and with even the 4th level concept fused in 2, with the Blue Lotus Flame Dance displayed through the spirit artifact level Phoenix Blood Spear. The power of this attack increased by yet another level. You bastard! In a rush, Mr. Luo chopped down with his saber, but just as he did, he felt as if his hands were bound by something strange, like invisible ropes were tied around his wrists. This is a world of will, a battle spirit projection. Mr. Luo suddenly released his divine sense and saw that there were countless strands of gold light binding his hands together. Large success gold level battle spirit. Mr. Luo was shocked, nearly losing his composure. He tried to force open the will tentacles, but in that brief moment of delay, he no longer had time to evade Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear. He could only withstand it with his black flames. Pung! The black fire burst apart. Before the unstoppable spear light, the demonic flames only lasted for a few blinks of an eye before collapsing. Lin Ming's spear pierced the right side of Mr. Luo's chest, running straight through. Ah! Mr. Luo pitifully cried out as blood splashed into the air. This. All of the other martial artists were left bewildered with sweaty palms. What kind of ridiculously fierce combat strength was this? This was simply a monstrous talent. In particular, River Feather, who had brought Lin Ming here, had his mouth hanging open. He was simply unable to gather himself. He had originally thought of winning Lin Ming over to his side to help him compete for the position of successor to the River family's househead, but now he felt as if all his ideas had simply been laughable. Lin Ming's combat strength was not something that an ordinary Holy Land level family could produce. Even a top Holy Land wouldn't be able to accomplish this. Lin Ming was a genius that only a World King level Holy Land could produce. 9-fall War God transformation. What sort of concept was that? It was simply unimaginable. River Feather looked at Lin Ming's weapon, the Phoenix Blood Spear. Once more, that was an extremely high-quality spirit artifact. It had to be known that to these peak geniuses, a spirit artifact was precious but not impossible to obtain, as long as they cultivated to the late divine transformation realm. Their families would be able to forge or hand down a low-grade spirit artifact for them. But Lin Ming's spirit artifact was clearly different. In order to stimulate a spirit artifact to movement, one needed the world power that was bred within a martial artist's inner world. By just depending on true essence alone, it was extremely difficult to do this. This was because world power was, in simpler terms, all the power that could exist in a world. There was true essence, the power of life, pure heaven and earth origin energy, and the faith energy of all living beings. Only by combining all these various types of power was one able to activate a spirit weapon. But Lin Ming was just a ninefall martial artist who had only formed a world seed. So how could he possibly produce world power? If he could control the Phoenix Blood Spear, that only left one possibility, and that was that Lin Ming was interlinked with his Phoenix Blood Spear in their minds and hearts, and it willingly allowed Lin Ming to use it. The artifact spirit of this spirit artifact had an extremely high chance of being a source artifact spirit. That meant that it was an artifact spirit bred by the weapon itself. The growth of the artifact spirit would also enhance the quality of the spirit artifact. In truth, for the physical body of a spirit artifact alone, as long as one fused in various types of rare and heavenly materials, it was possible to increase the physical quality. The only extremely difficult part was growing the artifact spirit itself. A spirit artifact that could constantly grow and be enhanced was far different from other spirit artifacts that were set in rank once they were forged. There was no way of comparing them at all. To match a junior disciple with a spirit artifact that had its own source artifact spirit, just what kind of extravagant luxury was that? Even an ordinary world king level Holy Land wouldn't have the courage to do so. When Riverfeather combined this with the scene of Lin Ming tossing out several 100 million violet sunstones to purchase that little girl, he was finally aware that he had far underestimated Lin Ming's background. If he was just rich, then it was possible that he might have stumbled across some great lucky chance and unearthed some treasure. But a true spirit artifact with its own source artifact spirit that could communicate as one was impossible to obtain through lucky chances alone. This was because a spirit artifact must be picked up from someone else. Thus, it was impossible to have a high fusion compatibility, so it should have been impossible for Lin Ming to use it. The only reasonable explanation was if the sect master of a large and grand sect helped Lin Ming personally forge such a weapon with countless heavenly materials. And finally, there was also Lin Ming's terrifying strength and horrifying talent. It was impossible for such a character to appear from a small family. The background behind him must be dreadful to the extreme. Chapter 1143, Oppression. Chapter 1143, Oppression. If Riverfeather could think of this, then so could the others. Even you Ironrock, who was lying on the ground in a puddle of blood, also felt his heart skip a beat in nervousness. Lin Ming's background had placed a great pressure on all of them. Mr. Luo struggled to support his body and get up. He bitterly smiled. Today he had kicked a piece of iron. This boy, Lin Ming, was not some fat sheep that was free to be butchered, but rather a vicious wolf. He barely managed to crawl onto his feet. Blood kept gushing out of the hole in the right side of his chest. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were filled with fear and dread. Now, we will continue discussing the price. Lin Ming waved his hand, and a red light flashed as the Phoenix Blood Spear was stashed away. He casually sat back down on the only remaining half-broken stone chair in the hall. He put down his hands and calmly stared at that Mr. Luo. This caused Mr. Luo's heart to shrink. Lin Ming obviously feared nothing. Even though this was his territory, this boy, Lin Ming, didn't care at all. In truth, Lin Ming was already being discreet and proportional in his actions. He had severely wounded you Ironrock and Mr. Luo, but didn't kill them. In this environment, whether it was Lin Ming, Yu Iron Rock, or even Mr. Luo, none of them would go to the extremes of killing anyone else. After all, they also weren't aware of Lin Ming's true status. If they rashly killed him without understanding his background, then it was possible that they would bring a calamity down upon their heads. In Lin Ming's case, this was also true. Where there was light, there would always be shadows. For these people to establish an underground influence in immemorial imperial city proved that they naturally had their own specialty. Although they weren't weak, there was definitely the shadow of some high master standing behind them. This was the case in the world of mortals too. There were many underground influences in capital cities that seemed like small fries, but they actually had the shelter of high-level figures. These high-level figures had formed these underground influences in order to have them perform matters that weren't too convenient for them to do themselves. In this situation, Lin Ming definitely had to be cautious. Although it seemed as if his actions were ruthless and cruel, causing his opponents to suffer, the truth was that their wounds would be healed by taking some medicines and resting for some time. All of the young elites lacked courage to face Lin Ming. As for Yu Iron Rock, even his expression began to change. As he saw that Lin Ming had nothing to fear even in this territory that should have been his, he began to feel a twinge of fear. He didn't know just how deep Lin Ming's background went. Although that Mr. Luo was not Lin Ming's match, this underground influence had several divine Lord Realm powerhouses that were personally standing guard. With a divine Lord Realm Master strength, dealing with Lin Ming was no problem at all. By now, these divine Lord powerhouses should also have been noticing the situation, and yet none of them were moving against Lin Ming. They were being cautious because they were deathly afraid of whatever strange and great influence might be standing behind Lin Ming. If they killed Lin Ming, this news would inevitably spread out. After all, it was impossible to eliminate all of the young elites in this hall. Let alone killing them, they wouldn't even be able to deal with the fallout from harming one of them. Thus, whatever happened here would easily pass outwards. In this situation, if what stood behind Lin Ming was truly a great world king influence, then the consequences would be unbelievably dire. The great figure behind them would also eliminate all ties with them in fear of drawing disaster to himself and kick them forward as a blood sacrifice. At that time, they would be lucky if they were just incinerated into a pile of ashes. If they were unlucky, their souls would be pulled out and tortured for 1,000 years. But if it were to spread that an underworld gang like theirs with renowned fame and reputation were beaten up and kicked in the face by a mere nine-fall junior, just how could they still mix in with the world? Their gang would lose any shred of dignity they had, and would be mocked by all the other underworld influences. In future struggles for territory, they would even be at a disadvantage. The atmosphere immediately reached a standstill. The powerhouses of this underworld influence hadn't yet appeared, but they were actually paying attention to the situation. If they placed themselves on the top of the wave before ascertaining the exact situation, then not only would their gang lose face, but everyone from their gang would also lose face. What background does this boy have? I have no idea. If we're tricked by him, then we will be the laughingstock of immemorial imperial city. In a separate minor dimension, two old men were speaking with a true essence sound transmission. They locked their eyes on Lin Ming as if they were able to see through him. But Lin Ming steadily sat in his half-broken chair, not startled at all. We can't let things end like this. Even if we can't kill him, we have to make him suffer a bit. Yes, we can't kill him, but we can't let him leave either. Let me test him first to see if he really does have nothing to fear. As the old man spoke, he silently revolved his energy. A pressure suddenly fell down over Lin Ming. This was the same as telling Lin Ming that there was a divine Lord Realm powerhouse that was watching everything happening here. Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up as he felt the aura of a divine Lord Realm powerhouse. He sneered. It seems that you don't plan on discussing the price. His voice contained a faint killing intent, as if he simply didn't realize or care that there was a divine Lord Realm powerhouse exerting pressure on him. The truth was that with Lin Ming's status, he wasn't a fake tiger trying to show off. His background was indeed a peak Holy Land. The ancient Phoenix clan was equal to the Yu family in terms of wealth, and was actually quite a bit stronger in scale and strength. However, Mr. Luo and the others were thinking a bit differently, that Lin Ming had come here as part of some smelting trial or to gain experience. The divine realm was so vast that they might not know of the ancient Phoenix clan. If Lin Ming really died here, then it was possible that the ancient Phoenix clan wouldn't be able to find out. At this time, many of the young elites present were quietly waiting. They could feel that someone was aiming at Lin Ming, and it was likely this person was a divine Lord Realm powerhouse. Even so, Lin Ming didn't seem affected at all. His expression remained steady as before. This brat. How could this be? The divine Lord Realm old man hidden in the minor dimension frowned. He was pouring his pressure onto Lin Ming, but there wasn't any response at all. Pressure came from the soul. Lin Ming was withstanding this soul pressure from someone who was at least 10 times stronger than he was. Bang! With a loud explosive sound, the stone chair beneath Lin Ming shattered. However, Lin Ming simply stood up and said, "What cowards! 2 divine Lord powerhouses facing a mere junior, and yet you don't even dare to appear." These few words caused the 2 divine Lord old men hidden in the minor dimension to be shocked. How did he know that there were 2 of us? Just now, only one of the old men had done anything. The other old man had been completely silent. So how did Lin Ming realize there were 2 of them? But at this moment, the 2 old men suddenly felt an unbelievably terrifying pressure shroud over them, causing them both to blanch. This soul pressure was vast and mysterious, causing one's soul to tremble. It wasn't just the 2 old men in the minor dimension, but everyone in the hall was also enveloped in this soul pressure. Soul pressure was essentially a type of force field formed by the soul. Although it couldn't kill others, it could make others feel as if their soul was being ruthlessly trampled over and savaged. The severely wounded Mr. Luo paled. He began to find it hard to breathe. His face was pale, and blood continued to pump out of his chest. And beside him, Madame Luo was also shaking. Her buxom chest heaved up and down. Let alone them. All of the other young elites weren't even deliberately targeted, and yet they felt as if they had been turned into mortals without martial arts, stripped naked and tossed into a world of ice and snow. This sort of icy, soul-rending pressure was agonizingly unbearable. Who was this? Who was here? This pressure was absolutely not from Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not have such an ability. The degree of the soul force is not that of a divine lord. It isn't even a normal holy lord, but a peak holy lord. No, it might be a half-step world king. The 2 divine lord old men in the minor dimension cried out in alarm as they felt a cold chill zip up their backs. As for Mr. Luo, he turned completely ashen. Was there a half-step world king secretly looking over Lin Ming? No wonder Lin Ming had made such a splendid appearance at this trade fair, and had even started a fight here, severely injuring 2 people, with a half-step world king protecting him in secret. Just how could he not be strong and overbearing? But this also proved that Lin Ming absolutely stemmed from a world king, level Holy Land. Moreover, it was highly possible that it was a super great world king level Holy Land, and that he was also the greatest and most talented genius of that Holy Land. Otherwise, it was impossible to have such a formidable powerhouse protecting him. There was even the likelihood that he was the direct descendant of a great world king. How could small friends like them offend such a character? Even immemorial imperial city lord wouldn't necessarily be able to offend him. As Mr. Luo thought of this, his heart trembled. As for Yu Iron Rock, he wanted to run into a wall and kill himself. He truly had been too blind and naive. He could only count his lucky stars that it was Lin Ming who attacked him, and not he who attacked Lin Ming. If that mysterious powerhouse had acted, then his fate would have been far more miserable. He slowly began to dig himself into the rubble around him, not intending to come out at all. I originally planned on paying you 20 million, but now, since you don't want it, you can forget about even obtaining a single violet sunstone. Lin Ming slowly said, his voice strong and overbearing. He was indeed acting like a fake tiger, but at this time, the less his act was seen through, the safer he would be. On the other hand, if he weakened his own momentum, he would be placing himself in a more dangerous situation. As Lin Ming spoke, the tremendous pressure pushing down on everyone diminished. The terrifying pressure that had been crushing everyone present was suddenly removed. It was hard for an ordinary person's soul to resist such a rapid change in pressure. Mr. Luo, Madame Luo, as well as the two old elders in the hidden minor dimension, flushed red with blood. Mr. Luo was originally in an extremely poor state, and now even his soul had been damaged. However, he didn't dare to utter a single sound. He was only relieved that this mysterious master had removed the pressure on him. This pressure was naturally released by M.O. Eversnow. M.O. Eversnow didn't have a physical body and only had her soul form left. Even so, her soul was still that of a true half-stepped world king powerhouse, and even a peak existence amongst them. However, her soul had suffered tremendous injuries 50,000 years ago, and she hadn't fully recovered yet. Even though she was releasing her soul pressure to deter those divine Lord Realm powerhouses just now, this was no small consumption of soul force for her, and she wasn't able to continue it for too long. If it really came down to fighting those two divine Lord Realm powerhouses, then even if she took possession of Lin Ming's body, the chances were that they would lose. Even if they won a difficult victory at the end, M.O. Eversnow would likely fall into a deep sleep once again because of overdrawing her soul force. The gains simply weren't equal to the losses. Moreover, there were undoubtedly more than two divine lord powerhouses in this underworld gang. If they began to truly fight here, Lin Ming and M.O. Eversnow would eventually suffer a tragic defeat. But in this case, they had been able to use layers of illusions to deter everyone present. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.